Multicolored flashes flicker behind me, as if fireworks were being launched in the city of giants in honor of a big holiday. Only instead of joy and tenderness, the shimmering lights cause fear and a desire to be far away. Klim runs as fast as he can across the black, transparent sand, through which the dim light of sparks frozen in the distance is filtering. The last of his 3 hearts is beating irregularly, making his lungs burn with emptiness. His legs barely obey him, and his weapon has turned into a bulky, heavy burden. It's a pity he has no time to throw it away. Pieces of ribs stick out through his torn right side, shifting his center of gravity, and in order not to stray from his trajectory, he needs to concentrate completely. There is no time to be distracted, even for a second. And there is so little strength left that his vision is already failing, reducing the viewing distance to the limit. However, Klim can still clearly see that he is being inexorably caught up with. The first, already very close, is an arrow fired by someone. Behind it, the silhouettes of 3 pursuers are visible. They are rushing at such a speed that they simply cannot be alive. Dogs! The pilot realized. You can still compete with these somehow. They're stupid. They've gone too far from their owner. There is still a decent distance to the saving rock, eaten away by deep holes, like a piece of cheese with holes. However, the majority of dark passages end in dead ends, and it is not a fact that even there you will be able to get lost and hide. But you can't give up, really, with your paws up. Let these freaks sweat catching up with the persistent fugitive. At first he wanted to throw the last net at the arrow, but quickly realized that this would be a tactical mistake. The net would work against the dog too, which meant there was a chance to reduce the number of pursuers. The arrow would be dealt with by the broken body, already on its last legs. Having waited until the arrow had almost pierced his back, Klim, without aiming, obeying only an unclear 6th sense, released the trapping net and left the body. A second of blindness came, which always accompanies the flight of the inside out, and the system windows of the capsule control appeared before perception. The transparent black sand turned into the emptiness of space, the frozen sparks into distant stars, the arrow into a homing missile, the catching net into a pile of anti-missiles with EMP, 3 fast dogs into fighter drones, the holy rock ahead into a distortion sector, illuminated by the system in the yellow color of static danger, and the discarded body into an attack destroyer. Almost new, recently built at the shipyards of the General Agency of Pilots. It was a damn pity. But to die together with the broken-down ship would be doubly a pity. Attention! Danger! A bright red sign flashed from above. Behind, space was colored by the flash of an explosion. The missile caught up with the destroyer, abandoned just in time. Hiding behind the interference that the explosion created, Klim momentarily applied maximum power to the capsule's accelerator and immediately released false targets. The scanner showed a dozen signatures indistinguishable from the real capsule, and the dummy ones flew off in different directions. Now let the drones guess where exactly the pilot is hiding. Deprived of target guidance from the control ship, the drones are stupid. They will slow down calculating options and will become easy prey. Or rather, they would have, if the capsule had at least some weapons. But compact systems specially designed for capsules are too expensive for a beginner capsuleer. Klim only splashed out on a standard set with a camouflage generator and a light protective field, plus a dozen cheap decoys and a couple of stationary mines to boot. And even then, my friends advised against installing this discounted junk. It seemed like a waste of money. Why bother with capsule protection when no one has been shooting at them on purpose for a long time? After most of the pilots united under the agency's wing, there was simply no one left to kill them. The outdated scanner systems of regular ships simply couldn't detect them, and the Capsuleer brothers weren't eager to kill each other in vain. The General Agency of Pilots provides the right to hire troops to anyone who wants it, A pilot who has worked out a contract can easily change the customer. And today's enemies may well turn out to be friends tomorrow. Capsuleers earn their money honestly, tearing enemy vessels to pieces, but always give the opportunity to undock from a dying vessel and do not pursue capsules. There are no official decrees or prohibitions on this matter. It has become a habit among pilots as something self-evident, a kind of unwritten law of brotherhood, a sign of solidarity among members of the immortal caste. It's not that rescue eggs have never been shot down, but it was considered that destroying the pilot's capsule was like taking a dump anywhere you wanted. And if this was still appropriate somewhere in the middle of a forest thicket, due to the complete lack of toilets, then in the square of a city with 1 million people, it would cause, at the very least, puzzled looks from passers-by. Or you could even get a slap on the neck. Previously, Klim generally perceived all these raids, battles, conflicts, and wars as a computer online toy. Destroyed turrets, install new ones. Destroyed nano-armor, build another one. Destroyed a ship, buy another one. Death. Klim never thought about death. According to statistics, capsuleers die extremely rarely, and almost always by accident. Due to system malfunctions or a stray hit, as a result of the high density of fire in the epicenter of the battle. It is not for nothing that one of the many nicknames that the pilots have been awarded by ordinary people sounds like immortal. And now Klim watched with distrust and indignation as the drones methodically shot down false signatures, slowly approaching the real capsule. Their calm desire to necessarily destroy the pilot did not fit in his head. What the hell? However, we can think about this later. If it happens again, it will be later. A bunch of anti-missiles reached the closest pursuer. A mass detonation of EMP charges was triggered. One of the drones switched off and, tumbling chaotically, slowly drifted towards the distortion sector. 1 down. 2 left. 2 enemies. 2 mines in reserve. We'll fight some more. Unfortunately, simply planting mines wherever you like is not an option. There is a high probability that drones will detect them and bypass them, or even destroy them. Stationary mines are good in large quantities. When there is a whole barrier field, then yes, you cannot break through it. If you hook the trigger zone, the mine's cotton accelerator will activate. It will quickly approach and explode with a directed explosion. Moreover, if you hook one, all the nearby ones will turn on. No shields will be enough. In open space, 2 mines are nothing. Easy to dodge. Klim planned to hide in one of the tunnels that dug up the distortion sector and set up mines behind him as a screen. But he still had to get to the distortions. The pilot counted the dummy ones. Only 4 remained. Inexpensive decoys do not have their own boosters and fly by inertia. That is why Klim switched off the capsule's booster. The movement with increasing speed would have immediately given it away. In general, he had to pretend to be a cloud. I'm a cloud, a cloud, a cloud. I'm not a bear at all. And how nice it is for a cloud to fly across the sky. Attention, ship under fire. An orange warning flashed. Oh, piglet. The drone shot down most of the dummy ones, and now it was the turn of the real capsule. Sharp acceleration. Even through the gravity compensators and the protective biogel in which the pilot's body floats, Klim felt the growing heaviness, pressing on his temples like a hammer. But he still did not reduce the power. He even added a little more. Exactly until the moment when his consciousness began to blur from the accumulated overloads. Attention, insufficient power of the main capacitor. Attention, kinetic shield has been disabled. Rapid acceleration did not help to dodge the drone's salvo. The shield withstood the bulk of the hits, but not all. Several blows drummed on the armor. Damage to the body. Attention, biogel leak. Attention, damage to the regenerative cartridge. Danger. Biogel density is 97% of the norm. It's already blood red. Your mother! Klim made a sharp turn, starting to move in a spiral. Let them try to hit it now, the dumb pieces of iron. There was very little left to the endless yellow wall. Sector of distortions. A field riddled with crooked faults, blocking almost the entire view. A huge space, the size of several solar systems, twisted by fluctuations that are incomprehensible even to most scientists. Deviations of the continuum caused by thermal motion of particles and/or quantum mechanical effects. The neural network kindly suggested. Klim waved the message away and feverishly began searching for a suitable, safe passage. There were plenty of different tunnels and gorges in the distorted space, but almost all of them either quickly ended in a dead end or were too narrow for the capsule, or probably this one. Actually, there is no particular choice. Klim has only a few moments until the drones get within firing range. If they were in outer space now, there is no way the pursuers would be able to compete with the capsule's accelerator for a long time. The drones have a fairly short range. But the thing is that Klim has no freedom of maneuver at all. Even at the very beginning of the escape, it was necessary to either leave the battle in the direction of the main enemy forces, where they brazenly shot at all the capsules in a row, or hide in the wall of the distorted field, a hemisphere covering the place of the fight. Klim chose the second option. There was at least some hope for salvation. He certainly wouldn't have slipped through the dense formation of alien cruisers unnoticed, and those bastards were freely killing capsuleers. The tunnel gradually narrowed, reducing the already minimal chance of dodging the next salvo. He needed to hurry so that the drones wouldn't catch him in this helpless state. The smooth yellow walls surrounding the capsule were actually invisible to the human eye. The onboard AI kindly colored them in with augmented reality graphics, so that the pilot could at least somehow navigate. The narrow passage began to smoothly curve, and sharp turns were increasingly common. The signatures of the pursuers disappeared from the radar grid. It seemed to have broken away. Klim got a solid excellent in high-speed piloting in difficult conditions. However, he did not relax for a second. The pursuers got lost in the tunnel's interweaving, but they hardly gave up the chase. On one of the difficult turns, Klim threw out the first mine. It waited until the owner left the trigger zone and went into combat mode, starting a weak camouflage field generator. Iskin marked the drop point to defuse the dangerous thing if the pilot decided to get back out. When, Klim corrected himself. Not if, but when he decides to get out. He, like any young man, did not even want to think about the possibility of death. He had always been sure that accidents only happened to other people. The tunnel's bend was becoming increasingly complicated. Finally, it became so difficult for the capsuleer not to run into the wall that he couldn't even think about setting a second mine. All his attention was absorbed by piloting. However, Klim never slowed down. A string of turns flashed before his perception, like pictures in a kaleidoscope. If he were in a normal cradle now, his forehead would be covered in sweat, clouding his eyes, and his hands would start to tremble and slide along the handles. But the capsule has a distinct advantage over the pilot's seat. The body's central nervous system is directly connected to the ship's controls by neural bus cables. The pilot's body is pierced in many places by shunts that transmit impulses at the reflex level. No AI can match the human reaction speed in choosing the best solution. While the smart brains on electronic chips are boiling, going through thousands of possible options one by one, the stupid person has already decided everything subconsciously and is acting. Of course, you need to have certain skills and talent, which not everyone has, and therefore experienced capsuleers are always in demand. Sometimes the exchange of information packets is so intense that bruises appear at the points where the shunts are attached to the body, which even biogel cannot cope with. Doctors tried to solve this problem, but without understanding its nature, they gave up. There is no reason to worry. The blue spots disappear on their own within a few days after leaving the capsule. This caused the only inconvenience. Some spiteful critics began to call capsuleers bruises. Not in the face, of course, but behind the back. In the face it is scary, you can easily get hit there. I don't care, thought Klim, imagining what his back was turning into in the area of the spine where the main shunts were located. It will pass. By the way, isn't it time to slow down, set the last mine and hide nearby? It's unlikely that the drones will go so deep into the distortions. Maybe they even abandon the pursuit and are returning to the owner. Klim smoothly slowed down, looking for the best place to plant the mine, but the tunnel suddenly straightened out, and the capsule emerged into distortion-free space. A huge field opened up ahead, the edges of which were lost beyond the visibility of the low-power scanner built into the fragile shell. The mine had to be activated just below the exit, but this was an almost ideal place, since it could not be noticed due to the narrowness of the tunnel. Klim turned on the accelerator to full and hurried away from the yellow wall, wanting to leave as much distance between himself and his pursuers as possible. A couple of minutes later, when the capsule had moved quite far, the abandoned mine exploded. Another drone fell into a prepared trap. Persistent bastards. This can only mean one thing. The host ship came close to the distortion sector from that side, and the drones were able to move on without losing contact. Why are they so stubborn, pursuing and killing every pilot? Klim didn't have time to answer himself. The yellow wall around the epicenter of the mine explosion rippled, shifted, and blocked the passage. Holy cow. This was both good and bad news. Good news, because now the pursuers would not be able to reach Klim. Bad news, because now he himself would not be able to get out. However, the scanner had not yet fully explored the adjacent space, and there was hope that the wall of distortions was not solid, that it would soon simply end, or that there were gaps in it. As it moved, this hope melted away. The yellow barrier curved gently, gradually showing that Klim might be in a closed ellipse. The ellipse was so huge that there was even a star burning in the center, a yellow dwarf, similar in spectrum to the Earth's sun.
Danger! Biogel density is 96% of the norm. A loss of just 1% over that time means there is no leak. The gel is being spent on keeping the pilot alive.
But since the regenerative cartridge is destroyed, the gel will continue to decrease. Wonderful. Stuck in the middle of distortion and dying from lack of gel. Just perfect, bitch.
Warning! Signature detected. Object, ship, class, presumably car. Description, none.
This is absolutely awesome.
The guy was completely upset.
Well, what a way to get out of the frying pan and into the fire.
KR is a class of ships capable of carrying smaller vessels, up to 10 so-called drone ships.
However, the number depends on the bandwidth of the information channel and the pumping of the KAR capsuleer's databases. Each KAR is a small flotilla in itself. It is not surprising that it was put on guard on this side of the distortions. Each drone ship entering it, of course, cannot compare with a real pilot. But these will be enough for Klim's capsule. Even one. Or maybe he won't notice. He still hasn't noticed. And that's weird. The capsuleer on watch had to turn on the scanners at full power so as not to miss the scattering enemies who decided to take a risk and sneak through the yellow wall. Klim additionally transferred the capacitor's energy to camouflage and carefully moved along the edge of the distortions. The KAR showed no signs of life. Is it an outdated model or something? The intention to quietly sneak past quickly revealed a serious flaw. At some point, it was necessary to pass from the KAR at a distance where even a weak capsule scanner could read the full signature. There, Klim would definitely be spotted if this coffin on wheels that so resembled the KAR was not junk in place of equipment. There was very little left, to the point of confident reception. Klim de-energized the accelerator to create as little disturbance as possible. The capsule came into direct visibility. Signature updated. Object, ship. Class, KR. Description: 70% match with LERT Federation vessels. Status: control system shut down. Emergency beacon activated. Not much data was updated. And it's not just the weak capsule scanner. Klim's skills with scanning equipment are also only first rank. Somehow, earlier there was no particular need to thoroughly identify the enemy. This task was performed by other capsuleers, part of the raid squadron, and distributed information to newcomers. And when Klim undertook solo operations, he guessed who he needed to get away from urgently and with a minimum of information. Actually, an emergency beacon can be launched specifically to lure a potential enemy. The idea is, of course, stupid, designed for narrow-minded idiots, but you never know. Or maybe one of the enemy ships received critical damage, left the battle and is now waiting for reinforcements. This is a more logical option and, by the way, simply excellent. Almost a royal gift. Klim mentally rubbed his palms. It's worth taking advantage of since there's nothing to lose anyway. He added power to the accelerator again and rushed towards the wounded KAR. He needed to dock quickly and try to take control before help arrived. In the worst case, capture one of the drone ships.
And only after about 10 seconds, it suddenly dawned on him.
The LERT Federation. And the last Lertonian had been tranquilized about 50 years ago. Their federation had specialized in writing computer code and had reached such heights that 60% of the Commonwealth's software was marked with the inscription, "Created in LERT." It was a kind of quality mark. But gradually, the Lertonians became brazen and even managed to integrate a worm into the main financial system of the banks, which slowly milked the capital of the citizens. The scam was revealed. The citizens were outraged, especially those whose accounts were adorned with a large number of zeros, and created a worldwide scandal. The Lertonians tried to hush up the matter. They promised to return the loot, but the avalanche could not be stopped. Out of resentment, many rich people paid for orders to the agency to destroy the ships of the Federation. The politicians of some states even declared war, and the Federation began, as they say, to pinch wherever possible. However, where it was impossible too. In 3 years of bloody war, the once mighty state was wiped off the political map. Several scattered small clans and associations of half-wild Lertonians that still remained in the Commonwealth are not even theoretically capable of building a KAR. It turns out, it has been hanging here for about 50 years, since that war. And this means the following. Not only salvation, but also a great trophy. Only one thing marred Klim's joy. As they approached the damaged ship, the scanner continued to build a gradually closing yellow wall on the map. The pilot had ended up in a closed sphere of distortions resembling an egg. However, if a whole KAR was hanging here, then there must be an exit. Somehow this giant got here. Klim decided not to consider the option that the exit was blocked, like the one through which he himself got here, so as not to spoil his mood. The car's side lights are pulsing bright red, the weapons are closed at their ports, and the receiving airlocks are hospitably wide open, all except one. In a string of docking slots for small craft like shuttles and capsules, one door is sealed. This means absolutely nothing. Perhaps the slot is damaged, or there is a rescue boat in it. But Klim has already decided to dock nearby to make sure there is no danger. The ship itself doesn't look much like a standard modern spaceship. Too big a convex belly, weak booster nozzles, But who knows how the Lertonians built it 50 years ago? Maybe it was fashionable? The capsule smoothly slowed down and slid neatly into the marked mooring zone. The grips clicked, caught the egg-shaped ship and fixed it in the correct position. Docking complete. Connection with onboard systems established. Well-internal crew quarters were discovered in the ship. So that's why the contours are so strange. An ancient trough for the command, Klim realized. Well, better than nothing. It's a pity that the capsule can't be repaired automatically. We'll have to get out. Warning. The regeneration system is damaged. Standard exit procedure is not possible. Emergency exit, Klim commanded, remembering with pity how much 1.5 cubic meters of biogel costs. And that's exactly how much is needed for normal operation. He had already gone through the emergency exit procedure a couple of times during training. But at the Agency Pilot Academy, there were always doctors on duty nearby, ready to come to the rescue. Now he would have to experience all the delights alone. The neural shunts undocked smoothly, and Klim found himself immersed in a sticky, thick mass. A feeling of helplessness washed over him, as if he were naked in the middle of an Arctic desert. He experienced something similar every time the capsule left the main control slot of one of the ships. Just now, you were an armored giant, capable of crushing planets, and suddenly, you became a tiny midge, which can only buzz in your ear. When you leave the capsule, the sensations are several times worse. The frontal armor plate opened, splitting into 2 flaps, and a green mass of biogel splashed out. The pilot flew out with it and slid across the slippery floor. With trembling hands, he somehow raised himself onto all fours and vomited several times. The body was throwing out foreign liquid. The first thing Klim did was wipe the sticky stuff off his face and look around. Red flashes danced before his eyes. An unpleasant pulsation pressed on his ears. But he had already recovered enough to soberly assess the situation. A dozen receiving slots are separated from each other only by short partitions and lead into a common airlock. It is necessary to quickly determine why one of the receivers is closed. Klim rose, touched the right place on the inner wall of the capsule. The chest with emergency supplies opened. Grabbing the stun gun, the pilot looked into the neighboring compartment. There was no one in it. Only a similar capsule stands with its front doors wide open. Someone had already docked here due to an emergency. Judging by the dried biogel stains on the floor, it was at least a few hours ago. This calmed the pilot down a bit, and he returned to his capsule. Whoever the previous guest of the KAR was, he either couldn't handle the situation, or... Klim looked behind the partition once more. That's right. The mile illumination on the rim of the alien capsule had gone out, and it can shine for several years without recharging. That means the guest had long since left the ship. Having finally relaxed, Klim took the tube of the portable vibro shower out of the emergency kit and thoroughly cleaned himself. Then he inhaled a solution from a medical inhaler that removed the remains of biogel from the lungs and pulled on a thin fabric jumpsuit. Once on the owner's body, the jumpsuit adjusted its size and grew dense pads on the soles of the shoes to make it more comfortable for the feet. The senses finally returned to normal. The flashes turned out to be red emergency lighting, smoothly changing brightness, and the pulsation in the ears was an annoying alarm siren. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. A standard set of distress signals, developed, God knows when. Having hung the stunner on his belt, the pilot felt almost normal, and again looked into the compartment of the previous guest. It is necessary to examine everything properly, so the capsule has no visible damage. However, in some capsules the nano-armor is capable of self-repair, and they could easily overgrow while the pilot was getting to the car. Klim carefully examined the inner gondola in which the capsuleer's body was located and found 3 small holes in the back wall. It looked like the previous guest had been thoroughly fried in the ass, and several fragments penetrated the layers of protection, injuring or killing the pilot. Judging by the fact that there is no body, either someone helped the pilot or he got out on his own. Biogel restores even serious injuries, and the pilot could have arrived at the ship already healthy. Why did he go out due to an accident, then? Klim wondered. Also damage to the regeneration system, like mine? His gaze fell on the stains smeared on the floor. Klim rubbed one of them with his sole, but the stain was firmly ingrained in the coating. Something did not look like the remains of biogel. That dries into gray dust and is easily erased. A little further away, the stains merged into a long trail, as if someone had crawled, leaving behind a winding strip. It stretched further, disappearing behind the bend of the bulkhead. This is dried blood. The previous guest was seriously injured, so much so that he couldn't even stand up. For some reason, the biogel couldn't cope with the damage, and the pilot had to crawl. And he crawled presumably to the medical bay. Where else? Excellent, I won't have to search for long, Klim decided. He already felt nausea rising in his throat, a clear symptom of an emergency exit from the capsule. The biogel particles remaining in the body begin to slowly decompose and cause poisoning. Klim hurried along the trail left by his predecessor and soon came up against the wide open door of the airlock. A flagrant violation of safety regulations. All doors should be tightly sealed, especially during an alarm. On the control terminal, next to the shutter, a green exclamation mark surrounded by a circle is flashing. Primary access is open. Klim has seen this many times when he buys another ship fresh off the agency's slipways. The onboard AI is launched for the first time. The security systems are disabled, and the new owner calmly goes through the identification procedure to enter into legal rights. Later, he can add co-owners or tenants, passengers or crew members, but full access to the systems will always belong only to him. A green exclamation mark on the terminal means that the ship has open root rights. This mode is activated a second time only if the owner decides to sell the ship to someone else. Was there a deal to sell KAR here? But for some reason it fell through at the most interesting point. When primary access is active, all partitions open, all systems are unblocked, so that anyone wishing to purchase the ship can evaluate its condition. After all, in normal mode, any test programs will give out what was previously programmed. Sometimes, cunning dealers palm off junk to newcomers in this way. They cleverly program the onboard AI, and it shows that the vessel is in excellent condition. The client pays the money and ends up with a broken trough on his hands. An honest seller always opens root rights to the client. Klim ran his hand over the terminal's flat monitor. A list of available operations appeared. Everything was open. The ship could be controlled right from here. Klim hurried to turn off the annoying siren and red lighting. Silence settled in the corridors, and a soft, pleasant light filled the space. Glory to the eggs. At the same time, he glanced at the shortest route to the medical bay and hurried there, his stomach already beginning to grin with the urge to vomit. Several narrow corridors, a couple of turns. The next door is painted white. It is also open. Klim was not mistaken. The brown trail leads to the medical bay. The poor pilot probably lost a couple of liters of blood before he crawled to the rescue medical capsule. And here he is, by the way. His withered body is awkwardly spread out, hanging between the floor and the white bed. In the almost sterile conditions of the ship, the tissues do not decompose, but simply dry out. The corpse now resembles a naked mummy. A fragment of a neuroshunt sticks out of his lower back. So that's why biogel didn't work. It is capable of removing foreign bodies from the body, but the neurocable consists of special materials and is perceived as one of the organs. While the pilot was in the capsule, The biogel maintained the wound in proper condition, but as soon as he left, bleeding began immediately. The medical capsule stand is heavily smeared with brown stains. The pilot bravely crawled to his destination, but was unable to climb onto the medical bed and died next to it. One step away from salvation. Poor guy. Klim appreciated his colleague's tenacity. Not everyone could have made it this far with their legs failing and bleeding. But on the wall, under the gateway terminal, there were also brown blood stains, as if someone had tried to climb a steep obstacle and spent a lot of time and effort on it. Oh my God! It dawned on Klim. The puzzle pieces finally came together. All the terminals located in many parts of the ship were at the height of an adult's chest. The wounded pilot, crawling to the exit, simply could not reach the controls. It took him incredible effort to climb the wall and open the airlock. Realizing that he could not withstand a second such execution, the owner activated open primary access so as not to mess with the rest of the doors and defense systems. After all, such a ship probably also has checkpoints with turrets. Yes, he is a genius. Klim himself would never have thought of using such an obvious way to quickly remove all obstacles from the path. It's a pity that the smart guy didn't manage to survive. On the other hand, then Klim would soon be dangling in a vacuum as a piece of frozen meat. Someone's death gave him salvation. Well, that's life. Klim lay down in the snow-white bed of the medical capsule, politely walking around the corpse on the floor so as not to disturb it. He would need to be buried with due honors. His pose clearly indicated that this guy had fought to the last. He hadn't curled up somewhere in the middle of the road in a fetal position, sobbing and feeling sorry for himself, but had endured the pain and stubbornly crawled. He had even almost climbed into the medical capsule, a real man. Well, the fact that he is one of the Lurtonians who meanly cheated a bunch of people is quite in the spirit of the morals of the modern Commonwealth. There is only one law in it, force, and the arguments in most negotiations end somewhere on the bells of the barrels of combat turrets. Chapter 2. New memory cam. New. It is a Nuste. Attention, there are side effects. There's no time to lie around for 3 whole days. What if the pursuers also break through the distortions? Start cleaning. The med capsule's cap slowly closed, and a pleasant drowsiness fell over Klim. When he woke up, the timer showed that an hour and a half had passed, although it felt like only a second. Cleaning completed. Condition satisfactory. Well, recommendation. Scanning for a complete M map. Begin? No. Another time. Now there are more important things to do. My head ached unpleasantly, and a slight weakness spread throughout my body. The consequences of the rapid treatment. It could have been worse. The guy shrugged as he climbed out of the medical capsule. He approached the medical bay terminal and brought up the ship's plan. He had to drag his fingers across the screen. The terminal did not respond to the neural network's requests. During open primary access, this was prohibited by the system to prevent remote hacking. To become the full owner of the KAR, you need to pass identification on the bridge. The one you were looking for quickly showed up on the plan, and Klim trudged there. In fact, he had long since gotten out of the habit of all these corridors, passages, and compartments. There is no free interior space in capsuleer-controlled ships. Everything is occupied by equipment, weapons, and securely packed in a thick layer of nano-armor, in the most protected place of which the pilot's capsule is located. Strictly, functionality, ergonomics, and minimization subordinated to one single goal: combat effectiveness. Partly for this reason, capsuleer ships are head and shoulders above ships with a crew. There is an old joke. The Reds came and drove the Whites out of the forest. Then the Whites came and drove the Reds out. The Reds gathered and drove the Whites out again. Then the Forester came and drove everyone out, the Whites, the Reds, and the Greens, who understood nothing. So this is about the capsuleer. Wherever the combat units of the UAP appear, the scales quickly tip in their favor. The General Pilots Agency has firmly taken a position above the endless political sides of the Commonwealth, fighting exclusively for those who can pay well,
and spits on the various patriotic calls of various states to support the right or to help the weak.
Free pilots do not serve anyone, but work for everyone. This is unusual for a native Earthling, but Klim quickly got used to the existing state of affairs. After all, you don't interfere with someone else's monastery with your own rules. Finally, the neural network's hints led him to the bridge, to a rather modest room with only 3 chairs. Although usually ships of this class are equipped with a large crew. On the captain's terminal to the right of the pilot's bed, which was also equipped with old control handles in addition to the neural network port, the same green exclamation mark was lit. Klim placed his palm on it. Go through the identification procedure? Yes. The skin tingled slightly. It was the scanner of the captain's terminal that took a DNA sample. Identification complete. Identifier status? Sole owner, the guy responded, involuntarily emphasizing the first word. Job title, Captain. It's nice to have my own ship again. To replace the destroyed destroyer which, what a pity, wasn't even insured. Klim answered a dozen more boring questions, sat down in the captain's chair and brought up general information on the screen. Object: Learton Mobile Shipyard Zook. Specialization: production of small and medium-sized ships. Here is another reason why the ship's line seems so strange, and there are only 3 chairs on the bridge. This is not a combat ship, but a mobile shipyard. It is just unclear where the rest of the crew went. The team must consist of about 100 engineers and technicians. Klim glanced at the list of blueprints in the database and whistled. Wow. Almost all types of military-grade equipment, even capsule ones, are there. This means that the shipyard belonged directly to the Federation and not to private individuals. The drawings are, of course, old, 50 years old, but at that time, these were the most advanced technologies of LERT. The Leartonians could not be so good at sharp footing in the program code but riveting crappy ships. In the end, LERT, with the whole world, was winning for 3 whole years. Unfortunately, Klim is unable to assess the quality of the presented products. He is not a technician, but a pilot. The general characteristics, which were easily deciphered by his minimal technological knowledge base, were quite consistent with the average indicator for the Commonwealth. However, Klim was unspeakably happy about this too. To seize such a prize was simply a huge achievement for a native of the wild world that Earth was considered to be. He could safely sell the beetle to the agency and provide for himself until the end of his days. He would have not only a new destroyer, but even a whole battle cruiser, or even a dreadnought. 2. Klim stretched out a smile. The onboard AI finally loaded up and allowed access to all ship systems via the neural network. Klim immediately wanted to look into the holy of holies of any shipyard, the design compartment. He slowly wandered there, activating the necessary protocols and giving orders along the way. Raise the temperature in the living quarters because it's a bit chilly. Start the ship's kitchen because my stomach is already growling. Turn on the cleaning and repair droids. You never know what might have broken here over 50 years of inactivity. At the threshold of the design bay, the guy froze hesitantly, reflexively reaching for the stun gun on his belt. 24 bodies froze in different parts of the room. Some were leaning over the terminal, some were stretched out in the middle of the aisle, some were hunched over in a chair. Many of the coveralls had torn holes. Everything was covered in brown, long-dried stains. Some panels were broken, and the terminals were damaged. Even the observation window, made of matte glass, which overlooked the huge assembly hangar, was cracked. Right at the entrance, on the floor, lies the cause of all these disasters: an assault rifle. Someone unknown shot a bunch of people in cold blood and threw away the weapon with an empty magazine. However, why unknown? A very well-known one. The same guy whose corpse is curled up in the medical bay. There is no one else. He turned out to be not only a stubborn fighter, but also a cruel killer. Apparently, having become convinced that the Federation of Lurt was on the verge of collapse, he did not lose his head and decided to take over the state property. And in order not to share, he arranged a massacre. This is also quite consistent with the order reigning in the Commonwealth. Want to take something? Take it if you can. And it doesn't matter who is behind the trophy. A huge corporation whose fleet surpasses the combat power of an alliance of several superpowers, or a tiny empire whose zone of influence is limited to one continent on a forgotten planet. Weaklings don't survive here, and no one will cry over a careless ally. Although, if they catch you red-handed, they'll rip your head off. An ally, after all. In the Commonwealth, you either have to be a wolf or join the flock if you're a sheep. And any pilot is a wolf by nature, although most have gathered in a pack under the menacing abbreviation UAP. Therefore, the pile of corpses did not make much of an impression on Klim. However, he was interested in the cabinet built into the side wall. It had an intricate symbol in the form of a crossed-out letter X and 2 reading panels. They were located on different sides of the cabinet so that only 2 people could open it, having simultaneously passed identification. Such security measures suggest that something valuable is stored in the cabinet. The sole owner's access allowed Klim to open the cabinet doors by simply touching one single panel. There were only 3 shelves. The top one was empty. The middle one had a small flat box, the size of a credit card, and the bottom one was simply filled with the same boxes. And on each one, in a beautiful stylized font, was written, Plex. With a trembling hand, Klim took one of the containers and, turning it over, looked at the scale on the back. Filling, 0%. Klim picked up the next box. 0%. 000. All the containers on the bottom shelf were empty. He grabbed the single Plex that was on the middle one. Filling, 5%. Not empty, but already pretty used. Logically, there used to be full ones at the very top, but now there's nothing there. The Federation of Lurt has run out of money. In 3 years of war for survival. Most likely, the shipyard was hidden in distortions because the Plex reserves were almost gone, and Klim had already imagined a small empire named after himself, where he is king and god. Oblomchikus, Mr. Klim. 5% of Plex is your ceiling. However, you can also print a ship with them, maybe even enough for a battle cruiser, if you don't go too fancy and limit yourself to installing cheap modules. And happiness was so possible, the pilot said disappointedly. Put the Plex to his chest, and the jumpsuit immediately grew a pocket in the right place, hiding the expensive find. And it is possible like this and like this. A cleaning droid was already frozen at the door of the compartment. It perceived the corpses as living crew members and was in no hurry to begin its duties in a room full of people. Why hadn't the former owner cleaned up here? He had done a lot of work and forgotten to clean up. No time? Klim gave the cleaner instructions via the neural network to dispose of the bodies, and wandered into the dining room, his stomach already brazenly scraping his ribs with its claws. Sitting at a table in the officer's mess and slowly chewing his food, Klim thoughtfully laid out the Plex in front of him. Field beam energy complex substance. The neural network displayed a hint window above the container, but Klim closed it in irritation. When he was a cadet at the academy, he tried with sincere stubbornness to figure out what Plex actually was. Field? Rays? Waves? Matter? Or all of these at once? He even splurged on a second base in physics, but he didn't understand anything at all, only general ideas that were available to the average person for free. Plex is a terribly expensive crap that can be used to make anything. With the right blueprints, of course. You can spend years scouring the universe, processing mountains of asteroid rock, isolating ores with suitable properties for creating complex devices. Or you can insert a small box like this into the synthesizer receiver and easily print out equipment of any configuration. Plex has no mass and no clear volume, but it has an incomprehensible filling and an obvious price, fluctuating around 1 billion credits. Ultimately, when using Plex, ship production becomes cheaper because there is no need to waste time on mining and processing. This turned Plex into a kind of gold, an additional currency that became quite popular in the Commonwealth, and factories for compacting matter into plexes quickly became the most guarded objects of corporations and states. And they required a huge amount of ore for their work every day. All in all, Klim became rich overnight by about 50 million, a fortune for some downtrodden official, but not such a big amount of money for a person from the immortal caste. The cheapest battle cruiser, Bear, without the accompanying equipment and weapons, costs around 30 million, and cruisers are practically expendable during major clashes. Some successful capsuleers change them like gloves twice a week, and Klim could no longer imagine himself outside the UAP. He was attracted by the vastness of space, the power and strength that powerful ships give. He wanted accomplishments and feats, epic battles. Settle down on a wild planet? Build a palace and start a harem? No. Better to rush between systems on a cheap mail Corvette, surrounded by the cold light of the stars, and live forever. The body immersed in biogel not only recovers, but also slowly regenerates. In a year of sitting in the mold of retie without leaving, you can become 2 months younger. Not a very effective indicator. But for capsuleers who spend most of their lives in capsules, this became another reason to be called immortal. They practically did not age. The memory of the empty Plex containers upset the pilot. Okay, he waved his hand harshly. What are you whining about? A day ago, all you had was an uninsured destroyer worth 3 million. And now 50 isn't enough for you? After this tirade, the gloomy mood brightened a little, and he remembered that he had not yet studied the logbook. It was worth finding out exactly how the beetle got into the area. Closed by distortions. Fortunately, this could already be done over the network, rather than stomping into the wheelhouse again. It turned out that the box is opened simply. In a certain place of distortions, the wall is very thin and a couple of explosions are enough to push it apart for a short time. True, a small crack appears and heals again within half an hour. The beetle itself will not fit into it. To remove the shipyard, a coordinated salvo of 5 cruisers or a powerful bomb will be needed. In fact, that's how it was hidden here, with the help of a salvo from the escort. The escort flew off to fight further, and the beetle remained. Damn, the pilot sighed. The idea of quickly and expensively selling the beetle technology to the agency will have to wait. After all, if he simply indicates the coordinates of the shipyard, the price will have to be reduced, and they can also rip him off. An unlikely scenario, of course. The UAP prefers not to deceive its pilots, but a lone wolf can always sneak into the pack. Having heard about the deal, someone will want to make a dirty trick and intercept the tempting prize. So, it is not worth the risk, and to drive such a giant alone, without a solid convoy, and even using neural network control, it's the same as simply giving it to pirates. All that remains is to print out a more modest boat for yourself and assemble a team of reliable guys, with which, again, I'll have to share, Klim thought sourly. No, let this damn shipyard stay where it is for now.
Even the simple opportunity to build a new ship for yourself without the markup of intermediaries is already valuable. In the future, the beetle will be useful to himself. Klim won't be in the back rows forever, so a ship is needed on which one can rise qualitatively, and most importantly, quickly. Klim immediately dismissed thoughts about a cruiser. Firstly, the required piloting skill is only filled by 20%, and this is one of the main requirements. Controlling ships through a capsule is not such a simple process and requires a long training. Even an earthling who has been driving a car for a long time, if he gets behind the wheel of a large tractor, is unlikely to reach his destination. Not only is the tractor much more massive, it has a 16-position gearbox. Try to figure it out. But a spaceship is far from being a tractor. Even the difference between a frigate and a corvette is like the difference between a bicycle and a racing car. Knowledge bases preloaded into the neural network are used for training. Their information is gradually transferred to the brain, forming new synapses. In the background, without auxiliary methods, this is a rather slow procedure. Comparatively slow, of course, if you teach yourself, using textbooks and notebooks. Then, it will take 100 years. Secondly, it is simply impossible to print a fully equipped cruiser with only 5% of plex. At best, you will get a half-empty blank, which is only good for running vase. What remains are the good old destroyers, the skills for which have been largely learned. You just need to choose something multifunctional enough to earn a little extra money. But everywhere. Klim delved into the list of available blueprints, and soon his head was spinning. It's not that the choice was too great. It's just that pilots usually select a ship for a specific task, ideally for each individual raid. There are a lot of specializations and directions. Everything is complicated and confusing. A ship that meets many requirements at once will in fact be useless everywhere. It is necessary to determine the zone of use. Klim didn't even think about mining ore. It's not his business to spend weeks drilling asteroids. Cargo transportation. He got tired of it in the first couple of years, when he was driving a mail corvette to earn enough for a normal ship. Faction war. Hiring into a temporary squadron to conduct combat operations for a reward. It is thanks to the latter that he is now sitting in the Beetle, having almost died a couple of times on the way. Already the fifth, easy walk, with beating off the heads of backward core, turned into a trap with superior enemy forces and mass murder of capsuleers. By the way, yes. Why did the enemies so persistently hammer all the capsules in a row? Well, not for fun, that's for sure. Some scumbags who hate all capsuleers without exception? Come on, nonsense. Unless they were looking for someone specific, for whom, in fact, they started the whole game. Now that's an idea. Klim immediately remembered the young prince Vsevolod, whom he had met before the last battle. Since the UAP agents have long been scouring the universe in search of suitable candidates, it is not surprising that their small representation has appeared on Earth. This is not advertised in order to avoid panic or cultural and technological shock. And the agency is not interested in the backward planet as a whole. They are looking for individuals with the necessary IQ and the beginnings of SES abilities. There are few of them, but only they are suitable for capsuleers. Singles do not survive in the Commonwealth, and this forces intelligent beings to unite into various clans, communities, corporations, empires, kingdoms, and so on, so on, so on. This entire flower garden is limited only by the imagination of creatures who have come up with a ton of forms of government, interactions, and divisions based on some, often idiotic, characteristics. There are many people from the planet Earth in the Commonwealth. Some cooperate with each other, creating their own associations. One of them was the clan Slavs, with a base on the planet Slava. Who is included in it is not difficult to guess from the name. The Commonwealth tested these guys for strength many times, like any other new community, which are born and die in it every minute. Who the clanmates did not have to fight with. All the larger neighbors always want to crush the newcomers. However, the Slavs did not want to lie down under anyone, and zealously defended their independence. Several times the clan was seriously beaten, but as usual, did not give up, each time rising from the ashes like the mythical phoenix. Klim received an invitation to join its ranks, but he was skeptical about a union in which power was passed on by inheritance. All these kings, counts, and other nobles were puzzling. Another thing was the pilot rating, practiced in the OAP, and changing depending on the pilot's success. He blurted out something like that in front of the prince at a reception given in honor of the upcoming little war. Such receptions are rare, and Klim generally tried not to attend such events. But sometimes you need to get out of the capsule so that you don't go crazy. So, I got out on my own head. As usual, I blurted it out right away, and then thought about it and regretted it. This is the employer, your mother. Now he will get offended and will not confirm the contract because of stupid political disagreements. But Vsevolod, whose piercing gaze made you want to stand at attention, behaved completely differently, contrary to expectations. He did not make a shrill scandal, but quite calmly remarked, "Blood is thicker than water. It is unlikely that a worthy, brave, and honest man would raise his son to be a scumbag, just as it is unlikely that a dull, narrow-minded cattle would give birth to an intellectual. Exceptions, of course, happen, but in our clan," he said, "not in mine. Although he was like a king here with all the consequences, but specifically in ours. The guy did not show off, demonstrating superiority, but defended his point of view. Klim liked this. In our clan, everyone has a chance to take their rightful place. The negligent will be demoted, the skilled will earn the position and pass it on to their descendants. There are no eternal pariahs, just as there are no eternal untouchables."
So what?
Klim responded skeptically and nodded towards the first advisor, apparently a count, or even a duke, plowing through the festive hall with an important air. The pot-bellied conceit made you want to punch him in the face. He had already annoyed most of the invited pilots with slippery hints about how cool and great he was, and also with a veiled offer to chat after the tete-a-tete reception.
Even if a very big shot stumbles, will they make him a lackey?
"Even I will be kicked out of my chair if I start being stupid," the prince smiled simply. "And about Uncle Casimir, you are wrong. He is a very smart politician, although he does not make a very good impression at first. So the first advisor is his uncle, which means he is definitely a duke." However, Klim did not really understand all this title bullshit, and so he spat. He was interested in something else, the prince said. "A chair. Not a throne. Not a throne. A chair. The young ruler treats his position as a responsible position, and not a sacred right received at birth." "Interesting guy, and a capsuleer too. He studied at the UAP Pilot Academy like me," thought Klim, but he was in no hurry to promise to join anywhere. "Maybe I'll think about it later." He had just assembled his first destroyer, and did not want to be a pawn in the game of the big guys. And the next day, what happened, happened. A simple operation to drive the small fry away from the asteroid cluster, so that the Slavs could safely mine the ore without being attacked by the hunters, suddenly turned into a trap. The small fry turned out to be an organized armada of capsuleers, who would hardly have gathered to protect a useless mine in the middle of nowhere. Someone had hired them specifically to destroy the Slavs. No, not the Slavs. The clan's army was represented by only a dozen ships, one of which, by the way, was commanded by Prince Vsevolod. In the first minutes of the battle, his cruiser suffered the most. A well-coordinated salvo almost disintegrated it, but Vsevolod managed to escape on a capsule and get lost among the survivors. The enemy cornered the remaining UAP mercenaries at the distortions and then began shooting at all the capsules in a row. 100% looking for the prince. It is even clear who the customer is, Uncle Casimir. Only he benefits from Vsevolod's death, since the first advisor is now also the next contender for the throne. What a bastard! Here Klim recalled his attempts to quietly negotiate with the members of the mercenary squadron. The next day, the 5 negotiators did not show up for the gathering at Slava's orbit. It is unlikely that they were killed in a vile manner. Most likely, the pilot still took part in the raid, but on the enemy side. This is allowed if the contract has not yet been confirmed. And it was confirmed at the gathering itself, and it was Casimir who insisted on this incomprehensible moment in advance. A truly smart politician, Klim belatedly agreed with the prince, or rather a cunning one. To confirm this theory, it is enough to show up at the agency branch and request recruitment lists. Klim knows one of the possible defectors very well. It is Marin. They studied together at the academy. A bastard and a mean one, but he chose a provocative name for himself. He has nothing to present. Marin acted within the regulations. He is not obliged to disclose the terms of his new contract, but given the circumstances, namely the danger to the lives of colleagues, he could have hinted, especially to a classmate. It would be stupid to hit him in the face, but it would be possible to take apart the ship, seize the capsule, and have a heart-to-heart talk. The rules do not prohibit this, if you know the right places, free from surveillance and prohibitions. Klim knew. The universe is infinite. The galaxies are huge. The stars are countless. Many forms of intelligent life have emerged in space, and some of them prefer to stick together. Not only for the sake of communication, but also because it is easier to take wealth and knowledge from neighbors than to create them yourself. At least that is the impression the Commonwealth gives at first glance. By the way, Klim was very surprised at the time, but most of the intelligent beings in the Commonwealth are humanoids. But there are also others. Not just unlike people, but completely alien. You can't make peace or an alliance with them. You can't adopt common laws. You can't come to an agreement. It's not always possible to even establish contact. Just as you can't persuade an avalanche to wait a little while you get out of its way. They either don't understand, or don't want to understand, or they simply don't care, and there's no point in trying to persuade caterpillars not to eat your favorite currant bush. It's easier to take a can of diclofos and poison the bastards. They come in different forms. A super ice-skin created by the ancients who suddenly realized that he was a person and suddenly decided to become the emperor of the entire universe. A race of CSI-gifted worms that perceive humanity as a dangerous virus. A swarm of insectoids that can only fight and devour planets. And they behave differently. Some build impregnable chains of fortresses, capturing entire arms of galaxies. Some travel on a mothership, arranging judgment days in the most unexpected places. Some lie in wait and snatch lonely travelers from the warp, acting in small squadrons. All them are united by one thing, a restless desire to destroy others. Thoughtlessly, furiously, without explanation. Such were given a common name. URT. Conventionally intelligent creatures. However, recently, with a light hand of Earthlings, another nickname has stuck to them. NPC, they working out a narrow role, not particularly concerned with logic. Besides being dangerous and unreasonably hostile, URTs also have some benefits. First of all, the assholes force people to stick together and form alliances. so as not to become easy prey for the armadas of the same super-iskin. And this is good. Otherwise, the Commonwealth would have eaten itself up long ago in countless one for influence. Secondly, they are an endless source of valuable trophies, new technologies, useful artifacts, valuable resources. For example, insects produce gas, which scientists have never learned to produce, but quickly figured out how to use it profitably. Every day, in different parts of the Commonwealth, large fleets are formed and sent on raids into the territory of some URT to drive away particularly persistent freaks or just to earn some extra money. Hundreds of novice pilots follow behind, separately from the raid, and, after the battle, they pick up the leftovers, while the adults turn a blind eye to this matter. They too were once young and poor. Marin has bragged many times about where he collects the remains of loot after big fights, something that the main participants in the battle did not like. He can easily be caught there. The places are dangerous, and no one will notice the disappearance of one of the newcomers. All that's left is to pick a fast enough ship and correctly assemble the equipment, which must include a warp jammer and a stasis network. The first will prevent the enemy from escaping into the warp. The second will slow down the maneuvering engines. True, such equipment eats up a lot of energy, and there will be almost no energy left for guns. How then to take apart the enemy? It would be good to take a partner with good weapons. On the other hand, if you get close enough and attack unexpectedly, a ship with medium armament will suffice, especially if it is superior to the Marina frigate in all other respects. Klim's gaze fell on the multi-mode destroyer Zoom. That's what he needed. The ship is capable of switching between several modes, increasing speed, range, or protection, depending on current needs. This affects the overall power, but considering that it costs almost 30 million, all the modules are of such quality that the ship will give a head start to any cruiser. At the same time, there will be enough plex left to print the necessary equipment. Modern nano-armor crystal lattices and energy shields can withstand titanic loads, and to destroy them, you need appropriate offensive means. Theoretically, you can design a ship with 100 weapon slots, but it will eat so much that no capacitor will be able to handle it. Installing low-power weapons is not an option. It will take several hours to drain enemy shields. Preference is usually given to several super-powerful turrets that will drain the enemy in a few volleys. Otherwise, there is simply no point in attacking. Only huge battleships and immense dreadnoughts can boast dozens of slots for installing weapons. The destroyer has a more modest number, and you still need to squeeze in additional equipment. Since there is no single correct set of modules, pilots spend countless hours assembling equipment. It's part of being a capsuleer. Klim, as always, approached the task very carefully. The destroyer must not only capture and disassemble Marin's trough. This is just a one-time action. But it must also be useful later as the main ship. For almost a day, the guy was selecting options, developing schemes. And only after weighing and rechecking everything 100 times did he go to the design section. The schematics were loaded, the Plex container took its place in the receiver, the orders were given. The first flashes lit up behind the slightly cracked viewing matte glass facing the assembly hall. The shipyard manipulators moved from their places, materializing the skeleton of the future ship. Zoom is somewhat similar to another line of multi-mode destroyers. Faravex, Arc Corporation. Klim studied them back in the academy, old but far from obsolete models. The same, a powerful torso, a convex head, weapon ports along the perimeter of the face. It seems that the Lurtonians, without further ado, simply copied someone else's project. But it must be admitted, they did a great job.
The guys selected the best technological solutions, combining them into almost ideal. Well, wait for Marin. God forbid you end up where I think you are, alive and well and with a whole ship. Klim was still aware that he could be wrong, and all his suspicions were just a whim. Chapter 3. Returning to the medical bay, Klim carefully placed the withered body in the medical capsule and gave the order for a post-mortem scan. 5 minutes later, the neural network received a report. Death occurred as a result of critical blood loss. The wound was caused by a foreign object lodged between the thoracic and lumbar spine. The body is poisoned by the decomposition products of the Raitai mold. Recent, partially healed, brain damage detected, neural network installation area affected, communication node destroyed. Here is another solution to the strange behavior that Klim attributed to malfunctions or a software limitation. The man did not open the airlock remotely, as is usually done, because his neural network was damaged and lost connection. The colony of nanorobots included in the network kit fixes such things within a few hours. But the man did not have them. He was dying. Strong, tramp. Poisoned, bleeding, with a broken head. No legs and no communication. It was as if karmic revenge had befallen him for the murdered tribesmen. And yet he managed to reach the medical bay. True, it did not help him. He died. Karma. That's karma. The deceased, although he was a real ghoul, having killed dozens of his own, still commanded a certain amount of respect. Klim decided not to abandon his original intention, but to bury the capsuleer properly, and called a repair droid. The medpod wrapped the corpse in a durable white shroud. Klim loaded it onto the droid's platform and followed the repairmen into the airlock. There, the shroud migrated to the damaged capsule, and the droid slammed and welded the emergency flaps of the frontal armor. A soft slap, and the capsule with the Lurtonian set off on its final flight, to a star shining surrounded by fluctuation distortions. The journey is not short. Perhaps more than 100 years will pass before the rounded shell reaches the crown of the yellow dwarf, where it will burn up. Klim switched the nearest terminal to external view and silently watched for several minutes as the shining spark disappeared into the darkness.
But I'm planning to live forever, buddy.
Klim smiled slightly.
So far, so good.
It took a week to print the zoom. After all, the shipyard is low power. These are not the giants that the OAP uses. Additionally, Klim was generous enough to buy an improved capsule, deciding not to count on the usual leniency of his capsuleer brothers. He even equipped it with a light hybrid turret capable of shooting down missiles. There wasn't enough plex for all the plans. Some things had to be left until better times. However, the resulting set of equipment was head and shoulders above everything that Klim had previously had. It's a pity that all the modules can't be installed at once. There aren't many medium and small slots in the zoom. Before each operation, the set will need to be changed to the optimal one, and this can't be done in outer space. The warp jammer and stasis network needed to catch Marin were sent to the destroyer's hold to await their time. While the Beetle was unsealing the destroyer, Klim crawled around the shipyard from top to bottom. The most interesting thing, naturally, was found in the captain's cabin, or rather the entire 6-room apartment. The first thing that caught my eye was a bracelet with a set of hacking utilities, with the proud inscription, "Created in Lirta." Of course, you can't hack a banking system with this, but you can hack an electronic door lock. Something like a universal master key. After all, the Lurtonians knew how to write code. Even now, their software is in little demand. The bracelet easily snapped onto the wrist and changed color to match the skin of its new owner, becoming almost invisible. We also found a good set of crystals with bases and an armored stormtrooper suit, which did not come with a rifle. Klim looked at the latter with a slight grin. remembering a funny mishap that had happened to him once. When he was a cadet, he thought he could do everything: steer ships, create technologies, build vessels, punch bad guys in the face. But everyday reality quickly put everything in its place. You can't be an expert in everything. This was proven to him by one of the suckers, a first-year student who had just started training at the infantry school. They met in one of the bars, on Alpha 6 Sector Crest, on the station where the UAP concentrated the institutions for training personnel. A small misunderstanding. Klim no longer remembered why it happened.
Word for word. Insult after insult. And now the guys have already put out their fists. The infantrymen swung first. Klim noticed the swing, classified the threat, calculated the trajectory, and did what any skilled pilot would do in his place. He defended himself. No, he did not dodge, did not put up a block, but reflexively strained the area of the brain responsible for the distribution of the shield power. To the credit of the Pilot Academy cadet, it must be admitted that when his head smashed into the floor plate, the capsuleer did not lose concentration for a moment, continuing to stubbornly increase his defenses. When a pilot is in a bad way, or rather especially at the moment when he is in a bad way, the shields must be turned on at maximum. This is an immutable law of combat. Lying on the floor like a sack and realizing how he had screwed up, Klim began to laugh, which caused his opponent considerable surprise. Fortunately, he did not kick the man while he was down, and later they even got acquainted, and as is usual after some fights, they became friends. Chirik turned out to be a nice guy, and even dragged Klim into the training hall, where he clearly demonstrated what future stormtroopers are trained to do. It was then that Klim finally realized that everyone should do their own thing. Pilots should destroy enemy ships, and infantrymen should suppress manpower. There are no universalists. The same multi-mode zoom can reconfigure itself into a sniper or increase its speed and maneuverability by expanding the limits of its accelerators. But even in these modes, it cannot compare with a frigate, designed for pure speed or hit further than a specialized torpedo. Klim liked the suit, but he didn't even think about dressing up in it. The stun gun on his belt was enough. And it's better not to even use it, but to concentrate on what you really do best. Preparations complete, modules installed, spare equipment loaded into hold. Plex shows 0% capacity. Theoretical 50 million credits spent. Klim did not regret it. All he needed was a new ship and the great space around. He had moved the shipyard closer to the star in advance so that its radiation would cover the beetle and activated the camouflage field generators. Even if someone managed to accidentally get into the zone closed by distortions, it would be difficult for him to find the shipyard. The last jump gate was behind them, and the zoom emerged in the crest sector. The Alpha 6 station hung majestically near the gate, the alma mater of almost all pilots from Earth. The UAP tries to group its employees by national and racial characteristics in order to avoid unnecessary tension. Conflicts often flare up even out of nowhere, let alone if one of the classmates has horns instead of hair. Klim requested permission to dock and let the autopilot do the rest. 8 minutes later, the zoom froze in the dock, and the capsule slid out of the layers of nano-armor and settled into a special bed. The pumps slowly pumped out the biogel. The regenerator's automation washed and dried the pilot's body from the remnants of the retie mold. And only then did the neuroshunts turn off. Klim leaned out of the capsule, and the first thing that flashed before his eyes was an advertisement. Dozens of similar messages: buy, take, use. Klim activated the anti-spam protocol in the neural network. pulled on his jumpsuit and checked the stunner. At this time, the capsule, deprived of biogel, folded into a transport position and became almost 4 times smaller. Now, if necessary, it can even be loaded into a taxi. Parking is free for OAP members. Klim registered at the terminal and left the dock. Several quiet corridors, a modest elevator. It quickly lifted the pilot to the middle levels of the station and hospitably opened the doors. The huge distribution hall is filled with bustle. Cars and cargo droids drive by. People walk. The discordant noise of the crowd pierces the ears. The joyful cries of 2 guys dressed in who knows what, whose images are projected onto the 10-meter wall of the hall, are especially jarring. It's a pity that advertising on billboards can't be cut off as easily as email. You just graduated from the academy? You have no experience, average IQ, and no skills? They don't take you on URT raids because you can't do a damn thing? Your choice is the battlecruiser, Perfo.
What's so cool about this degenerate of hell?
A huge shield buffer. Your shield is so strong that it regenerates itself without pumping the capacitor.
The fucking perfo locks onto targets at an indecent distance and shoots even further.
Can deal all types of damage and has some pretty hefty bonuses to laser equipment.
A powerful AI is designed to work with electronic warfare systems and will help you control a dozen drones, even if your level of PSI talent is close to 0, while the drones will fight smarter than a herd of Sanar attackers. You simply won't have to do anything. This deadly creature will take aim and take apart the enemy before you even notice it. What? Who's there? Oops, you're already dead. And then Perfo will suck all the trophies into its vast hold, not leaving even the last burnt-out microcircuit for the clinging vultures. Not demanding to the pump. Just a year in the medical capsule under acceleration, and on this thick plate of nano armor, you will already be able to fly without feeling damaged. I almost forgot. Another incredible offer. Let our corporation go bankrupt, but we will throw a dirty trick at our competitors. What? Something else? Yes. Acceleration drugs. Annual rent of a medical capsule, and the necessary knowledge bases are included in the price of the cruiser. Hurry. This promotion is active for a limited time. You still doubt it? Just try Perfo in action and forget everything else. This bastard scares even us. Corporation. Nemesis Shipyards. Only the most destructive of the lethal. Klim shook his head. He had already become a little unaccustomed to intrusive advertising slogans. Completely useless if you don't have a rich dad or a solid bank account. A novice solo pilot can't afford the price of the Nemesis. Here is Prince Vivolod. Probably did not drive a mail Corvette after the academy, but went straight to his clan, where a tricked-out ship, filled with modern equipment, was already waiting for him. The difference in origin had an effect. The Commonwealth generally has a very extensive system of castes, the distance between which is simply astonishing. Half-naked, eternally hungry inhabitants of the lower levels of the station, who have a simple chip instead of a neural network, dream of being in the place of an ordinary qualified worker. At least they know what they will eat for dinner, have their own living container and medical insurance. The workers perceive them as gods, specialists, junior managers, and freelancers. After all, they have comfortable multi-room apartments, fast cars, and a vacation that can be spent somewhere on the beaches of Nostan Paradise. And the clerks and mercenaries, in turn, idolize the higher-ups, the corporate bigwigs, and the UAP agents.
With their homes on the planet's surface, the opportunity to breathe clean air, personal intra-system shuttles and luxury housing, and so on, higher and higher. Here you can meet a skinny old man dressed in rags, who has no idea that behind the steel walls of his world hangs the thick darkness of the space vacuum, and can only count to 20.
Or you can meet a young guy, packed in modern gadgets from head to toe, in whose brain dozens of knowledge bases on chip architecture and system hacking are sewn up. The latter is capable of easily, with just the power of thought, that is, by activating several exploits via the neural network, hacking the station's control AI, and forcibly ventilating the lower levels, effectively destroying the world of the former. However, not many of the latter even suspect the existence of the former. And neither the former, nor the latter, nor even the fifth and sixth, are able to earn as much in their entire lives as a novice capsuleer will rake in for one successful raid. And there is the same gap with technology. In the same store you can buy a navigation AI the size of a pinhead, or a 2-kilogram home computer that can only recognize its owner and open doors for him. This is the truth of life.
And on Earth, in fact, it's the same. A crumbling shack with an old woman who watches TV with a convex kinescope screen only in the evenings to save electricity is located 100 meters from a 3-story building bristling with satellite dishes and halogens of multicolored spotlights. The pot-bellied owner of a large house arrives once a week in a cool SUV with a navigation system and brings a crowd of friends to grill shashlik and drink expensive cognac. This is how it is, and most likely will always be. A bank account that any manager would envy allowed Klim to easily hire a taxi, but he used the tunnel, an analog of the earthly metro, to get used to the hustle and bustle of the station and feel like an average person, not a steel giant furrowing space, at the same time, to figure out how to quickly find Marin. There were several ways to do this, but the cheapest and most discreet was to look through the hiring lists. Beginner pilots are rarely recruited through advertisements. For the most part, they are left behind to show up at their home station. It happens that more successful friends find a gold mine for the development of which a small team is urgently needed. But none of the experienced pilots want to deal with such a trifle, and taking an untested person from the outside is fraught with danger. And then you can find suitable partners by simply looking through the lists and finding old friends. Finding himself in his kennel, which the OAP leaves for graduates of the academy for a 15-year period. By the way, all these 15 years are included in the term of the contract for payment for training. Klim had to give 30% of his profits to the agency. But extortionate payments. But without the financial support of the OAP, he would have remained on Earth, toiling as a simple engineer at a factory. Klim downloaded the registry of updates, searched through it, and immediately exclaimed, "Yes!" His greatest fear was that Marin would disappear somewhere, and he would have to wait for him, an Alpha 6 Cross, for an eternity. But he turned up almost at the very top of the list. Klim asked for more detailed information. Marin, rating, newbie, ship, frigate Ryler, status, available for hire. Bitch, Klim winced. Previously, Marin flew the Grelka, a very weak and slow frigate, the only advantage of which is a spacious belly for collecting trophies. Now he has moved to the Reeler, also one of the cheap models. It can be assembled in 3 minutes from shit and sticks, but it bites surprisingly hard. The Reeler is not so easy to capture. It can only be destroyed if its pilot gets involved in a fight. But if he decides to run away, the stasis network will not slow him down enough. He will have to mess around for a long time, and some third factor may come into play. I would not want to lose the only chance to catch Marin by surprise. After all, if he manages to break free, then he will not be caught so easily the second time. Oh well. After all, revenge is a dish best eaten cold. It's enough that Klim confirmed his guess. The acquisition of a new ship proves that Marin did warm his hands on Slava's operation, and he could only do this if he participated on the side of the winners. Of course, changing the contract to a more favorable one is not a reason for revenge. But if you already have a grudge against the bastard, then why not punish him? And the tooth appeared a long time ago. During one of the last training raids, Marin stayed on lookout to warn the others in case of guests. The job seemed easy. But when the hunters showed up, the guard estimated his chances of survival if he gave the alarm and chose to run away quietly, abandoning his comrades. The unexpected reinforcements that came to the enemy cost many cadets their ships and penalty points in tactics. Klim himself barely escaped with his life on a nearly destroyed ship, and since then he was looking for an opportunity to quietly get even, since the Academy rules did not see any violations in Marin's behavior. The pilot preferred to keep the ship in points, quite logical in those circumstances. The Academy does not care that by earthly standards he acted meanly, and Klim was not the only one who wanted to get even. You can spread a rumor, wait a bit, and someone else from the participants of that mess will join in the retribution. It will be easier to take apart the reeler with a crowd. But there are a couple of downsides. The Marin can hear about the impending troubles and go into hiding, and it is customary to decide matters of this kind alone. If, of course, you want to be known as a seasoned space wolf and not a dog capable of attacking, only as part of a pack of equally cowardly mongrels, you need to either act alone, waiting for a more opportune moment, or pick one or two partners during a personal meeting, and such that they won't chatter either before or after the operation. Klim studied the recruitment list again and did not find a single familiar name. After all, the Commonwealth is too huge, and there are not so many people from Earth in it, and not all of them are in a hurry to leave traces on the network. However, before abandoning the original plan, it was worth checking other options for finding a partner. The Earth Bar differs from the string of similar establishments only by a long list of drinks based on ethyl alcohol and realistic views of the Earth's landscapes on panoramic monitors. Well, and also by the presence of a live bartender. Most of the native inhabitants of the Commonwealth do not like such an anachronism. Talk to another person to order a hot drink, and he will also prompt you with the choice, "You are kidding me. Who needs this?" Non-Earthlings almost never visited it also, because for most friendly livers 50 grams of vodka is a lethal dose. Eating and drinking in establishments of narrow racial national specialization is only allowed after testing all the menu offers with a special sampler. There is even a corresponding warning at the entrance. Klim sat down at his favorite corner table to the left of the entrance. That way he could see every visitor. In the middle of the bar, a projection of the globe was slowly rotating, facing the pilot Eurasia. The bartender came up, a broad-shouldered brute with a barely noticeable beer belly. He nodded in greeting. "Hi, Klim. Haven't been here for a long time. How are things going?" "I'm not complaining," the guy chuckled. "Have any of my guys been here recently?" The bartender is a former fighter of the assault battalion, who opened his own small business after being discharged. He collected a large card index, recording the data of each visitor in a neural network. Therefore, he remembered all his clients perfectly, knew who was friends with whom, and often passed on news and greetings. "I'm sorry, but the last one from your class to go on a bender was Sasha Blaka," the bartender disappointed. "Almost a year ago. It's a pity.
Klim shrugged. And then it's a bummer. He ordered a salad, a glass of cognac, and stared at the nearby viewing screen. It blossomed into a three-dimensional picture, the kind you could easily see from the window of any kitchen in a provincial town on Earth. A narrow courtyard surrounded by 9-story buildings, a playground, a bench with grannies, and mothers strolling with strollers. The bartender apparently looked at his fellow countryman's personal file and launched a suitable video. Klim could easily afford to visit his native world in person, quietly land the capsule somewhere on the outskirts, walk around the city where he was born. Some pilots did just that. It's not for nothing that the Earth's internet is full of reports of UFO sightings. But he had no relatives left, and nostalgia can be indulged in at a bar. The pilot continued his meal, noting new visitors out of the corner of his eye. The unfamiliar youngsters in the academy cadet uniforms were still arriving. There were already about 30 people gathered at the central table. The guys were celebrating something boisterously. Wow, Klim noted, and the Earthlings are starting to have success with the agency's recruiters. At some point, another guy walked into the bar, and his movements seemed vaguely familiar to the pilot. He saw this face and figure for the first time, but he couldn't shake off the persistent feeling of déjà vu. Changed your appearance? It is not customary to take revenge on mercenaries. Responsibility for their actions during the execution of the contract lies entirely with the employers. But this rule is often violated. There will always be someone who blames the contractor. Klim thought that he was just like that, since he got mad at Marin because of the incident with Slava. However, this case was a little different. Slava was simply the last straw that broke the camel's back. Anticipating such a turn of events, the OAP gives its pilots the opportunity to change their name, appearance, and registration number in order to avoid pursuit, without losing their accumulated rating. Inexpensive cellular repurposing changes the appearance beyond recognition in just 24 hours. However, to hide the usual gestures, proud posture, and majestic look of a person accustomed to— No, not to command. To command. That's more correct. It cannot hide this. Klim seemed to be back in the banquet hall, casually chatting with the clan leader of the Slavs. The visitor, who had modestly sat down at a distant table, exuded noble origins. The pilot, of course, could be wrong, and so he was in no hurry to sit down next to him and start a conversation. He patiently waited until the visitor had finished talking to some acquaintance, finished eating, and headed for the exit, and only then moved to intercept him, and, accidentally. "I beg your pardon." Klim spread his hands. "My fault. I was lost in thought, like the last first-year student." "It's okay," the guy responded. "It happens." He didn't show by gesture or look that they knew each other. His face remained completely unperturbed, and even when Klim, in a loud whisper, said to the guy who had turned towards the exit, "Wow, nothing but princes around," he didn't break stride or flinch. He just barely tensed his back muscles and disappeared into the passageway faster than he should have. This might mean absolutely nothing, but Klim still returned to his table and waited patiently for 30 minutes. And when he left the bar, he looked around the surroundings very carefully, but didn't notice anything. It seems I really was wrong, which is not surprising after all the worries and reflections. Klim imagined a Marin in every fourth passerby. Cellular reprofiling is available not only to pilots, and the fashion is the same for everyone, so many of the station's inhabitants look alike, as if brothers. Sometimes he just wanted to grab the next Marin by the chest and hit him in the bridge of the nose with his forehead. The effects of mild intoxication were taking their toll. Klim called a taxi over the network and went to the hotel for the OAP pilots.
He didn't feel like sleeping yet and remembered about the master key bracelet. There was simply no place to check this thing on the beetle. The bracelet quickly found the control AI, the door lock of the number, and sent it to the owner's neural network. / the Domov AI has been discovered. / standard lock stock detected. Security firmware is out of date. Update? Holy shit, the guy grinned. A 50-year-old gadget, one might say an ancient rarity, wants to update the firmware in a lock that is at most 4 years old. This can only be seen in the Commonwealth. Update. A second delay, and the door lock information window began to play with new items. / remote control, / reports of hacking attempts, / warning, the device does not support triple encryption, and a bunch of other nonsense from which one can conclude that Klim's constipation is complete crap. Should I buy a new one? On the other hand, there's nothing to steal in the room, except for the dress uniform, which I only wore twice. This one will do, the pilot decided. Like most capsuleers, he always carried everything he needed with him or stored it in the capsule's case. If you, for some reason, can't take your property with you into space, then you don't need it. While playing with the bracelet settings, Klim himself didn't even notice how he dozed off. He was awakened by an unexpected vibration on his wrist.
Attention! Unauthorized entry.
Even the updated firmware couldn't handle the break-in, but at least it gave the owner a fair warning. Previously, a simple lock wouldn't have even squeaked, silently letting the burglars in. Still not fully awake, Klim quietly leaned over the overalls lying on the floor and took the stun gun off his belt. He hid it under the pillow so that the barrel was aimed at the doorway of the room and pretended to be asleep. Through narrowed eyelids, you can see the only visitor walk into the bedroom completely silently. If the bracelet hadn't warned Klim, he wouldn't have batted an eyelid, continuing to snore quietly. The guest moved so quietly. A professional saboteur, perhaps? Klim tensed up, prepared to shoot, but the stranger, suddenly feeling something, stopped by the wall and, after thinking for a second, sat down in a chair, crossing his legs. He also placed his hands on the armrests, as if demonstrating peaceful intentions. "You are surprisingly careless for a person who so easily noticed my appearance in the room." The voice is strange, but familiar intonations slip through. "I thought you would jump up and start rushing around." "You won't get it." Klim grinned, lifted the pillow with his free hand, and nodded at the stun gun aimed at the visitor. "And you were wrong about the carelessness, too. I'm glad you're not as frivolous as you seem, and I'm so glad." Klim smiled. Without taking his eyes off the guest for a moment, he crawled higher onto the pillow and placed the stunner on top of the blanket. Few people use such bedding. The smart bed sensitively regulates the temperature comfortable for the owner. But Klim could not break the habit. He felt uncomfortable without a blanket and could not fall asleep. "What do I owe you?" Klim aimed the stun gun at his interlocutor's chest. "It seemed to me that you wanted to talk," he shrugged. The lights in the room turned on, responding to the owner's command. The guest's blurry figure in the semi-darkness turned into the same guy Klim had met in the bar. "Ah, it's you, and I already thought it was robbers." "In the OAP hotel? I suppose such reckless robbers were shot within a week of opening." The guest waved his hand. For a moment, Klim thought he saw a green ring on his middle finger, but after a closer look, he realized he was mistaken. "I'll get straight to the point, so as not to waste time. I don't have any money, so your efforts were in vain. If I wanted money, I wouldn't have been so stupidly caught in the bar. And you would have already been packed into a bag, although most likely into several small bags. Your favorite uncle probably appointed an excellent reward. You are not far from the truth, so I wasn't mistaken after all." Klim nodded. "Then it's unclear why you showed up here. If I were you, I would have either settled everything right there in the bar, or I would have already been very far away. The bar is too crowded, and you could have accomplices. Initially, I was inclined to flee, but then curiosity overcame me. If a person who once saw me at a reception managed to easily recognize me at the first meeting, then what can I expect from my uncle's secret police? How? I want to upset you. You haven't changed one bit, Prince. Vsevolod turned his gaze to the full-length monitor built into the bedroom wall, which immediately switched to mirror mode. This gave reason to think that the guest was controlling the room's AI. Oh, how bad, thought Klim. And it's too late to intercept it with the bracelet. He'll notice. That means we can expect other dirty tricks from the prince. However, it would be completely stupid to think that a guest in his position would show up at someone else's home without an ace up his sleeve. The prince, meanwhile, examined himself meticulously. Cellular reprofiling changes only soft tissues, but the surgeon did his best. Still young, but already experienced and sinewy, the space wolf from the mirror did not at all resemble the puny young ruler that Vsevolod had been at the reception. I don't understand. Gestures, gait, ability to carry yourself, Klim prompted. Etiquette and rules of conduct were hammered into me from childhood, yes. But that's not enough. I tried to blend in with the crowd, and I was taught that too. The look. You look in such a way that you want to stand at attention. Our tactics coach looked like that. I see. Vsevolod looked appraisingly at Klim, and he finally wanted to stand at attention. So what are we going to do now? As I already said, I have no money.
I find it hard to believe.
Uncle tried. Vsevolod spread his hands, and many loyal people turned out to be not as loyal as I thought. Now I'm empty. Only the account in the OAP remains. The, quote, secret police didn't get to it.
But when you return to power, you will thank the people who helped you in difficult times.
Naturally, but then the question arises, what prevents these people from receiving the reward right now, without having to get involved in dangerous enterprises? Casimir will pay well, no doubt about it.
Just 2 words.
Klim grinned.
Wise and politician.
Placed next to each other, they discourage any desire to cooperate. I hope the payment doesn't include a magnetic mine attached to the side. I understand you there, nodded the prince.
And I didn't notice anything suspicious in my uncle's behavior until the very end.
Vsevolod irritably hit his fist into his open palm.
Okay, it's too late to regret,
Klim reassured the guest. We need to fix it. He casually threw off the blanket along with the stun gun, stood up, and calmly began to pull on his overalls. All the same, the prince's behavior clearly showed that the stun gun did not frighten him. That he had not even an ace up his sleeve, but a joker. It is unclear where Vsevolod hides the weapon, but he has it, and such a weapon that it will not seem like a little. Looking at Klim's movements, the prince allowed himself a slightly surprised tone. Do you think we've already agreed? Of course not, Klim responded, without stopping getting dressed. There is still the question of the size of your gratitude, and stop with your, you suppose, frivolous, careless. Ordinary pilots do not express themselves like that. Say it directly. Idiot.
I know dozens of pilots who express themselves exactly like that, Vsevolod objected.
And they are all counts and barons, I suppose, Klim chuckled. Chapter 4. A long training hall. Dozens of rings, fenced with a low elastic band. Hundreds of athletic guys amicably drop each other on the mats, not particularly shy about the means. Sneaky footrests, cunning pushes, and even blows to the balls. Intimate places are used. Any means are good in war. However, hand-to-hand combat is studied by the infantry as an additional discipline and is not taken in exams. A fighter who engages an enemy in a fist fight must first squander an assault rifle, grenades, stun gun, and vibro knife. And such people are weeded out in the first year. There is no need for slobs in the assault troopers. And the last 2 items are only needed to quickly get to the rifle, which you have somehow already managed to lose. And slobs. However, this has already happened.
Large-scale beatings in the gym do not teach soldiers to fight in formation. They develop resilience, coordination, the ability to endure pain and quickly recover from slaps. And this is very important for the infantry, and not only for it. And yet I don't quite understand why we're here, Vsevolod repeated for the umpteenth time. Or rather, now Venya Venik. Double names have recently become fashionable. Again, when Klim learned that the prince had changed his pseudonym from Vsevolod to Sviatozar, he laughed for a long time, and then remarked, "You might as well slap this on your chest as a motto. I am not from the Slavs clan. That was the name of my—" Here the prince stopped short. "Okay, let's leave it. You're right. I was stupid. You're an idiot." "What?" Venya jumped up from his chair and clenched his fists. A green stripe of a ring flashed on his middle finger. "No, okay, let's leave it. You're right, I was stupid," Klim stated categorically, continuing to sit calmly and think about what could not have seemed to him a second time. Apparently the ring or something on Venik's finger, you can't always see it, but it's definitely there. I'm an idiot. That's what you need to say. Repeat. "Okay, I'm an idiot," the prince said obediently. In his performance it sounded with pride, even grandeur, as if acknowledging some merit. Of course, in addition to everything else, he was taught various spy tricks, how to dissolve in a crowd, how to act behind enemy lines, how to recruit the right people to act through them while remaining in the shadows himself. And he mastered the theoretical material perfectly and understood how to behave. But all these concepts and skills were shattered against the reinforced concrete wall of noble dignity, which he absorbed with his mother's milk. You must swear dirty, allow yourself any liberties, and eat shit with your hands if necessary. Do you understand? Yes? I can't hear. Yes, your mother. Even through the shout, the respectful intonations that he felt for his mother broke through. And not only for his own, but in general for this highest title, which occupies a significant place in the fate of every person. This evoked understanding and respect for the prince, but was completely unacceptable for secrecy. Again, Klim smacked his lips, slapping his face with his palm. "Well, Chirik will knock this nonsense out of you." Chirik, a short, lean, stocky fellow, he doesn't look like a weakling against the rest of the assault contingent, but he doesn't look like a strong fighter either. So, an average guy, of which there are plenty in the infantry. The only thing that makes him stand out from the crowd is his tight black jumpsuit, with an amber patch on the sleeve. Senior instructor. Few could have guessed that this ordinary-looking man had a truly leaden jaw. No one had ever managed to knock Chirik out. A weak stunner discharge knocking down a 200-kilogram bull made the senior instructor only wince with displeasure. Klim personally checked this and lost a bottle of expensive cognac. The bear's health was due to successful innate genetics, which Chirik also enhanced with various implants. Fortunately, the position of instructor of the infantry school allowed him to acquire them in the OAP for almost nothing. Initially, the agency was created exclusively for pilots, but when it got a little stronger, smart heads realized that it wouldn't hurt to have an assault infantry battalion, and more than one. It's funny, but the structure that unites such a huge force as capsuleers is still listed in the Commonwealth as an analog of an earthly trade union, without an army or navy. About 400 years ago, some state tried to hint at violations, seeing a dangerously growing military colossus, but having lost 2/3 of the fleet in random skirmishes with unknown ships, which naturally had nothing to do with the agency, quickly shut up. It's too late to drink Bourgeois when your kidneys have already failed. It is unclear why the UAP does not want more, for example, to
call itself a corporation, a state, or something else. Perhaps the top brass is afraid of the reaction of pilots accustomed to freedom. Maybe senior agents simply do not want to change anything due to habit. Or maybe the opposite. They are preparing something grandiose that does not fit into the framework of the Commonwealth. Klim has never thought about this, and Chirik even more so. They sell implants at a discount, and that's great. Now the senior instructor was busy cultivating the first-year students, who were huddled in the very corner of the room. At the moment when Klim and Venik were nearby, there were already 4 new cadets lying around Chirik, judging by their gray overalls without insignia. The guys were wincing and groaning. The senior instructor was looking down at them sternly, his hands on his hips. "Each time the replenishment becomes more flimsy. Why?" mumbled one of the lying ones, barely catching his breath. "Is this even necessary? I'll have a rifle." "Oh!" Chirik rejoiced. "Another smart guy. Get up." Chirik walked over to the rack of training weapons, picked up a stun gun, an exact replica of an assault rifle, and dropped it in front of the smart guy. Then he stood so that the other 3 guys who had just gotten up from the floor were between them. "I set you a task. Shoot me without hitting your comrades." "Can the comrades move?" "You're not as simple as you seem. They can. So, on the count of 1, 3, 2, 1. The cadet with the stun gun managed to get ready, raised his rifle quite briskly and shouted, "To the sides!" He didn't start firing right away, so as not to violate the terms of the mission and not to hurt one of his own. The wall covering Chirik squirmed in all directions, but not fast enough. The instructor managed to push one onto the guy with the rifle, grabbed the other by the arm, and, using him as a shield, quickly moved toward the shooter. He naturally guessed what the instructor would do, and therefore tried to step back into the side to break the distance, but Chirik, in some special way, grabbed his shield under his arms and launched it in front of him like a torpedo. Both cadets fell onto the mats. A second later, the shooter still managed to turn around, raised his weapon, but Chirik was already nearby, pulled the barrel to the side and hit the cadet with an open palm on the cheek. You could say he slapped him. That was enough. The guy's eyes rolled back and he hit the floor. Chirik looked sullenly at the line of cadets in gray overalls. The guys were watching the beating from the side. During theoretical training, the instructors should have explained to you why exactly an infantryman needs hand-to-hand combat. Chirik walked along the line and the guys stood at attention. "I understand that you are completely overjoyed that you ended up in the OAP infantry school, and that's why you didn't listen to a damn thing. But I still won't repeat it. I don't care. Are there any others who want to take my course as an external student?" There were no volunteers. 10 laps around the hall. Run! March! The column moved briskly towards the running track. This is how, or almost like this, Chirik greets each new recruit. He chooses a handful of especially smart idiots, offers to fight in order to finish training on the first day. If the guys beat him 4 at a time, well, and then he simply gives all the lazy bums who are eager for an external course a knock-on, and in front of the rest of the newcomers. And if one of them even mentions, "I'll have a rifle," he's a direct candidate for the med capsule. And now, when the others ran around the hall, the guy with the rifle remained lying on the mats, drooling down his chin. One of the medical droids, of which there were about 20 around the perimeter of the hall, was already busily driving up to him. The infantry school always took great care of the health of its charges for free, and therefore there were more than enough people willing to enroll, 10,000 people for every spot. How Chirik himself got into it, he preferred not to spread. Klim only knew that his comrade was from somewhere in the Tambov region. In his youth, he had done something naughty and almost ended up in prison.
But thanks to a lucky coincidence, he had caught the eye of an OAP recruiter. Chirik is almost the only instructor at the infantry school who has no combat experience. When he finished training, he impressed his mentors so much that they did not want to let him go. We have enough meat as it is, but there are few competent instructors who have a good sense of how to teach. Stay. You won't regret it. And Chirik stayed. The instructors were paid even more than the soldiers in the conflict zone. "Highway!" Klim shouted. "Did your stripe really get wider and the word senior appeared on it?" Chirik broke into a smile. "Hi, bro." The guys hugged and patted each other on the shoulders. "Haven't visited in a while. How are you?" "I'm not complaining. Here, meet my new friend, Venik." The prince frowned. He didn't like the new name. And yet, he walked up to Chirik, shook his hand seriously, and nodded briefly and delicately. He wasn't showing off, wasn't trying to impress. The prince was brought up to treat everyone with respect, even if they were of lower birth.
What a tough guy, Chirik frowned playfully.
He won't bite?
I don't have such a bad habit.
The prince tried to joke.
That's great. He just went through a reprofiling.
Klim whispered quietly.
But it didn't help. I recognized him for a couple of seconds. There is no need to explain to Chirik why exactly pilots change their appearance.
He knows. And so the senior instructor immediately nodded.
I think I understand what you mean. It's obvious, so to speak, to the naked eye. How much time do you have?
A day or two.
I won't promise miracles, but I'll do what I can.
He turned his gaze to the prince and pointed to one of the empty rings.
Let's go, Venya. Let's get to know each other better.
Almost everyone has their own hobbies, often incomprehensible to others, but a passionate person usually doesn't give a damn about other people's opinions. Chirik is crazy about the theater.
On Earth, he purposefully attended all the performances he could scrape together money for. He applied to theater several times but didn't pass the selection. His gangster mug didn't allow it. And when he found himself at the Alpha 6 station, he managed to organize something like a theater club. It is not in great demand and does not perform. The guys in it just have fun, doing what they like, rehearsing scenes. Chirik is the permanent leader and director of the club. He knows how to make a person pretend to be someone else. But since he is also a hand-to-hand combat instructor, his methods are quite specific. Within a few seconds, Venya was pinned to the floor of the ring. Klim shrugged his shoulders, looking at this ugly training in behavior change. He chuckled. It's not for me to talk about the art of transformation, he shrugged again, and went to the nearest cafeteria. Venik showed up at the OAP dormitory about 3 hours later. A yellow spot was faintly visible on his cheekbone. A bruise hastily healed by a medical droid. The prince looked offended. Didn't like Chirik's methods? Klim asked. Wow. Venik spat through his lip, looking at the floor. Everything is just fine here. Your friend is capable, in the literal sense of the word, of hammering knowledge into your head better than a self-extracting archive. Then what? The prince had indeed changed. Not completely, of course, but he had clearly learned something, ceasing to resemble an arrogant nobleman. It turns out that those instructors that Uncle sent me, from some combat school, treated me like a little kid. I'm no good at hand-to-hand combat. Oh, that. Forget it. You're a pilot, and a clan leader at that. You're not in a position to swing your fists, but the changes in behavior are noticeable, and that's just after a couple of hours of training. Now look at me. No. Venik waved his hand, plopping down in a chair. Chirik said, You can't change your gaze so easily. He advised, Just stare at the floor more. It looks strange, but better than this. The prince finally looked at Klim, and prickly goosebumps ran down his spine.
The imperious, direct, bone-piercing gaze of a hereditary monarch was still there. And you can't expect this from a man who has sat on the throne his whole life. In the chair, Klim corrected himself. Still, the steel eyes did not make one afraid or fall to one's knees. They inspired respect. It seemed that this man could achieve anything if he wanted. Such a man did not want to obey unquestioningly, but to justify his highest trust. It was time to think that the princes of the Slavs were undergoing some kind of cunning eye surgery. Okay, Klim waved it off. Since the problem of recognition has been partially solved, it's time to work out at least some initial plan of action. Any suggestion?
The guys hadn't discussed any plans yet, since they didn't really trust each other. The casual acquaintance forced them to weigh every word. This was especially noticeable in Vennick's behavior. Klim had almost nothing to lose. The clan's security wasn't chasing him. Although, to be honest, such a formidable force as the security service of a small clan didn't cause Klim any concerns at all. It happened that pilots crossed the road of very powerful megacorporations, but then continued to work quietly as if nothing had happened. No security service would want to openly contact the agency, and it is impossible to find a needle in a haystack. There are UAP stations in any point of the Commonwealth. If one of the pilots wants to hide, he can easily disappear into an endless series of star systems.
But the disgraced leader of the Slav clan was not going to hide. He wanted to get his chair back. And therefore, it was not worth discounting the possible threat coming from Casimir's henchmen. The prince continued to be cautious, and Klim simply did not know where to start. He was not strong in the methods of redistributing power. Therefore, he decided to act according to the original plan, for which he arrived on Alpha 6. He slowly laid out his thoughts on the defectors, and then his idea of capturing Marin. The prince smiled sadly. You'll laugh, but initially I also came to Alpha 6 for revenge. When it turned out that I was treacherously betrayed by my comrades, I furiously wanted to get even, and since the main culprit was still out of reach, I wanted to punish at least someone. I also paid attention to those 5 who did not come to the training camp at Slava, although there was nothing reprehensible in their behavior. They just changed their contract for a more profitable one. And I know Marin. I studied 2 years younger than you, and I remember very well the story in which he set up your graduation. I thought I would fly to the station, kill one scoundrel, and ask where the others were. But after cooling down, I realized that this action was pointless.
How does it not matter?
Judge for yourself. How will this help to remove Casimir?
Evidence of guilt.
I am already perfectly aware of who is to blame. I don't need proof. All I need is to get to the throne room terminal or the flagship bridge, pass identification there, and then I will be able to give any orders, including demote and execute my uncle. My clanmates will obey without any explanation from me. It's good that they obey you blindly. But if you also present evidence, for example, a recording of Marin's interrogation, then the people will also be sure that they are doing the right thing and not covering for another tyrant. In addition, the recording can be planted on the clan, and Casimir will get into trouble. The prince thoughtfully rubbed his chin. I haven't looked at the situation from this side, but perhaps you're right. At least the evidence won't be superfluous. What's the plan? Klim explained how one can easily catch Marin in one of the raids on URT. So 2 ships are needed, a mine layer and a strike ship? Yes. There's a problem. I'm on a capsule. So you flew from Slava to Alpha 6 in a capsule? Klim was taken aback. The prince only spread his hands helplessly. How much do you have in your OAP account? 200,000 credits. A huge sum for some working guy. But you can only buy a small Corvette for it. For any capsuleer, this is pocket money. For an ice cream. What kind of pilot are you after that, Venik? Holy shit. I didn't expect to find myself in such difficult circumstances. He didn't count on it. We'll have to bring in someone else. Any candidates? Recently, I don't trust anyone. Well done. That's right. But what are we going to do then? Buy yourself a Corvette and start carrying mail. Until you scrape together the necessary amount. I don't have much more in my account. Klim invested all his funds in the destroyer that perished at Slava. In principle, I do have a ship, he said in an uncertain tone. Which one? Klim perked up. Good, Venik answered evasively, but it needs to be removed correctly. And what are the problems this time? I will have to put a lot of trust in the person who will help me. Are you hinting at me? Klim wanted to add, your mug is royal. But he didn't want to heat up the situation. And after waiting for an affirmative nod from Venya, he continued. Then maybe we should forget about Marin? Is there an easy way to quietly get into the throne room? Or the flagship? There are many such methods. But, unfortunately, all of them are well known to the clan security service, and it reports directly to Casimir. At each hole, there are already killers waiting for me. So what? Will they just kill the beloved prince? Klim, there are people working in the security service who would easily kill their own mother if such an order was given. They don't hire anyone else. That's true, the pilot agreed. And what have you decided? I'll warn you right away. Throw away any thoughts about a collar with a mine and slave bookmarks in the neural network. I'm helping you out of the kindness of my heart and in the hope of future gratitude. We're either partners or go to hell. All you can count on is my word of honor. For some reason, it seems to me, Venik stated confidently, that in your case this is quite enough, partner. And he extended his palm for a handshake. Klim shuddered under the gaze of steely eyes, and he gradually wanted to justify the highest trust. If he ever decided to deceive the owner of that piercing gaze, he would have to seriously step on the throat of his conscience. And it had not yet completely died, despite all the attempts of the Commonwealth to achieve this. Afterburner module? Klim exclaimed irritably. Why does the Zoom need an afterburner module? It's a multi-mode. It's a module in itself. I know what a multi-mode is. Venik objected heatedly. When it came to the layout of the equipment, the sedate prince quickly turned into an inveterate debater, like any pilot, and he fiercely defended his only true point of view. I also graduated from the academy. I have to. Do you need it?
It's an unnecessary expense.
I'm crying.
You know how to persuade, partner.
Klim immediately cooled down and looked through the offers at the station's auction.
Will the civilian 1MN do? They're asking for only 100,000. Civilian.
Venik grimaced.
There is a semi-military compact. YZ8. 500,000? Okay. Take one. In combination with the speed mode of the destroyer itself, it'll be fine. That will be great. As I understand it, we are assembling a jalopy, the only advantage of which is that you can quickly escape in it. I hope we won't end up in the zeros.
We'll head to the zeros, Venik reassured his partner.
On a nearly unarmed destroyer? The ship's main power will be consumed by the afterburner module and the dual stealth generator that Venik dug up somewhere for a ridiculous price. The outdated model hid well, even better than some new developments. But at the same time, it disproportionately consumed the capacitor's power, quickly draining all energy reserves, and therefore was not in demand.
There simply wouldn't be enough power for the guns if the ship was discovered. Yes, the prince agreed easily. On a very fast destroyer. Destroyer and fast are not very compatible concepts. I hope you at least know what you're doing. I hope so too. Star systems with a safety index of 0. Formidable, deadly, merciless. Zeros. They are feared. They are sought after. It is there, under the minimum index, that the countless treasures of ancient civilizations and undeveloped asteroid belts of priceless ore are stored. And most of the known Earth-Ts live, pirate bases hide, and other unknown dangers await. This does not mean that every system marked with a 0 is necessarily inhabited and full of monsters.
Sometimes it only means that it has not been fully explored. Null is a explored but undeveloped area of space where the Commonwealth Protectorate ends, where there are no communication towers, where the jump gates have guns, but they do not react to anything except an attack on the gate itself. For the most part, it is dull and empty. You can fly countless light years and not meet a soul. Or you can run into a motley armada of ships after an hour of travel and fall victim to robbery. There is no law there either. Oncoming ships do not exchange identification information packages, but quickly evaluate the signature of someone else's equipment. Anyone can be an enemy or a friend. You need to be prepared for the most unexpected developments. A kind of Wild West world, where everything depends only on the speed of the horse, the gun on the belt, and the ability to draw it. They can attack here within direct line of sight from rare stations, but their combat systems will not help those who suffered from the lawlessness. Jump gate, nut in pilot slang, a complex construction based on warp technology capable of throwing anything anywhere, but not further and not heavier than its nominal capacity. Almost always guarded by a small escort of ships, but has its own weapons. If the pilot is left without any means of subsistence, then it is easy to enlist in their security. Conquered. This is a tedious, unprofitable, and essentially useless business. If a big squabble begins, then any gate will be swept away before the guards fly out of the dock. And in peacetime, they prefer not to touch them. After all, the gate is the basis of the Commonwealth's logistics. An unprovoked attack on the gate is perhaps the only offense for which everyone will punish, even pirates. However, the nut itself is capable of giving the offender a good beating. Acceleration gate. Pilots simply call them frames. Not to be confused with jump gates, a simple structure, similar to a fish skeleton, or the frame of an ancient sailing ship. It has no power generators or navigation systems. A pile of iron and crystal plastic, twisted in a certain way. If a ship passes along its edges, activating the warp drive, complex laws of physics come into play and focus the power, accelerating the ship tens and hundreds of times faster. Of course, not to the same speed as the jump gate would do, but noticeably. The frame works in a certain direction, allowing you to deviate from the course on which it is set by very little. The absence of complex equipment makes the frames cheap to produce and almost invisible. Pirates and smugglers take advantage of this. They scatter accelerators wherever possible. And of course, where it is impossible. They disguise them as debris or hide them in asteroid belts. You can find such a structure if it is not included in the general register of maps, either by chance, which is very rare, or by knowing exactly where to look. The multi-mode destroyer Zoom emerged at the huge jump gate already in speed mode. The capacitor power is divided between the afterburner and the invisibility generator. The direction finder is turned on for circular scanning. The ship carries 2 capsules instead of 1. The pilots have divided control. Venik is flying the ship. Klim is meticulously examining the surroundings, which with his second scanning bases, quite recently and very conveniently unpacked by the neural network, is quite a difficult task. But Venik's scanner bases are generally the minimum required first rank. Previously, the prince flew only as part of the clan fleet. There were already people there to detect and identify targets, which allowed him to focus on learning more useful skills. 54 signatures found. Object. Jump gate. 42 objects. Fragments of ship structures. 11 objects. Presumably fragments of ship structures. It seems clean, Klim reported, although the prince could see everything perfectly well. I'm giving you the coordinates of the direction, Venik put, a mark on the tactical map. Received, Klim responded. He switched the direction finder to a narrow directional beam, thereby reducing the view, but increasing the range and sensitivity. For some time, the direction finder beam moved across the void. Klim was already beginning to fear that there was nothing at all near the mark. 7 unidentified signatures found. 7? You led me there? The frame should be there. Maybe the rest is also debris? Venik suggested. Maybe it's the freaks who made this debris. Klim objected. Should we come closer or run away and come back later? I think we have enough room to maneuver if something happens.
In the majority of black boxes that are found at crash sites, this is exactly what the pilot's last words sound like. Don't piss yourself, Venik squeezed out of himself. He continued to improve in the area of dirty swearing. Fig and don't piss yourself were the only victories over his noble upbringing, but at least it was something. Before this, the most terrible words in his vocabulary were scoundrel, scoundrel, and traitor. We'll get through it. Attention. Gain the required acceleration. To start a warp drive, the ship needs to be moving in the right direction and at the right speed, which depends on the ship's mass. Large battleships take 10 minutes to enter warp, while a small corvette can dart in a few seconds. Destroyers are somewhere in the middle on this list. Warp drive is activated. Zoom was enveloped in unclear distortions. The jump gate from which it had emerged quickly disappeared behind the stern. The local star smoothly moved to the side.
An instant, and the destroyer hung in clear space between the gate and unidentified signatures. Klim passed a directed beam over them again. Signature detected. Object, acceleration gate. We found your frame, Klim exhaled. But where did the other 6 targets disappear to? Maybe there is a bearing error? So do you think I'm a complete loser? Following a sudden guess, Klim scanned the nut from which they had just warped. 60 signatures have been detected, and before that there were 6 less. Object, jump gate. Object, presumably a destroyer. 5 objects, presumably light frigates. 53 objects, presumably ship debris. I told you they were freaks. It looks like they spotted us right after the jump. And even the dual generator didn't help. Although they probably didn't recognize us. Could it be your uncle's people? Does he know about the storage facility? Until now, I was sure that he didn't know. But now, Venik thought for a moment. He doesn't know. This family secret is passed down from father to son. He can't know. Then, it's most likely an ordinary gang of hunters. Now they've lost us. But if we jump to the frame, they'll find us right away. And if we don't jump, they'll find us a little later. Their entire system is in probes, 100%. Warp as close to the star as possible. Why to the star? Maybe straight to the acceleration gate, and we'll quickly slip through before they come to their senses. Do as you're told. You're in my destroyer. Attention. Gaining the necessary acceleration. Warp drive is activated. The distant star in the center of the system quickly grew and covered half the horizon. Its radiation covered the destroyer from the alien view. Now, to find it, the hunters will have to try hard.
but Klim knew perfectly well where to look for the pursuers. The narrow, directed beam again rested against the frame. 7 signatures detected. Object, acceleration gate.
Well, object, destroyer. 6 objects, light frigates.
And you say, to the frame, why are they jumping back and forth? What do you mean they're catching us? Klim chuckled. That's kind of pointless. They should have split up between the gates, not warped in a crowd, Vennik noted. Sheep, agreed Klim. Not from the academy, self-taught pirates. Maybe we should warp to the jump ships and get out of here. We'll try to get to the storage later, when it's clear here. I think it's too late. Look. Klim scanned the space again. Now the hunters had split up, as if they had overheard the prince's words, and occupied both exits from the system. 3 ships on jumpers, 3 on boosters. What should we do now? They won't let us out. Are we going to leave on the accelerator? Vennik estimated with horror how long the return trip would take if he didn't use the gate. It's immediately obvious that you haven't driven a mailman, but are used to solving problems by force of arms.
You need to do absolutely nothing. We'll wait.
Klim de-energized most of the modules to reduce the destroyer's background noise. For half an hour, nothing happened. Only from time to time, the AI issued a message, active probe scanning detected. They'll notice us so soon, Vennik said. They'll notice a ton of undefined signatures, Klim objected. Let them guess which one of them is us. They'll get bored soon, and the guys will start searching more closely. Every minute, he slid a narrow, low-power scanner beam along the frame. 3 hunters were still on duty there. The weak beam did not allow him to fully study the enemy, but it reduced the chance of being detected to a minimum. Finally, another run of the scanner showed that the hunter was left alone. Now warp to the frame, and, without being distracted by anything, immediately begin acceleration. A single one won't even have time to drain our shields. What if it's a barrier? It won't let you pick up speed. No, only their destroyer can effectively slow us down, and it will be guarding the nut, not the frame. These are your guesses. You didn't detect the signatures from such a distance. What if... This is my experience, not guesswork, interrupted the Prince Klim. And he says that no pilot in his right mind will jump on the frame when he is pinned down. He will run back. And that means we should wait at the jump gate. According to your logic, it turns out that we are out of our minds? Yeah, Klim grinned. We're totally nuts. Warp in. Flick, the pilot of the frigate Castle, prepared for a long and tedious wait. Judging by his behavior, there was someone experienced in the mail corvette. Otherwise, he would have been caught immediately. It is unclear how long the hunters will now search the system for the fugitive. If he hides, he can get away in a few hours. Flick was about to start some kind of entertaining video when the space near the frame began to bulge with distortions. Signature detected. Object, multi-mode destroyer, zoom. Description is in speed mode. Gun ports are closed. If Flick were in a normal pilot seat now, he would definitely rub his eyes, thinking that he was imagining things. What kind of zoom is this? Where is the mail corvette? Guys, he's here. He's coming onto the frame. It's a destroyer, Flick reported over the general radio, already locking onto the target. What destroyer, idiot? Are you stoned again? Hold him. I'm holding it, Flick said, confused. The stasis net was already working, and even dropped the acceleration of the zoom. If it had been a light corvette, it would have stopped dead in its tracks. But for a heavy destroyer, the castle net was like a light head breeze. Warning: stasis network power is insufficient for target mass. Target slowdown, 3%, and the ribs of the frame were already illuminated. Looping the power of the warp accelerator, a chain of lightning pierced the long structure, and the zoom disappeared in a bluish flash of light. Target lost. He's gone, Flick muttered. Catch up? Don't talk nonsense. Where should we catch up? Do you know the exit point? Well, shut up and give me the scan of his signature. You'll get fucking stoned. Email server hacker Bart was getting fed up with the 5 idiots he hired to hunt him. The morons had already missed their 3rd target in a row. It was a waste of time to save money. I should have waited for the old guard, and yet an unpleasant premonition was scratching at the back of my head more and more persistently, as if something very bad was coming. The desire to abandon my post and run away was gradually pressing. But greed would not let go. When else would a crowd gather to block 100 screws at once? Now, at almost every adjacent gate, the same guard was on duty. The profits would be divided almost equally between all participants. There was no way he wanted to leave. What if this wasn't a premonition but just irritation building up with a bunch of blockheads? In the station bar they behaved like space wolves, but in reality, they turned out to be a crowd of unflying newbies. How come he didn't recognize it right away? However, Bart hired them for a shady deal and did not invite them to work for the corporation on a permanent basis. And asking for a track record was inappropriate. Okay, one last pass. Catch it or not, it doesn't matter. One try and I'm out. Chapter 5. The tunnel of crooked flashes died down and the zoom froze in open space. The circular scan found no signatures. Where to look? Wait a second, let me get my bearings, Venick responded, studying the location of the nearby stars. I'm not used to such skirmishes. Not a fight, but some kind of cat and mouse.
The best way to avoid bruises is to not be at the scene of a fight.
Or strike first, the prince noted.
Not for a destroyer whose capacitor is constantly being drained by an outdated cloaking device.
Right here, the area where the search beam needed to be directed flickered on the tactical map.
I think so.
It seems. You marked a quarter of the view. I'll be searching for an hour anyway. And it just seems that way to you. Klim was a little indignant and began to scrupulously direct the scanner so as not to miss a single degree from the marked zone. And by the way, I didn't notice how you programmed the navigator to exit the warp. Did you jump out manually?
Yes.
Are you nuts? A delay of just 1/100th of a second could have thrown the zoom light years past its target.
I know what I'm doing.
He knows! Get ready to write it down. Now, I'll enrich your vocabulary with new expressions. Klim began to curse loudly, not forgetting to cultivate the marked area. After about 15 minutes, his eloquence ran out, and the pilot continued searching in silence. An hour later, everything was checked, but the scanner never beeped. Naked. Try it here. Venick marked a new area on the map. Are you kidding? Klim was indignant because the prince had marked out a section of land on the map in a completely different direction, as if randomly poking his finger at the sky. We agreed at this stage of the operation I am in charge, and I will not explain any of my actions. Continue the search. Wow. However, a contract is a contract.
Klim would have liked to sigh heavily and make a facepalm.
But the pilots were in a sticky mass of biogel. Even their conversation took place at the level of exchanging neural network packets. The sensations of the body were replaced by the feeling of the ship. Now it was somewhat blurred and unusual due to 2 capsules under one skin. At the academy,
This method of control was little studied. Once they tried it, and that was enough. And Klim constantly felt like additional legs had grown below his waist, which walked on their own. The area allocated by the prince was gradually coming to an end, but the scanner continued to stubbornly remain silent. If it's empty again, I'll punch him in the face when we fly back. Oh no, he was trained in hand-to-hand combat by specialists, and only Cherik pulled me up a couple of times. No, I won't punch him, but nothing stops me from dreaming about it. Unidentified signature detected. Attention. The probability of a scan error is 54%. Yeah, so it could still be a simple mistake. At least it was something, and Klim perked up, forgetting about his fantasies of beating people up. Most likely. Let's come closer. Attention. Gaining the necessary acceleration. Warp drive is activated. A short flight in a distorted tunnel and a huge dark haze grew in front of the destroyer. An anomalous nebula that prevents the scanner sensors from looking inside. They are rarely detected. Most signals are simply absorbed, and the scanner shows emptiness. It's lucky that Klim even saw this nastiness at such a distance, although saw is not quite the right word. The human eye is a rather complex structure. All of these, rods, cones, iris, lens, but even it is not able to notice most space objects. The eye simply does not have the necessary receptors for this. The ship's scanner is a more ideal eye. It is crammed with so much equipment that few even know the names of some of the parts. They register gravity, waves, temperature, rays, continuum oscillations, magnetic tension, and many other things that the egghead scientists manage to think of. Then the AI carefully forms a picture from the disparate data that is digestible for the human brain to perceive. However, sane pilots continue to express themselves in the old-fashioned way. Saw. Naval slang is already full of expressions that are incomprehensible to the average person. Klim remembered the incident when, upon arriving at the academy, he accidentally overheard a conversation between two guys.
I yell at them. Stop camping on the nut. Warp to the nut ECF-46. I'm on the fry, holding the APOC, and the drones are sawing me.
This seemed like a terrible gibberish to the cadet who had just enrolled in the academy. Now he would easily translate it into,
I am transmitting a signal to them. I suggest you end your ambush near the jump gate. Make a jump to the gate leading to the ECF-46 system. I am on a Moloch-class ship. I am preventing the enemy battleship from warping. Its drones are damaging my ship.
Those two pilots seemed like patients who had escaped from psychiatry. And even then, Klim made a vow to himself that he would try to avoid the slightest so as not to become like one of those patients over time. Many capsuleers adhere to the same rule, although there are certainly plenty of geeks too. An anomaly, hanging in space as a pile of black clouds, not only cuts off the view, but also prevents movement at warp. This is fraught with the failure of the shield or even damage to the casing by particles of the nebula. Zoom flew into it using only maneuvering engines. The view was decreasing and increasing, creating the feeling that the ship was moving in rare clouds of smoke. Klim looked very carefully so he did not miss the moment when targets appeared on the map. 229 signatures detected. Object: Citadel. Description: Combat mode. Affiliation: not established. 228 objects. Watchtowers. Description: none. Your mother, Venik, did not react to this outburst of emotion, calmly continuing to reduce the distance between the destroyer and the deadly structures. Where are you going, Venya? The lack of affiliation means only one thing. This fortress is not listed as the property of any known member of the Commonwealth, and will fire at anyone within shooting distance. Theoretically. In practice, things may be different.
But no sensible pilot would brazenly head straight for an unknown but strictly guarded and combat-ready citadel. Stations, scattered in great numbers across the Commonwealth, are complex structures that require constant support and maintenance. Not every alliance can create something like this. They are often built jointly and divided into sectors of responsibility, and they are always installed near planets to ensure a constant flow of labor and materials. And there is also a combat fleet scurrying around nearby, which will always come to the rescue. Citadels are more modest buildings. They are deployed in places where there is no help to be expected. But there is a rich mine or a deposit of rare gas. Well, and a bunch of earths as a gift. That's why the protection of such structures is taken more seriously. Ideally, the citadel should take care of itself, without support or additional security. And it would be even better if it were completely autonomous. It is a kind of transit point for resources or a fleet, located in a dangerous place. And if the creators also generously provided guard towers, the place is really lousy. Without an identification code, there is no point in even thinking about approaching the firing range. The towers are positioned so that their guns and the main caliber of the citadel form a common radius of destruction. The guard towers are not a gift in themselves, and with the support of heavy artillery, they are an uber waffle. Venya! Klim was already thinking about taking over control. Calm down, they won't shoot at us.
Do they know about this? I didn't notice any outgoing data packets that you would use to transmit the codes. Maybe you're further than that. Yourself, quietly, in the capsule? Everything will be calm outside, I promise. But inside there might be a little chaos. I'll need cover. So turn off the camouflage, let the capacitor recharge. Most modules require a huge amount of energy to operate, and it must be supplied instantly. No miniature ship reactor, no matter what it runs on, can handle such a load. That's why onboard generators charge a special storage device, a capacitor, and from it, the necessary power is supplied to modules or turrets. Finding yourself with an empty capacitor in battle is the same as having an empty bucket during a fire. Klim carried out the order, and at the same time switched the turrets to combat mode. Zoom had already approached the guard towers, and the citadel's bulk loomed menacingly on the horizon.
This type was not listed in Klim's knowledge bases. No description, no matches. And it itself resembled two wide skyscrapers united by a common lawn, grown into the foot of these giants. Here and there the remains of illumination beacons were blinking. When the citadel blocked off all space, the prince directed the destroyer to the gaping maw of the receiving dock, a fairly standard rectangular room several kilometers wide and high. For the convenience of parking, there is always zero gravity. At the Commonwealth stations, the docks are kept in perfect order, but here half the space is filled with junk, structural fragments, a giant manipulator arm broken off in the middle, crooked pieces of plating and tons of small parts. Some of it is suspended motionless, some is slowly drifting towards the exit, some is stuck to the walls. Chaos. There was either an explosion or a sudden battle right in the dock. The melted remains of duty turrets stick out on the ceilings, and the bulkheads are cut by shelling. It's strange. The citadel looks completely undamaged from the outside. Did the enemy originate inside? This happens when the administration of the corporation that owns the citadel splits, and the fragments of the managers are ready to defend their interests with weapons in hand. Cover me if anything happens. Venix's voice was heard fading away. Suddenly, Klim realized that the annoying foreign legs had disappeared. The destroyer, once again, belonged only to him.
/signatures detected. Object, capsule, / uncounted objects, ship structures.
Iskin began to highlight one or another identified element in the room. Since all modules were de-energized and the structures were littered with junk, it was not able to fully identify this mess. But it seemed that a multitude of ships and individual parts of them were poured on the floor of the dock, covered with a solid layer of garbage. Vennik's capsule hovered over this improvised cemetery, as if the prince was considering where to go next. Finally, he made a decision and the egg slid lower, to the dump itself, apparently having discovered something interesting. Even through the layers of biogel and neuroshunts that cut off the body's sensitivity, Vsevolod felt the double ring pulsating on his middle finger. The universal identifier was working at full capacity, sending a signal to the general systems of the Citadel. I am one of us. However, one could not count on complete safety. Father clearly explained that the defensive complex had been subjected to a network attack from within. Some of the dock's defensive systems could perceive the ring's signal as hostile. Where and which ones is unknown. So the weak turrets on Klim's destroyer are the only thing that can protect the capsule in the event of an unexpected attack. I hope the Zoom capacitor is charged enough. Okay. Don't get nervous, Vsevolod. It's quite possible that everything will go without incident, the prince thought, looking at the mountains of broken equipment. And by the way, I'm Venya Broom. Vsevolod stayed there, with Slava, in the wreckage of the cruiser. The puzzle of fragments that the scanner gradually assembled more estate came together, and Vennik managed to fish out several familiar outlines from the general chaos. Here he is. The capsule darted to the right place, and a pile of garbage a little further away exploded into a fountain of small fragments. Something came out of it. / warning, signature detected. Object fighter drone. / description, small defense drone for action in confined spaces. / attention, the capsule is under fire. The orange message cut my eyes. Well, partner, don't let me down. And he did not disappoint. Iskin had not yet managed to display full information on the drone, and Klim had already set a target for capture. If there was one thing he tried to pump up, it was this skill, as much as possible on all counts. He was preparing for long-term mastery of the strike destroyer. Unfortunately, long-term mastery did not work out, but the skill remained. Target acquired. The turrets hit the drone in unison, and it didn't even have its shields on, and it instantly disintegrated into a pile of flaming parts. More movement appeared in the pile of debris. Signatures detected. 2 objects, fighter drones. I hope there aren't too many of them here. The capacitor showed half charge. However, this will be enough for a fight with such weak opponents. The generators will still have time to pump up. Meanwhile, Vennik's capsule ran into a carpet of garbage, began to screw itself deeper as it rotated, like a drill, and quickly disappeared from the scanner. But soon, under the trash, a new signature began to appear in pieces. The jammed modules of some ship were activated. Target acquired. Klim didn't have time to shoot. One of the drones rushed forward and crashed into the dock wall. Apparently, its AI had gone nuts from being idle for so long. The destroyer's turrets turned their gaze to the remaining fighter. It couldn't decide where to shoot, turning to the zoom and then to the source of the strange disturbances growing under the junk. Finally, the drone decided that the destroyer was a higher priority enemy. Attention, the enemy is capturing. Target acquired. The drone and destroyer's salvos thundered simultaneously, but with different effects. The drone's defenses were blown off and half of its wing was knocked off, while the zoom's shield was slightly dented. The second salvo smashed the fighter into pieces. At that moment, the carpet of garbage rose up into a huge mountain, crumbled, and a ship began to carefully emerge from the wreckage. There were many unnecessary parts hanging on it. Junk, scraps of cables, a couple of soaked drones. But when the ship's modules are in working order, recognizing them is not a problem. Signature detected. Object 75% match with a Perfo-class battlecruiser. Get some speed from here, partner, Venick commanded imperiously. But even without the commanding notes of his voice, Klim, accustomed to acting in a team and unquestioningly following orders, first turned on the acceleration, and only then asked the question. What's wrong? Are you afraid of stealing something? No. It's just that after I left the destroyer, the safety timer started. The Citadel's defense systems will soon perceive you as an enemy. 3 minutes left. Your leg. Why didn't you warn us in advance? Klim increased the acceleration as much as possible, skillfully turned the ship so as not to touch the stuck manipulator arm. He slipped out of the dock and added more speed, but so as not to drain the shield on the nebula particles. It was too early to turn on the afterburner. Then you would have immediately run away, and the drones would have cut me up. You have a good opinion of me, partner. Sorry, it was unkind of me to insult you with my distrust. But, okay, don't continue. I got your point. The black clouds of the anomaly are not hanging so tightly, and Klim was almost not distracted by piloting. I reported it as soon as the cruiser's communication module was activated. Venick continued to justify himself. The neural network information packets, of course, do not fully convey the intonation, but it is noticeable that the prince is truly ashamed of his actions. That's it. Klim cut him off. I see a clear trajectory. I'm leaving on afterburner. He programmed the AI for a 3-minute maximum acceleration up to the critical state of the pilot, and only then, with a sense of accomplishment, lost consciousness from the overload. Coplesprate, the course of injections has been completed. Coplesprate, the pilot's condition is satisfactory. This was the first thing that caught my eye after the darkness. And then, a menacing cruiser appeared, hovering very close. Coplesprate, target acquired. Klim barely managed to stop his mental finger a millimeter away from the mental trigger, so as not to discharge the turrets at the unexpected enemy. What are you doing? The prince asked, noticing that he was in the crosshairs. Habit. It's a great habit. How can I get the same? After being unconscious for about 5 minutes, I come to my senses. For good habits, go to Chirik. I see. I would like to once again offer my deepest apologies in connection with... Apology accepted. Stop it already. Honestly, if I were you, I would probably do the same. At this point, the ships exchanged friend-foe identifiers, joining into a common network. From / received info packet identifier / Nevasaken's quote. From / Perun class strike battle cruiser. From / description, not in database. 75% signature match with Perifo-class cruiser. The ships are really similar, like brothers. The differences were hidden in inconspicuous details, like additional outrigger trusses and false fenders. From / interesting stuff. How can this ancient trough match the signature of the newest cruiser that they started producing last year? From / everything new is well forgotten old, Venick responded. But most likely Nemesis shipyards dug up incomplete drawings of Perun somewhere and copied the design. Which is true. Not entirely successfully. Perun is more effective. Pour more, Klim chuckled. An ancient tub is cooler than a modern ship. Send me the specs. If you promise to delete the file after reading. Agreed. Klim studied the received data for a minute and was forced to admit that, yes, it was cooler. Even greater range and power of guns practically did not affect the defense, and maneuverability is also 15% higher. They knew how to build back then, agreed Klim. fulfilling his promise and deleting the file. By the way, the name sounds familiar. Perun. Wasn't that the name of one of the earthly gods? I think our ancestors didn't consider Perun a god at all, but a successful model of a ship. The divinity stuck later. How do you like the Veles-class battleship? Doesn't it remind you of anything? This is all very interesting, but suddenly another thought occurred to me. The Citadel still has plenty of such ships, and maybe even better ones. Screw Marin. Let's assemble a team of good guys. You pull out 100 or 2 tubs, and in 3 days we'll easily win your Slavs back from anyone. Or even organize a new clan.
We're going to have a serious conversation about this now. The importance with which the prince said this was evident, even through the long-distance connection. At least I don't have to look him in the eye, thought Klim. They're probably just burning up. First, an enemy fleet at Slava's orbit will only unite the clan around Casimir. It will be necessary to prove that I am me, and the advisor will try to prevent this in every possible way. Second, the Citadel and everything in it is the property of the clan. No stranger will take anything from there. This is not up for discussion. Oh my. We're trying for the clan. We'll issue a temporary lease to the guys. After the battle, they'll return the ships, and you'll pay them differently. Klim said this not entirely confidently. Some might not return the ships to the owner, but hack the onboard AI and keep them for themselves. Here we need to select the right and honest contingent, and this is always difficult in the Commonwealth. Will they return it? You don't find it funny? Venek caught the reason for his uncertainty.
And I'm not going to fight with my clan. People don't deserve it. What do they deserve? To walk under your uncle? I determined at first glance that this bastard is a real bastard. He will direct you in such a way that you will be tired of cleaning up. This is the reason for my sadness, agreed Venek, finally beginning to express himself as a person of noble origin and upbringing. He should have voiced his complaints against me at the council, pointed out my mistakes and failures. If my policy was harmful to the clan, and the small council agreed with this, I would have left myself. But he acted basely. He committed treason. Such a person should not occupy a high position. So, what was I talking about? But this does not mean that human sacrifices are necessary. There might not be any casualties, Klim objected.
We'll bring a couple 100 ships. Yours will make concessions without a fight and let you into the throne room identifier. And there you'll easily prove that you are you. While the capsuleers will steal a dozen destroyers and a couple of cruisers, but you'll get your chair back.
Will they make concessions? You are apparently not familiar with the history of the Slavic clan. Believe me, there will be a serious battle, and many people will die on both sides. And what kind of clan leader will I be after that if I can't get my chair back without a massacre? It's a stain on my honor. Phew. How complicated everything is for you rulers. Total hassle.
On Tooth of Fall, immediate benefits will have a negative impact on the further development of the clan. By giving savages an assault rifle, you will not turn them into stormtroopers. They will remain the same savages, but with a rifle. The Citadel will bring maximum benefit if it joins an initially strong structure, becomes an additional link to the clan's power, a pleasant bonus. Then, and only then, should its presence be made public. If it is the only support and hope, it will only slow down development.
I just imagined you on an armored car with a cap in your hands, Klim grinned. The spitting image of Lenin. Who is this Lenin? It doesn't matter. I have no desire to argue with you, and I don't understand strategies. But since we will act quietly, you'd better rename the cruiser. Perun will certainly seem suspicious to those in the know. A purely earthly name. And since it looks so much like Perfo, call it that.
A sensible remark, I'll make it now.
A couple of minutes later, Venek chuckled incomprehensibly. I've always been confused by the customs of the Commonwealth. In terms of, you can catch a pilot in the Knolls, force him to leave the ship, and then appropriate it. And this is not prosecuted. Friends will even praise you. Look, you won a great trophy, well done. But now the AI swears that the name Perfo has already been registered as a trademark of Nemesis Shipyard, and the use of this class is a violation of patent rights. Well, and the laws. Of course, you can hack deeper, but I don't want to mess around. However, apparently, I will have to. You can hack an onboard AI just like that, on the move? I've already done that, Venick responded, feeling how the electronic circuits of the ring on his middle finger shifted responsively, and the built-in exploits bit into the AI's defenses. Don't worry, call it perf. No one will notice the absence of one letter, and if they do, you can say that it's an intermediate modification of a cruiser, which, by the way, will easily explain the partial similarity. You are cunning, partner, and after just a few seconds, / the identifier info package has been updated, / PRF class strike battlecruiser, / description, not in database. 75% signature match with Perfo class cruiser. Excellent, Klim praised the prince, puzzled by how it was possible to hack the AI and rename the class in such a short time. Let's get to work. We'll have to get out of here by warp for another week. No need. There's another frame hidden nearby. Just approach carefully. It's almost at the edge of the Citadel's blast radius. Inside the anomaly, there's a convenient gap there. You can speed up and no one will find you. In a world of high technology, huge stations, powerful shipyards, interstellar ships and changing politics, everything has its price. And only one thing remains priceless: information. Timely news, known stock prices, warnings about a sharp jump in resource prices are worth a lot. Every day, thousands of corporations go bankrupt or are absorbed by more knowledgeable competitors. To always be up to date with events, stable and fast communication is necessary. Hundreds of thousands of communication towers in long chains connect individual systems of the Commonwealth. Exactly 1 light year from each other, they have not yet learned to instantly transmit signals further. And these towers are guarded more than some gates and stations. But in some places, it is impossible to install a string of transmitting antennas. Too expensive or futile due to constant attacks by URT and pirates. By the way, communication is another reason that makes people stick close to each other and not settle all over the universe. In such cases, the Postal Service works. Fast, stealthy corvettes constantly scurry between stations, transporting small cargo and updates for databanks. Somewhere every 15 minutes, somewhere every hour, and sometimes once a day or once a week. It all depends on the distance of the object, the value of the colony, and the need for updating. Information quickly becomes outdated, so pilots transporting mail are given strict time limits. If you don't make it in time, you won't get paid. Naturally, almost immediately after the founding of the post office, groups of entrepreneurs were organized, intercepting postmen. If you find out about a price jump an hour earlier than others, you can hit the jackpot. But in addition to banal quotes, the post office also carries other data, often secret. Reports on banking operations, technology drawings, maps of new territories, and finally, personal messages. A smart person will always figure out how to cash in other people's secrets. Of course, all the information is encrypted, but the mailers are intercepted not by simple pirates, but by citizens, specialists in hacking and decryption. Sometimes these are entire cartels, where each has their own narrow role. Some catch, others decrypt, others quickly find how to sell. Since the goods are hot and cool down very quickly, their service is set at the level of military special forces. But as usual, there are problems everywhere. The Elic-class mine-layer destroyer remained on guard duty at the jump gate. Its pilot, Bart, had managed not only to assemble a good catcher, but also to install the latest data analyzer, which could easily read the Corvette's mail drives. Bart's patience is wearing thin. One of the hunters he hired for Zeta 3 has warped off somewhere on personal business.
What personal matter?
Bart yelled, looking at the frigate approaching the gate.
You're on a raid. You're hired, bitch.
It's important, the pilot mumbled inaudibly, and his ship activated the gate.
Don't worry, boss. The 4 of us can figure it out, blurted out one of the remaining ones. They'll decide, the idiots, Bart thought angrily, but he didn't argue. He had already despaired of earning any decent money in this raid. He would have to settle for the participation bonus, without any additional rewards. But he could have really earned a lot of money. Bart had long since taken a liking to this dead-end star system with a single nut. Only a few postmen, the most experienced ones, knew that there was also a frame at the other end. And they carry, one would think, the most valuable cargo.
That's why, when the Interception Enclave staged a large-scale operation, Bart asked to be sent here. In the hope that some of the scattering postmen would rush along a secret bypass path. And they did rush. It was possible to intercept 4. Or rather 3, the 4th was indeed the destroyer Zoom. But he could have been carrying something very interesting, Bart realized with annoyance. Something that wouldn't fit in the Corvette's hold. However, either the postmen were too experienced, or he got outright idiots as partners, or most likely both at once. Not a single capture was successful, and the escaped pilots probably already complained to the appropriate authorities. And the extensive raid launched by the Enclave could not go unnoticed. Soon, groups of UAP pilots hired by the Postal Service will start jumping around the systems and burning everyone in sight without regret. Actually, the Interceptor Enclave understands this very well and has only allocated 5 hours for the operation, and time is running out. Bart overcame his unpleasant premonition and decided to stay on duty for the allotted time. Otherwise, he wouldn't even get the participation bonus. Another 15 minutes and we can leave. Bart collected the search probes in the hold and was about to give the order to move to the nut. It was unlikely that they would be able to catch anyone anyway. And if the Avengers suddenly descended on the system, it would be easy to leave. Suddenly, 2 of the 4 frigates turned into blazing stars. The salvo that destroyed them was so powerful that even the capsules with the pilots did not survive, and only then the scanner showed /signature detected, /object, presumably the battlecruiser Pierfo, /attention, 75% match. There was no time to think about why this advertised degenerate of hell approached not from the nut, but from the opposite side. The 2 surviving helpers were already zealously gaining speed to go into warp. The destroyer Elec needed a little more time for this.
Attention! Enemy is capturing!
The orange message did not please Bart at all. The bitch Perfo was flying towards him at full speed, but was still far away. It is understandable that the enemy hit the motionless frigates from such a distance. But is the advertising really true? And it also locks on to targets at an indecent distance? Cursing incessantly, Bart tried to accelerate the ship as quickly as possible and simply jump into warp, without preparing a course, anywhere, as long as it was far away.
Signature detected. Object, presumably a medium destroyer.
A dot appeared on the map very close, and strange distortions emanated from it, typical of a ship emerging from camouflage.
What the hell?
Signature updated. Object. Multi-mode destroyer Zoom snapped back with a volley of small lasers which reduced the Elec shield by only 10%. Not dangerous, Bart realized. He also realized how Perfo had aimed. It had been guided by Zoom, which had quietly crept up under the camouflage field. That same multi-mode destroyer that escaped from the hunters a few hours ago. Brought a buddy, the bastard. Bart cursed again. The ship's AI locked onto the Zoom snitch, and the hybrid turrets fired in unison. The multi-mode shield almost went out. The Elec has more powerful guns. However, the Zoom's main advantage is not in its shields but in its armor, and you'll have to tinker with it while it's in defense mode. The nano-armor tightly covered the ship's main modules, turning it into a tough nut for any type of damage. "Shoot again," came a message from Zoom. "And my friend in the Perfika will dismantle your rattle trap for spare parts and stop the move, quickly." Bart obeyed. What else could he do? The frigates had fled, and they wouldn't have been much help anyway. And the prefix linear is added to the cruiser's name for a reason. This means that its main guns are on the same plane, lined up in a line. A simultaneous salvo very often leads to a critical overload of the target's shield, which is disabled in an emergency, and all the damage is done to the hull. And the Elic has a not very strong one. It can also hit the pilot's capsule, as just happened to those two poor guys on the frigates. Bart is too cautious to put his carcass at such risk. "Shall we settle it peacefully, guys?" "Yeah, get going," the Zoom pilot said. "Just remember to open the primary access so we don't have to mess around." "Got it," Bart responded. He activated the route right on the onboard AI, lovingly pumped up the destroyer. His capsule slipped into open space and headed for the jump gate. It was a pity about Elic, but he couldn't die with it. And this had happened to Bart more than once. True, the last time was a long time ago, when he was still driving mail corvettes. Yes, Bart used to work as a postman, for 10 years. Otherwise, how would he have learned the secret paths of the postman? "So what are we going to do with this trough?" Vennick asked. "What do you mean?" "It's a great mine layer destroyer, plus hacking functions. It'll come in handy." "I meant where to put him right now. He won't fit in the hold, and there are only 2 of us." Chapter 6, Station Alpha 6, Sector of Hotels for Internal Use of the UAP, Infantry School Zone. The long corridor curves into a semicircle. There are gray steel walls everywhere. The Mael lighting fills the room with a pleasant, soft light. Klim ran his palm over the scanner panel built into the wall. "Hello, friend Klim. Master and mistress of the house, please come in." The door quietly slid open. Chirik had long ago sewn his friend into the House AI's memory as a trusted friend. The House AI would have opened the door even if the owners had not been home at all. But, naturally, he would have warned them over the network that they had guests. Klim crossed the threshold and his feet found themselves on the rectangular cleaning mat. A light rustling sound and the guest's shoes became perfectly clean, so that he could enter without taking them off. Chirik entered the hallway from the adjoining room. "Hey bro, how did you sense that Jaya made a meat casserole?" The guys bumped into each other with their right shoulders, with such force that their muscles ached. This was a purely infantry greeting. But Klim had been communicating with Chirik for so long that he was already used to it. "Come into the kitchen. I'll be there right now." Chirik smiled and disappeared into the next room. The apartment is large, 12 rooms, furnished in a mixed style of Earthlings and SARs, plus various technological fashion gadgets of the modern Commonwealth. The floor is covered with a long, soft pile. There is a sofa in the corner. The walls are covered with intricate runes. Green ropes of vines hang from the ceiling here and there. And in a separate room there is a combat droid, on which they practice combinations of blows. In the kitchen, Klim was met by Jaya, Chirik's wife. A pretty, stocky brunette with dark skin and disproportionately large eyes. Not like the ones the Chinese draw in cartoons, but close. "Have a nice day, Klim," the woman narrowed her eyes slightly. The SARs consider it beautiful if the eyes are as small as possible. In their cartoons, the main characters are usually drawn with narrow slits on their faces. "Good day, Jaya. If you decide to fight, then go to the corridor. The cleaning droid is broken, and you won't be able to pull the dried blood out of this damn carpet." We don't really do that," the guest hesitated. "I'm just kidding," Jaya giggled. "Sit down. The casserole will be ready soon," and added sternly, "All the work after eating." Yes, sir, ma'am. Klim saluted and sat down on a crooked and low wooden stool at the table, which was barely knee-high. The curved seat didn't allow me to relax. I had to constantly tense my calves to avoid sliding onto the floor. Yes, push him down and sit on the side, otherwise you'll fidget the whole meal, Jaya graciously allowed. The Sours have a very complex system of communication, rules, prohibitions, and traditions. They even created a separate database on this topic, but Klim never got around to installing it. In addition, Jaya herself does not really adhere to the precepts of her ancestors, and even married an earthling. The rest of the Sours are housed separately from the citizens of the Commonwealth. And before each entrance to the residential areas there is a bright warning. Caution, Sour sector. Hand over your weapons to the guards at the entrance. Before visiting, it is recommended to install and study the knowledge base, customs of the planet Sura, and it's all about their pathological love for fights. The average Sour would rather have a fight. This is their way of greeting, getting to know each other, and often even a way of talking. Young guys gather in crowds in some large passage hall of the station, which is always arranged as a park with beautiful emerald grass. They stand in separate groups, discuss something, and watch how the next pair of fighters fight. It is simply impossible to pass by without running into, "Hey, enemy, let's have a fight." This is due to the difficult demographic situation in their homeland. For every girl, 100 boys are born. Finding a wife is simply unrealistic. And the stronger sex is forced to compete, to seek the favor of each female. The brave and reckless are in favor. It is not necessary to win every fight. The main thing is not to be afraid of anything, and to endure any beatings for the sake of the chosen one. Ideally, a real man should be covered in scars from head to toe. The fight lasts until one of the fighters falls. And try to refuse a smash or fall on purpose. In a minute, your image with a contemptuous caption, "Scumbag," will appear on each information panel of the sector. They will no longer offer anything, but they will accidentally push you and put mean footrests, for sure. Further movement will be difficult. Service droids will start not noticing you. Automatic taxis will not accept calls. And each local terminal will issue "Access denied." And that's a mild punishment. On the home planet of the Sours, a coward would simply and quietly be slaughtered. But here, the Commonwealth station and the brawlers are forced to follow certain rules. Each fight club has a medical droid on duty. No one bullies the police, hired guards, or station administrators, and in other people's residential areas, the Sours behave like ordinary citizens. However, Chirik and Jaya live in the quarter for OAP workers, and therefore Klim got there without incident. He was always a welcome guest of their family, since he introduced them himself. It happened by accident. At the academy, Klim met another dark-skinned beauty. Her eyes were quite normal in size, and so he did not immediately understand what he was getting himself into. At first, he showered her with jokes and compliments, invited her on a date, and only after asking for her address did he realize how he had screwed up. "Are you brave enough, pilot, to meet?" Shakti asked with a hint of sarcasm. "Yes. I am the most desperate capsuleer of the release." Klim puffed out his chest bravely, ignoring the light, sarcastic tone. The black-haired girl with bright purple eyes smiled mysteriously, dropped a marker on the neural network by which she could be found, and raising her cute nose, left. And he remained standing, stupidly looking at the station map. The marker was blinking exactly in the center of the Sour sector. "Your mother. Only the dead have not heard about the customs of the Sours on Alpha 6. What an ass." And at that moment, Klim was not thinking at all about Shakti's charming ass,
which had disappeared into the crowd of cadets, but about his own long-suffering ass. But backing down was not in his rules. The guy boldly went on the first date, and on the way did everything to ensure that his portrait did not end up on the information screens, decorated with the caption, "Scumbag." Most likely, the house AI of the room where the girl lived would not even notice the guest in such a case. He arrived a little late. His lips were split. There was a bruise under his eye. His ear was swollen, and there was a dried streak of blood in the corner of his mouth. The sores prefer to hit the head in order to quickly knock down their opponent. "Show me your fists, enemy." Shakti stunned him from the doorway. The guy obediently stretched out his hands and showed his broken knuckles. This meant that he had not only simply punched someone in the face, but had also punched someone himself. And did you see that there are medics on duty at the circles? That's what the SARs call the places of their battles. Certainly. Why didn't you use it? Well, I thought that it's not customary for you to show up on a first date unbeaten. Klim shrugged. The girl laughed. Only marks should be left on the hands. The face can be treated.
No, well, that's not fair. Why did I try in vain?
Okay, hero. Shakti grinned mischievously. I'll go with you. And they went to some nearby eatery. On the way, they visited the nearest medical droid. The sawers saw the couple off with sullen glances, but did not call them out to swing anymore. Even when Klim returned alone, he was never called out. He liked Shakti. Her name literally translated meant power, but she behaved simply. She did not pretend to be a high society lady, did not try to be smart, but at the same time, she gave the impression of being a rather smart person, with an excellent sense of humor. It was easy with her. Klim himself did not notice how they agreed to meet again. The next evening, Chirik found him thinking about his difficult fate. "What, good fellow, are you hanging your head? Did you fail the exam?" The friend mumbled nasal, imitating the old witch's nasty voice. "No, here's the thing." And Klim told his friend about the upcoming date with a fight.
"Well, you're an idiot," Chirik laughed. "And you know that now. After you've snatched a female, the males will try with tripled force. Now the most spirited ones will invite you. You won't get off with a split lip. They'll break your skull for sure. You gave me hope. Don't worry. I'll help you with your grief, but only on one condition. Ask whatever you wish, Baba Yaga. Despite modern medicine, the prospect of being subjected to constant beatings did not please the pilot. Ask your crush to invite a girlfriend for me." Despite his success in the infantry school and his reputation as a brave fighter, Chirik was terrified of the fair sex. Whenever he found himself in close proximity to the man with breasts, he would become timid and talk nonsense. Klim had already taken his friend on double dates several times, where, in difficult moments, he could hide behind his friend's eloquence. "I'll try right now," Klim called Shakti without delay. "A girlfriend? Are you going to date two at once?" There was more surprise than displeasure in the girl's voice. "What are you saying? Of course not. It's just that my friend, when he heard that the Saurians are the most beautiful creatures in the universe, climbed onto my shoulder and refuses to come down until I introduce him to one of them. I hope you realize what this entails." "I have no idea, oh beautiful Shakti," Klim joked. "Okay, my friend will be there. Don't be late." The last words were said with a clear hint. At the entrance to the Saurian sector, the guys handed over their stunners to the guards, and Chirik began to chatter conspiratorially. "So listen, you go ahead, pretend that you are on your own, and when they offer to fight, agree, but only 2 against 2. Doesn't this break tradition?" "It's all fine." Chirik waved his hand. "Our guys come here in groups of 5 to fight wall to wall. Soldered infantry, aren't training rings enough for you?" "The ring is fun, of course, but a real fight is much more fun."
The future stormtrooper rubbed his palms with a grin. He didn't come here to meet his big-eyed girlfriend, but to have fun. Klim covered almost half the way, calmly. The groups he met on the circles seemed not to notice the guest. He already thought that today would be fine when a lanky guy in a t-shirt blocked his way. The heavy ropes of muscle beneath his tanned skin did nothing to hinder his movements with the grace of a cheetah. It looked like this guy could crack someone's skull with one lightning-fast blow.
Let's have a fight, enemy?
The Sor winked smilingly.
Easy.
Klim nodded, already clearly understanding that nothing easy awaited him and Chirrut.
But only 2-on-2, it was said.
The big-eyed predator shrugged and nodded to someone in the crowd. Another big-eyed fighter, who looked even healthier, came out of it at that moment. "Is there someone with you? Or will you choose from the circle?"
He waved his hand in the direction where the crowd had already gathered. The rules allowed him to take any partner, even a Saurian, and he would not refuse to fight on the side of the stranger. Klim looked around, and as if by chance, caught sight of Chirrut, fidgeting nearby. "Hey, buddy. Want to have a fight?"
What?
He acted quite naturally, as if he had just noticed Klim.
We are always happy to do that.
Chirrut was clearly known here, because the Saur's insolent grins immediately faded. The fight was short-lived, and Klim took almost no part in it. As soon as they raised their hands, standing opposite each other, Chirrut was already between the Saurs, and with a few well-honed moves, knocked both of them out. They didn't even have time to properly defend themselves.
So,
the infantryman took a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his fists from someone else's blood.
let's go, buddy. It's not interesting here.
When they had moved a little further, Klim asked,
I see this isn't your first time here.
I visit sometimes. True, they don't call me anymore. They just nod and whisper, "Greetings, Khan."
Why don't you invite me yourself?
Someone snitched to the mentors that one of the big-eyed ones almost died after our close contact. Well, the senior instructor forbade me to call them. Only if one of the Saurs himself suggests it.
You are probably sad,
I just cry at night.
sobbed Chirrut.
Such a mess.
Don't you want to swing? Enemies came from one of the circles. 2 more contenders for a beating grew up in front of the guys, though they were a little smaller than the previous ones. News spreads quickly here. The Saurs decided at all costs not to let the impudent humans near their females.
No way!
Chirrut grinned with anticipation, but squinted, saw the neural network timer and realized that they could be late. Sorry, fighters. We're a bit tired after the last fight. Next time. And he calmly trudged on. Klim caught up with him after about 20 steps. Was that even possible? Naturally. What valiant warrior would agree to fight a tired enemy? It's not fair. Wait a minute. Did you fight with everyone yesterday? Well, Klim pursed his lips. Brother! Chirrut stopped and grabbed Klim by the shoulders. You're an idiot, of course, but I respect you. You're my hero. Bitch! No one at school will believe me when I tell this. What a grief. Okay, let's go, or else those goggle-eyed freaks will start looking around. Chirrut simply gave up his next most important fight in his life, on all fronts in literally 2 seconds, as soon as he met Jaya's bottomless eyes. Now anyone who carelessly blurts out bulging eyes, bulging, glazun, or something like that in front of him becomes enemy number 1. No one dares to insult the most beautiful creatures of the universe with their filthy language. When the piece of casserole disappeared into the stomach, by the way, not everyone can afford to cook real food, which means Chirrut and Jaya earn quite well. Klim pushed the square plate away and cleared his throat. Actually, I have business with your dear wife. Should I be worried? Chirrut playfully blew on his fist and rubbed it against his chest. Of course I should. Klim smiled broadly. If I had such a beauty as a wife, I wouldn't sleep a wink at night, fearing that she would be taken away. A sycophant. Jaya smiled, narrowing her eyes. Anyway, I need an OAP interrogator. I can't find them at auction. Are they rare? They are not traded at all, and only field agents can rent them. Agency policy. The girl spread her hands. She is one of the ordinary employees of the OAP, and sometimes throws interesting contracts to Klim. Buy a regular one or a pirated one.
There are plenty of them. We need the OAP one. Their records are trusted more.
Impossible. Wait, Chirik butted in. What if he hires an investigator for the interrogation, for example? A lieutenant of the DG OAP? Is the same one allowed to rent? That's possible, Jaya agreed. But only if the interrogation takes place on the border with the Nulls, outside the Commonwealth Protectorate. No problem, said Klim. We'll deliver your lieutenant even to the Nulls. But this person must be proven, and not talkative. There is no need to go into the zeros themselves. There is no connection there. The interrogator will not work. Am I proven enough? Chirik grinned. What kind of lieutenant of the DG are you? You didn't take part in battles. It turns out that in order to get the prefix senior on your stripe, you have to participate. Of course, they didn't let me into any of the planetary meat grinders, but they assigned me to the DG.
So now you have the honor of talking to a lieutenant of the sabotage group of the General Pilots Agency, bro.
Be proud. But shh. It's a secret.
What kind of secret is that?
Jaya was indignant.
When you shout about it on every street corner, every time you get drunk at the bar, and I can. I'm a lieutenant of the DGOAP. So what? Let's help our Klimka? Easy, but it will cost a lot of money. We will have to conduct hiring through the agency's accounts. How much?
Klim sighed, already mentally selling the recently captured Elik.
About 10,000,
Jaya estimated.
Plus the investigator's travel expenses. Ugh, he scared me.
Klim almost spat on the carpet, but came to his senses in time.
I'll pay 30, just so it's quick. Well, well.
The girl nodded understandingly.
I always forget that you are one of the immortals and measure your wealth in plexes. I personally am not that rich, but I try to strive.
Klim found the prince in his own room. He gave him access himself so that he wouldn't show up in the old apartment. Venik is sitting in a chair. His eyes are looking through the wall. A vein is pulsing on his temple. Now his neural network is unpacking data into the brain of the carrier.
What are you studying now, Venya?
Klim asked. Aiming. Search for vulnerable zones, second rank. You responded distantly. Sometimes the rapid learning of the skill makes pilots rather absent-minded, to the point that they run into obstacles or cannot stand up at all.
Only the second one? Not enough for birth.
I know. That's why I sped it up to the limit. Maybe I'll have time to do the third one before the operation. Once Klim got a slap on the back of the head from a teacher for an innocent question about aiming. What do you mean, capture the target? What kind of nonsense is that? You look at the crosshairs, see the enemy, and just press the trigger. What's there to capture? The teacher advised him to shut up and study the basics. And after studying, everything became clear by itself.
Any modern ship, even without additional modules to disrupt the sight, is already stealth in itself. In addition to polymers in the casing and special geometric shapes, the inside and hull are created using the latest scanner suppression tools. Every second, the ship splashes out a lot of noise into the surrounding space, preventing it from being noticed. If you film a modern, even non-combat ship with a regular earthly video camera, or look with your eyes, you will see all sorts of devilry. Glowing balls, celestial cigars, pale haze, shadows, or nothing at all. All this will move with crazy acceleration and violate all laws of physics without causing any disturbances in the atmosphere. In general, it will behave like an ordinary UFO.
If you fire at such a target from 100 machine guns, the bullets will fly milk, simply because the target is in a completely different place and looks completely different. The onboard AI of a combat ship uses the blurry data of the scanner and constantly tries,
at least for a second, to discern the enemy. A rich arsenal of detection is used, even in the psi range, but without a wise mentor. In the form of a properly trained pilot's brain, this would be unrealistic. Target captured means that, having analyzed the data, the AI pilot tandem has identified several parameters inherent to the target object and will now be able to continuously track it. Then I won't distract you. And this. I got the OAP interrogator, but only in a set with the interrogator. I hope you won't blab. This is Chirik. This guy can be trusted, the prince blurted out, without a second thought. Wow. You figured that out in a couple of rounds in the ring. No, this is a separate observation. But in the ring, Chirik teaches me to be alive. Didn't understand. I was raised as a leader since childhood. Venix slowed down his study of skills in order to speak coherently. You can't get angry. You can't be sad. You can't get attached. The mind must be cold, like a block of ice in the asteroid belt. It is necessary to weigh every word, every gesture. This gives behavior certain features. When I fight, this fades into the background. I begin to feel like myself, the way I would be without the chair. I can allow myself to splash out everything that has accumulated over the years of correct behavior. I can be alive, real. In short, you're the same soldered brawler as Chirik. Klim smacked his lips, letting half the words go in one ear and out the other. He thought for a bit and threw the prince a marker of the sore zone. Then I have an interesting place for you. A fight club. Drop in sometime. Okay. Venix's eyes defocused again. Okay, I'll go and convert the zoom into a mine layer or something. Sector Cross, System KRA-1. Locals call it Alpha Cross. Space. Part of the view is blocked by the red-brown sphere of the planet, with rare splashes of blue seas. Day is only on half of the sphere, and on the dark side, the weak lights of huge technopolises are visible. A little further away is the Alpha 6 station, a kind of tadpole similar to a boat motor. It slowly moves in a circular orbit, far enough away not to cause cataclysms on the planet. There are always many different ships cruising near the station, mostly large cargo ships reminiscent of old airships or nimble training corvettes of the OAP, since one of the branches of the Pilots Academy is located on the station. But today, a whole fleet has gathered. 500 frigates of all kinds, destroyers, cruisers, and even a dozen battleships. They are scurrying around the station like flies, and almost all the general channels are filled with a polyphonic noise of voices. A little to the side, a Beret-class support battleship hovered, reminiscent of a stingray sea fish in its contours, and it was painted that way. Black on top, white on the bottom, and a narrow mouth on it. The ship is stuffed with auxiliary modules that restore shields and armor to friendly targets, help with detection and targeting, can charge a drained capacitor and repair a warp accelerator jammed by induced interference. This space field hospital for ships is managed by a rather famous person, Pilot Kex. A loner, who managed to become so famous that a whole line of people wishing to stand under his command has formed. Several dozen smaller ships are already circling around the Beret. These are the ones that Kex selected for his group and connected to a separate, dedicated communication channel. Today, Mr. Kex will become an FC, Fleet Commander, also known as the Fleet Commander. This requires not only experience and leadership qualities, but also a PSI index of at least 9 to maintain the required width of the information communication channel. And also a suitable ship. Kex has all of this. He is often invited to join some corporation, but the freedom-loving pilot invariably refuses. He likes to remain his own master. Fleetcom will select the best, those he knows personally, those with a nice rating or a ship needed for the raid. Only thanks to him such a crowd gathered here. Kex threw out a call in the station chats. The same announcement from another pilot would have gathered 20 people, no more. Anyone who doesn't join Kex's group will fly to the URT raid alone or team up with other losers. Or they won't fly at all. Health is more important. This whole chaotic gathering of capsuleers at the station is not the main combat contingent going to destroy the URTs. In principle, such a mess that reigned in Alpha orbit would not have been allowed in the corporate fleet. All these are suckers vultures that will pick up the remains from the master's table. They will fly out at the end of the main battle to reduce the chance of meeting the evil URTs to a minimum. But the danger still remains, so those who do not find satellites will most likely not fly at all. Venick and Klim didn't even try to join any team. That wasn't their task for today. Perf hung modestly at the station, and Zoom was slowly furrowing through the cluster of various ships. Somewhere in the confusion of ship signatures, Marine's reeler was lost. "Found it!" Klim rejoiced. "Catch the marker!" "A marker is good, but it would be even better to capture it in the sight," Venick answered sourly. "Or stick the beacon up your ass, but you can't. He'll notice." "A moment of attention, gentlemen," Kex reported on the general channel.
The fleet is assembled. The rest are free, thank you all. I warn you right away, if anyone decides to hang around closer than 30 MIPers, minimum psi field resonance, this is what pilots use to measure short distances, from my group, then this sly fellow will fly home in a capsule. A friendly roar of disappointment erupted in response, but Kex didn't hear it, having left the general channel in advance. 5 minutes later, his fleet had formed a pathetic semblance of a formation and was moving toward the jump gates. They were deliberately placed far away from the stations, so that in the event of an invasion, there would be at least some time to prepare for defense. "It started," warned Klim. "I'll be hanging around Marin, and you stay at a distance." "Received." Some of the remaining ships rushed after Kex's fleet. Some returned to the station. The pilots who decided to fly the raid separately tried to unite into another fleet, but quickly quarreled, filling the common channel with abuse. Several teams of 5 to 10 participants were formed, and it seems Marin joined one of them. A queue formed at the system's jump gate. The first to pass the nut were Kex's guys. They did not linger, since they were receiving clear commands from the FC. A scattered crowd of the rest circled around aimlessly. The light frigate List entered the jump zone but still did not warp, blocking the passage. The general channel began to sound indignant exclamations. Someone already suggested disassembling the brake, but the KRA-1 system has the highest security index. The gate weapons will definitely punish anyone who opens unmotivated fire.
"Beauty,"
commented Venick.
"And these, with your permission, pilots, studied at the academy."
At the academy, they teach you to follow orders. But here, every third person is their own commander, and not everyone has studied. Okay, Venick. It's 8 jumps to the assembly point. We'll meet there. They won't start right away anyway. I'll try not to lose Marin. Until next time. Klim managed to squeeze into the queue and jump right behind the marked reeler. For this, he received 5 personal messages from other pilots, with curses and threats. The outskirts of the SKG-6 star system. They have just begun to develop it. Near the 4th planet, the skeleton of a future station has grown, on which a dock, a processing plant, and a small shipyard are already partially functioning. Several large cities have been founded on the planet itself, but they are still hidden underground and cannot be seen from orbit. Terraforming is only just gaining momentum. A white spot of ice cap has barely hatched on the pole. Next to the skeleton of the station, right in space, a huge red hologram shines. Arma Corporation. This inscription is clearly visible from the surface of the planet in the dark. 2 years ago, the ARM didn't care about the remote star system and the development was moving slowly, with the help of local clans, until one of the scouts discovered a construction site of mercenaries in a neighboring system.
one of the varieties of conditionally intelligent creatures. These little bastards are constantly building huge, intricate structures around stars. They fly around on ships the size of a medium destroyer, with ant-like contours. The mercenaries don't pay attention to anything around them except their idiotic construction. Or rather, they didn't pay attention before, but after they got a few thrashings from the Commonwealth, they started shooting any alien that came into their line of sight with ballistic weapons.
And they got it because, when they finished one of their incomprehensible constructions, a belt in the orbit of a star, consisting of long pillars, chaotically located and not fastened together in any way, the construction was activated, and the star emitted a pulse flash. It covered 150 light-years in a few hours, and turned off all electronics in its area of effect. The glowing vortices in the center of the jump gates went out. The communication towers failed. The powerful generators of the stations were cut off, and thousands of ships caught in transit hung in open space as heaps of useless iron. The Commonwealth spent 15 years restoring what was lost, and all that time, it mercilessly burned every Myrmicin cluster it spotted, along with its buildings. But they, with the stubbornness of ants, returned and began building anew. Like those doozers from the Muppet Show, it was impossible to come to an agreement with the Myrmicins. They do not respond to any requests in any conceivable range. It has not yet been possible to capture any of them alive. Their bodies are woven into the structures of the ships. All that remains is to monitor and destroy what has been built in time. Which is what Arma has done. Oh, no. The armed directors aren't so magnanimous as to hammer away at the URT for the greater good. The Myrmicines simply build their structures from capta, a rare mineral that's excellent at absorbing and storing energy. 1/4 of modern ship capacitors are made from it. In the last year, the Arma Corporation has surged ahead as a manufacturer of inexpensive but reliable caps. When harvesting capta, the main thing is not to overdo it and leave the Myrmicines a sufficient piece of the belt. Then they will definitely return and continue building. Klim got to the last nut even earlier than Marin. Kex's fleet was already lined up at the gate, awaiting the order to jump.
Fleetcom is still waiting. Most likely, he has a reliable person in the ranks of the ARM corporate fleet who will warn when exactly the Corps finish clearing the target system. Finally, the front rows wavered and, one by one, Kex's ships began to disappear in blue flashes of light. Zoom lined up right behind them, pretending to be part of the fleet. Activating the gate. A narrow tunnel of distortions enveloped the destroyer. Klim emerged from the warp at the tail of the column and immediately gained speed, moving slightly to the side. Soon, Kex would begin to fulfill his promise and take apart everyone who was closer than he should have. System is SKG-8 system. Security status, 0. Be careful, the ship's navigator said. Here they are, the notorious Zeros. The corporate fleet of the ARM has already left the battle, but has not yet left the dangerous system. The ships have gathered on the periphery to reorganize for withdrawal. The Tannis-class Titan immediately caught my eye. Enormous. 13 kilometers long, it resembles an armored boot from a heavy assault suit. On its side, the red inscription, Arma, proudly flaunts. Dreadnoughts and battleships are lined up around the gigantic vessel, in strict order, at the same distance from each other, as if someone ran and specially measured them with a ruler. The smaller ships have already disappeared into the vast belly of the Tannis. The ARM fleet is preparing to jump. No gate can move the giant Tannis from its place. They will simply fall apart from the overload. But the Titan does not need this. It has its own jump module, which is capable of teleporting both the Titan itself and a lot of friendly targets. A huge purple rectangle flared up in front of the Tannis. In front of the other ships in the fleet, smaller rectangles corresponding to their sizes, sharp movement, bright simultaneous flashes, and the corporate fleet of the ARM disappeared from the radar. Around the distant star in the center of the system, barely noticeable points of explosions flickered. This is the battle that the corporation gave to the mercenaries. The ARM fleet has already gone home, and the light from the battle site has only now reached this edge of the system. If desired, you can increase the resolution of the scanner and see how everything happened. But Klim has no time. He peers at the groups of ships emerging from the warp. And here you are. Another 5 ships appeared on the radar. 2 destroyers and 3 frigates, one of them the reeler. Zoom moved after them, so as not to let Marin out of the zone of confident detection. 10 minutes later, a message came from Venick. "I'm here. What are your instructions, partner?" "What the hell instructions? Anything can happen here while we're floating with the flow. Try to stay close, partner."
Chapter 7. Chapter 7.
Kex's fleet warped to the star itself, like a flock of midges to jam, and began busily mining the capt from the belt of straight black pillars that the URTs had sculpted, but the core had not touched. For this, Kex included 30 specialized ships of the miner and gatherer classes in his group. The other ships merely covered their activities, so that the remnants of the mercenaries, possibly still in the belt, would not interfere with the miners. Actually, for such things, you can get a slap on the head from the ARM. Apparently, Kex has not just an informant in the corporation, but a reliable patron, since he decided to pinch off someone else's piece. Marin's 5 jumped after them, keeping a respectful distance, and Zoom followed them. Despite the major battle that had just ended near the mermacine structure, there wasn't much debris in the area. The ARM core had collected all the most valuable items, leaving the cheap trash for the young suckers.
Almost immediately, Kex's fleet ran into several opponents, but the fleet commander quickly got his bearings, gave the necessary orders, and they were broken apart into pieces. The sounds of distant explosions reached Klim. Naturally, sounds do not propagate in the vacuum of space. Every space battle takes place in deathly silence, no matter how large scale it is. It's all about the special program of the onboard AI. Human vision is quite primitive, and if you feed it a full spherical view from the scanner, it disorients the pilot, and therefore capsuleers look only in one specific direction. To record events behind the back, audio accompaniment is used. The AI detects an explosion, a turret shot, an accelerator acceleration, an exit from warp, and gives the pilot a corresponding sound signal. The signals can be configured within a wide range, and Klim spent more than 1 month optimizing his own set of sounds.
Not everyone uses this, because there are target lists, warning logs and alarms from the AI, but when there is a big mess,
Several short fights have already broken out between the vultures over the eternal question: who is the owner of this trophy? The guy who arrived first, or the guys who are more numerous? Arguments in the form of coordinated volleys are used. Some pilots have already gone home in capsules. But there are also those in the raid who fly for fun, that is, for entertainment. Wealth opens many doors and gives a lot of opportunities: cool cars, beautiful chicks, fashionable hotels, strong dope. But if you are a capsule pilot, nothing can replace the freedom and adrenaline that merging with the ship, endless space, and a deadly fight bring. The feeling that you are a giant, capable of crushing and knocking out entire clans, a drug that can never be replaced. Most of the old men generally spend their lives in capsules without leaving. The world of bugs consisting of meat and bones has long ceased to interest them. Some wealthy pilots sometimes assemble a simpler ship, fly with vultures to a raid, no matter where. The main thing is that there are more people, and begin a quest called Who Will Look Askance. Well and sticking can be as simple as a pole, as is known. Klim noticed one of them. It had been circling around for 5 minutes. He was looking closely. There is practically no information about the ships of the Zoom class on the internet. 50 years have passed after all, and, apparently, the pilot thinks that the Learton technologies are long outdated. He wants to conduct reconnaissance in force. Also, by the way, on the Reeler. This class of frigates is generally highly valued by pirates and duel lovers for their cheapness and bite. On such a one there is always a chance to win, and if they take it apart, it is not so sad.
Without waiting for the Reeler pilot to come up with a pretext for an attack, Klim sent him a message. "That perfo is in the distance, my friend, so back off." He could have dealt with the loner himself, but he didn't want to waste the capacitor, the energy of which could come in handy at any moment. The Reeler hovered nearby for another minute, and then sped off to another part of the airfield. "Some strange pilot asked if we were in a group," Vennik said. "Apparently he wanted to join. I answered that there were no places." "Yeah, join in, of course," Klim chuckled, and explained what he really wanted. "Don't they have enough adrenaline around? Look, the Myrmidon belt is nearby. Fly and fight." Well, you compared. Either to get together on a far-fetched pretext with an inexperienced brother pilot, who will at most disassemble the ship, or to run into a URT, who will not spare you, and will also destroy the capsule. Are there really such, lousy assholes among pilots? The prince overcame his politeness and uttered a suitable curse. "You just grew up in the hothouse conditions of the clan. Let me guess. You studied at the academy and then immediately returned home, got a great ship, and participated exclusively in group battles as a fleet commander? Yes. Welcome to the Commonwealth realities, partner. It's full of assholes, and the laws are illusory. And by the way, our friend Marin is the leader of a gang of thugs. Have you noticed that he always flies to the target first? And he doesn't choose randomly, but those fragments that interested one of the loners? He waits until he scans the object. When something valuable is found, the pilot starts dismantling, and they drive him away in a crowd. If Marin is the leader in the 5, then we'll have to dismantle all 5. Of course, I armed the Zoom to the fullest, but the capacitor will last for 3 minutes of combat. You didn't calculate the energy stability of the ship? I didn't calculate the 2 destroyers that will guard Mirren. 3 minutes will be more than enough for the Reeler and 2 more light frigates. You just gave me a great idea, partner. See those 2 pieces of debris? A little further away? Vennik marked the objects on the group's tactical map. The vultures sanded this zone at the very beginning, and now there is almost no one there. The 2 ship hulks are located at a distance of 50 mipers from each other. This is almost twice the range of the small lasers that are mounted on frigates. But it is ideal for the medium-energy weapons of the cruiser Perf. They've already been searched. True, but not everyone knows about this? Vennik quickly informed his partner of the details of the plan, and the guys began to wait until the bulk of the pilots began to leave the system. In such a delicate matter as the capture of the immortal, extra witnesses are of no use. Mirren carefully read the message logs. Many pilots do not bother to send personal messages, but curse directly in the general channel. The log is 3/4 full of obscene language. All of these, chats, channels, psi-ether interceptions, encryption, triggered communications switching, and message logs, require a solid list of studied databases, and are important for fleet commanders who need to manage the entire fleet and give orders in time to those who need them at the moment, and also so that strangers do not hear. For an ordinary pilot, aiming and firing are more important. Almost no beginner wastes time on useless nonsense, and does not know how to cleverly hide their negotiations. Therefore, directly from open sources,
you can easily glean valuable information. For example, who exactly acts in groups, and who is a loner who can be driven away by threats. At first, Marin was interested in the distant shot from the energy cannon. That area had been searched long ago, and it was strange that someone was causing trouble there. What if it was URTs? It turned out that the newfangled Perfo is driving Zoom away from the trophy.
What other Zoom? Lurton Technologies?
Marin checked the encyclopedia in the neural network.
Those are the ones that were fucked to death 100 years ago. Is there really someone still flying their junk? Probably the same old fart as his ship.
He scrolled through the logs of the squabble between the pilots that had happened before the shot. Well, that's it. Perfo was driving away the old man. A common thing. And then Marin was interested in the message that the Zoom pilot sent to the offender after.
Well, go to hell, freak. There are even more goodies in this wreck.
At the same time, he really began to dismantle the neighboring ship hull. It is most likely that the old man on Zoom just wants to hurt the offender, and there is nothing valuable in his trophy.
Oh, almost everything is cleaned out anyway.
Let's check, Marin decided. In the worst case, we'll dismantle this miserable tub. That's also a profit. Each module of the ship is packed in layers of nano-armor, like a safe, not as securely as the capsule with the pilot, but enough to not suffer from most loads. Even when the ship falls apart, many pieces of equipment remain intact. And judging by the data from the scanner, the Zoom is pretty well equipped. "Guys, catch a new marker," Marin informed his group. "It's a bit far," the left twin responded. Two brothers, similar as two peas in a pod, controlled two destroyers of the Matar class. They also assembled absolutely identical ships. Marin, without thinking twice, marked them in the group as left and right. "We won't make it. We'll go on afterburner," Marin clarified, picking up speed. Two light frigates rushed after them, their pilots quickly getting used to silently obeying the new leader. "Then my brother and I will fall far behind," added the right twin. "Can the three of you handle an entire destroyer? And we'll pinch him from the edge of the gun's range and retreat," explained Marin. "We'll distract him from the trophy, and then you'll join in. If he doesn't run away by himself before then." "That's right," the leftist agreed. "What a smart leader we have today," the right one supported his brother. "We need to get together again sometime." "Stick with me, guys," Marin said importantly. "You won't go wrong." Black, transparent sand, distant, multicolored sparks. The sand is strange. You can run on it not only forwards and backwards or to the sides, but also up and down. A huge fire is blazing a little further away, and around it, like a thin belt, stands an incomprehensible structure made of sticks and logs. Now persistent guys with axes and saws are swarming there, busily chopping and sawing, and then putting the chips into bottomless sacks. He leaned over the mangled carcass lying at his feet again. It was no longer clear who it really was, nothing but bones and skin. Everything that could be eaten had long since been eaten. But Klim continued to pretend that he was enthusiastically extracting something very interesting from the empty belly of the skeleton. 3 six-legged jackals are already nearby. They run, splashing saliva on the black sand. One of them has 2 heads. It's Marin. The toothy ones think to scare him. "Pale mongrels," Klim chuckled. "The only thing that causes concern is the 2 hippos that are barely following behind. But while they are stomping, there is time to crush the jackals. The main thing is to act quickly." The jackals spread out in a semicircle. Their eyes flashed like rays. They hit the armor that surrounded the demon's skin like a ghost and went out. The attackers thought that Klim would run away, but the broad-shouldered demon jumped forward with lightning speed.
He swung his tail, which ended in a mace, and slammed it into the black sand. The ringing cut the ears. A ghostly wave spread around. Everyone it touched seemed shorter. Klim sank into the black sand up to his knees, and with him the 3 jackals.
Now they will not escape. It's time,
he whispered to his partner. And immediately he spat a clot of sticky saliva at the 2-headed jackal. Now it was not only up to its belly in the sand, but its paws were stuck together. It quickly began to crawl away from Klim, who rushed at full speed towards the immobilized victim. The other jackal's eyes began to flash scorching rays again, but they melted right at the skin. The spirit's shield was still holding up. Klim swung all 4 of his arms, hurled weighty stones at the 2-headed one. Klim spat again, trying to slow down the enemy even more. It was easier to hit a motionless one with stones. The other 2 jackals jumped back further, and their eyes gleamed from afar.
Their gazes had already burned the shield and begun to scorch the skin. But the demon named Zoom had thick skin.
4 arms hurled stones again. The 2-headed one paddles with all his might, but the distance only shrinks. More stones knocked pieces of bone and meat out of his body. One of his paws was broken. The gelding tried to snap back, but the thin rays from his eyes stuck in the demon's thick skin, barely burning through. The hippos come closer and closer, focusing their gaze on Zoom.
You're gonna get it now, bitch!
Growls the 2-headed jackal. Klim tensed his muscles. His body was covered with additional layers of skin. The demon once again swung his tail. A ringing sound, and his feet sank into the sand again. He spat at the jackal once more and threw stones. It no longer resisted. The hippos opened their mouths. The 2 jackals that had run off at a distance were inspired and rushed at Klim with new strength. Blows pounded the skin like hail.
It didn't seem so thick anymore.
An old man came out onto the distant ridge of a dune made of black sand. Powerful, sinewy, in steel armor, a white beard hanging down to his waist. Most likely he would not make it in time for the fight. He was standing too far away. But the old man flashed his eyes, raised his palms, and dozens of lightning bolts burst from his spread fingers. 6 sparkling discharges pulverized the nearest jackal. 4 completely tore apart Marin's body. Pieces of skin, meat, bones, and heart flew off. The jackal's heart fluttered, grew thin spider legs, trying to run away as quickly as possible. But at that moment the spiked tail hit the black sand again. The heart sank, and Klim spat at it and hit it successfully. The legs stuck together. Although the capsule's signature is significantly smaller than the ship's, which means it is more difficult to hit, the last thought pulled the pilot out of his shell.
The world of demons does not fit with intricate terms like signature.
But Klim did not lose his head from the abrupt transition, quickly activated the gravity gripper, and dragged Marin's immobilized capsule into the hold. Polanski syndrome. With the invention of neural shunts and direct connection of nerve fibers to the ship's systems, an interesting detail was revealed. Some pilots, during combat or in moments of danger, see hallucinations. Moreover, one common to all: a kind of collective insanity. Initially, they tried to treat this case. Quite a few people were locked up in mental hospitals and treated. Some are still sick, but not with hallucinations, but with something worse. What can you do? Medicine is an imprecise science, so doctors, and especially shrinks, do not return money. New pilots, who suddenly began to see the other side, simply stopped admitting it. After all, no one wants to go to the madhouse.
And the problem itself disappeared. There are no more sick people. An Earth native, former Pole Czeslaw Polański, was not a psychologist. But he had a solid IQ and worked as an OAP instructor in tactics. He also collected statistics on cadet training battles. And soon he noticed that there was a separate group of average guys who, in a difficult moment, suddenly became smarter, and their ship pilot interaction speed increased several times. Czeslaw began to quietly question such guys and found out that they all saw halunas at that moment. And what is important, at the end of training, all these psychos are among the 20 best graduates. Polański didn't shout about it from the rooftops, but quietly collected statistics, studied the issue, and wrote a lengthy work, modestly named it after himself, and sent it to the agency's board. For this, he received a nice bonus from senior agents.
They stopped treating pilots. But now, with everyone who is noticed under the hood, and it is not difficult for the instructors of the academy to notice this, additional instructions are given. Since then, cadets with Polański syndrome graduate from the academy invariably in the top 10, as soon as they learn to turn on the underside in time. 2 Matar-class destroyers launched warp jammers and flooded the Zoom with stasis nets. Attention, warp drive has been disabled. Attention, accelerator malfunction. Maneuvering engine efficiency is 20%. The orange warnings flashed almost simultaneously. Klim applied full power to the boosters, but seemed to hang in place. The Matars were approaching quickly. "Hey, pilot," one of them said. "You just captured our friend's capsule." "What, we can't?" Klim was indignant, deciding to stall for time until they opened fire on him again. "We're sort of in the zeros. Zoom has already completely rebuilt into defensive mode. But if Matars decide to dismantle it, it will not hold out for long." Both destroyers took up a position to hide from perf guns behind Klim's ship. Venik will not shoot in such a situation. He will be afraid to hit his comrade. "What a joker," growled the left brother. "We'll take you apart now and then keep on joking." "And since you notice that we're in the nulls," the right one added, "and we'll take apart the capsule too, so that the brothers don't get enough. There's a ton of freaks. Damn it. They don't respect traditions." "Guys," Klim responded calmly, "let's not get hysterical. I just have something to talk to Marin about." "If there's something to talk about," the leftist reasonably noted, "invite him to the bar at the station and have a chat. What's the point of talking to this scumbag?" shouted the pilot of a frigate circling nearby. "Burn him. In principle, the guys are doing the right thing."
In their place, Klim would have acted the same way. You can't allow youngsters to grab other pilots with impunity. It's not far from total chaos, and these guys simply won't listen to any explanations. And Venik was still too far away to fire accurately. His cruiser was too slow. He tried to change trajectory, to open up a firing arc for himself. But the Matars had also moved, worked their stasis nets on the Zoom once more, and opened fire.
"Attention! Accelerator malfunction. Maneuvering engine efficiency 10%. Attention! Energy shield disabled. Attention! Nano armor integrity is 85%.
This way they will have time to dismantle Klim's ship and get away from Venik.
Calm down!
Klim yelled, not even trying to shoot back.
"You can take down Marin like that too!" "We'll be careful, don't worry."
The right one chuckled. and the Matars fired again in unison.
Attention! Nano armor integrity is 75%.
Perf has already approached a distance of 35 mippers, but it is still too far. It will not make it in time. Zoom continues to slowly crawl away from the pressing destroyers, but with the same success it could turn off the accelerators completely. Stasis nets do not allow normal acceleration. What a mess, Klim cursed. Hold on, partner, Venik barked. I'm already here. You're in the middle of nowhere. You'll be late. Blows thundered across the paneling. Attention. Nano armor integrity is 62%. Several new targets separated from perf. New signatures detected. 8 objects of class Ratnik. Description: medium drone fighter. A line of nimble drones rushed forward. They had no living pilots, so their acceleration was limited only by the power of their engines. They covered the distance to the Zoom in about 10 seconds. The fighters lined up around Klim's ship and glided along its orbit in an intricate circle. 8 pieces. Klim was taken aback.
What's Venik's psi level? 9? Holy shit!
The Zoom's hull shook from the hits.
Attention! Nano armor integrity is 46%. Now stop shooting, assholes!
Venik transmitted into the general channel, or else I'll beat you all up. Calm down, buddy. The right brother responded, but the shooting nevertheless stopped. Why are you defending him? He captured the pilot. This is not according to the rules. The leftist supported him. Notions and frisking, Venik snapped, getting more and more excited and copying Chiric's manner of speaking. These are the internal affairs of our clan. Get lost. What clan? Do you think there's no justice for you, scumbags? The surviving frigate, still circling around the Zoom, opened a wide broadcast channel. All pilots, alert! Urgent assistance required! Well, it's about to start, Klim thought warily and looked at the tactical map of the system. There were no wrecks left. The lone vultures carefully cleared a nearby space. The Kex fleet finished the extraction, filled the holds with capta, and left. The map was dotted with dozens of signatures, and even those had accumulated near the distant frame, one by one leaving the SKG-8 system. The system does not have its own jump gates. The mercenaries would certainly destroy them, protecting their possessions. Getting out of SKG-8 on their own would take too long. Kex solved the problem simply. He dragged the acceleration gates with him. While the miners were collecting the capta, the assembly drones had just managed to assemble this simple structure at the very edge of the system. And now, the last participants of the raid were rushing to use the frame. If any of them heard the frigate scream, they were in no hurry to show it. Who knows what kind of showdown there might be? If there had been more pilots left, they would have definitely returned, pounced on the thugs in a crowd and punished them. But since the weakest and most fearful usually end up at the tail of the raid, most pretended not to notice the frigate's signals. A couple of objects broke away from the flock of signatures near the frame, but they approached the place of the showdown somehow sluggishly, at minimum speed, in the hope of arriving when everything was already finished. Or maybe it won't start, Klim cheered up. You have 3 seconds to back off. Venik pressed on the brothers. 2 seconds to back off. 1. The perf locked onto the Matarov. The fighter drones scattered and reorganized into a battle formation. Each one was a fast, mobile weapon designed for destruction. When under the direct psionic control of a master pilot, they were a formidable force. Okay, the twins backed down. You win, but don't think you'll get away with this kind of behavior. We'll meet at the OAP, the frigate pilot added meaningfully. And the ships hurried to get away from the menacing drones. And was there a point in your plan for us to show up so stupidly? Venik asked, looking after the departing destroyers.
There could be problems with the agency.
Relax, partner, Klim reassured him.
When we show the dissatisfied the recording of Marin's interrogation, they'll tear the ghoul apart themselves.
Let's hope so. Star System SKG-6. Security status 02. Automatic hangar station of the Vazis Corporation. Paid internal dock with life support equipment. No service personnel. Technical conditions comply with the requirements of the OAP statute, Section 8, Paragraph 312. The cast flap of the armored plate moved aside, and two pilots in light pilot suits with sealed hoods pulled up entered the spacious square room. Instead of a ceiling, an energy field glows faintly, separating the dock from the vacuum of space. The hangar superstructure and distant stars can be seen through the ghostly barrier. In the center, half immersed in a protective field, hangs the bulk of the destroyer Zoom. The layers of nano-armor obligingly parted in a rose, opening access to the ship's hold. In the dock, a man in a black spacesuit is already waiting for the pilots. On his left chest plate of armor is written in small letters, DG-OAP. Usually, if someone sees this nondescript inscription, then he has less than a second to live. But this is not the case. You're really annoying. The figure in the spacesuit kicked the rectangular case standing at his feet. On the side of it was written, Field Interrogator OAP, Modification R4. I was already thinking you wouldn't show up today. The pilot's hoods folded into collars, but Chirrut did not open the visor of his helmet so as not to show his bandit face. Be glad you waited. Klim waved to him. Is everything ready?
By the time you get the defendant, everything will be done.
The senior instructor of the OAP school, currently acting as an investigator, leaned over the case, took off his glove, and placed his palm on the built-in terminal. The trunk fell apart into 4 parts, complex equipment, and a throne, with a high back, somewhat resembling an electric chair, crawled out of it. Chirrut began to conjure with the equipment, and Klim gave zoom orders via the neural network. The ship's hold opened, and auto-grabbers emerged, holding the capsule in their paws. Klim knocked on the casing demandingly. Get out, Marin. We have something to talk about. The answer was silence. Maybe you pumped too much energy out of the capsule condenser, Vennik suggested. The system shut down and he can't hear you? He hears everything. Klim waved his hand and added menacingly. Gelding, 2 minutes to get out, or we'll saw your egg. You'll fall out and suffer from intoxication. This time, the pumps in the capsule began to hum, starting to pump out the biogel. I told you. He hears. The pilots prudently moved away from the capsule, and Chirrut, on the contrary, stood close to it to greet the dear guest, as befits with all the honors. A minute later, the capsule doors swung open, and a hand with a stun gun suddenly jumped out of it. Small lightning bolts danced across Chirrut's black armor, the suit's protection resisting the stunner's rays. Are you nuts, idiot? The interrogator growled, and his fist, in an armored glove, hit something deep into the egg-shaped shell. Then Chirrut pulled out of the capsule, a pale, bewildered Marin, with a black eye and a bruise, quickly turning blue. He grabbed him under the arms, dragged him to the throne from the trunk, carefully sat him down, and secured him with grips. Accompanying his actions with a couple of light slaps, a hemisphere descended on the captive's head, muffling the connection between the neural network and the network. Marin mumbled something unintelligibly, still not fully recovered from leaving the capsule. This is a shock in itself for any pilot. And then Chirrut hit him on the back of the neck. 5 minutes passed before Marin's gaze became meaningful, ran over those present, and stopped at Klim. Oh, Klim, Klimich, buddy, what's up? You're not my friend. He frowned. But the matter is simple. Do you remember any loose ends? You mean the tactics exam? Well, I'm guilty, I confess. There was a screw-up. So what? Should I grab an egg because of this old story? Marin whined. Isn't the disassembled reeler enough? You guys are crossing the line. Calm down. Reeler is enough. You're right. But you've also committed another offense. It was recently. Don't you remember? Marin's face reflected the exhausting work of thought. Finally, he winced in understanding. Are you doing this because of that bitch with the ring? The pilots and Chirrut looked at each other in confusion, but said nothing, and Marin decided that he had hit the nail on the head. Fuck! I didn't know that such chaos would arise because of this nonsense. Yes, I'll give her the ring back. I'll give it back. Why an interrogator, an inquisitor right away? Why couldn't we have sorted this out in our own way? There's a capsule in the emergency case, both the ring and an apology. Will a bearer chip with 50,000 count for an apology? Marin smiled wearily, making a grimace of universal remorse on his face. Chirrut silently headed towards the capsule. He climbed halfway into it, twirled something there, then hit the wall with his armored fist several times. Why break it, buddy? Marin drawled. Remove the jammer, I'll open it myself. No one listened to him, and Chirrut climbed out of the capsule, approached Klim and showed his open palm.
On it lay a bank chip and an elegant women's ring with a flat, round purple stone, on the surface of which the rune Shock was engraved in an intricate monogram. Klim's eyebrows rose. Come on, tell me more, he nodded to Marin. Well, me and the guys were relaxing in a bar. It's called Sour Menu, with the fighting ring. There, some chick blatantly turned me down. She looked normal, but it turned out she was one of the goggle-eyed ones. At these words, Chirrut clenched his fists and took a step toward Marin. But Klim managed to grab his friend by the shoulder and sternly shook his head. The last thing he needed was for the senior instructor to inflict bodily harm on the interrogated person that was incompatible with articulate speech before he told everything. And then someone challenged her to the ring. These loops. Chirrut's movements did not go unnoticed, and Marin wisely decided to slow down. The gentlemen of Asara, they are fans of swinging. And their girls fight even better than the guys. Before the fight, she took off the ring and left it on the table. Well, I signed it. My fault. My deepest apologies. It will not happen again. To smooth over the conflict, I am adding a bearer chip to the ring. Voluntarily, Marin sobbed ingratiatingly. An interesting story. Klim came close to the interrogator and looked Marin in the eyes. But we're asking about something else. About Slava. What other glory? Marin tried to appear calm, but his face reflected excitement and fear. Contract with the Slav clan, planet Slava. Asteroid belt. Distortions. Shooting of capsules, Klim added cruelly. There was a contract, Marin whispered with instantly pale lips, but I refused it. At the last moment before confirmation, some friends offered me a better job. So I don't quite understand what you guys are talking about.
We'll check that now. Klim smiled crookedly and nodded to Chirrut, moving away from the interrogator. Proceed, Mr. Investigator. Chapter 8. On Earth, in the Middle Ages, the Holy Inquisition, without much ado, dragged suspected sorcerers and witches into the basements. And there, broad-shouldered men in thick gloves, using improvised tools such as a rack, a red-hot rod, a Spanish boot, stocks, or witch chairs, easily obtained confessions of heresy from suspects. And the executioners didn't care that the price of such confessions was a broken penny. It was quite acceptable for those times. Since then, progress has made great strides. Psychological techniques and interrogation methods, devices for removing non-verbal information, Narcotic drugs with the effect of an elixir of truth, and much more have appeared. But the Commonwealth specialists have gone even further. They have combined all these technologies into one complex, interrogator. In addition to all sorts of devices and medications that easily loosen the tongue of any intelligent being. It includes a diverse set of data recording directly from the brain and neural network of the patient. It is simply impossible to lie under all this hodgepodge, and you simply won't want to. Stimulants make you cut the truth with joy and ardent desire. There is no special need to even ask, and so that the readings are considered truthful and not knocked out and far-fetched. A system of psi scanners and medical sensors records many key brain processes and confirms them with data taken from the neural network's memory. The system clearly determines, yes, such a conversation or event actually took place. These are real memories, not a fictitious episode. And finally, to avoid falsification, each interrogator is protected by special programs and has a certificate of conformity. Its sensors not only record the interrogation procedure, but also simultaneously transmit the recording to the OAP servers in real time. It is impossible to forge such a double entry. In order for the interrogator to work properly, it needs a connection to the network. That is why Klim and Venik chose the automated hangar station located near the communications tower as the interrogation site. Chirik approached the interrogator's terminal and pressed several buttons. This thing is controlled in the old-fashioned way, again to avoid hacking and falsification. The interrogator blinked with a red backlight, and everyone present lost the connection of the neural network with the station hangar systems. Marin winced as several thin needles shot out of the armrests of the chair and pierced his forearms. Several more pricked his neck. Marin's gaze went unfocused and his face became calm, even peaceful. His lips stretched slightly into a silly smile. The terminal displayed the message, "Connection with the server established," followed by "Recording started." Field Interrogator OAP has begun work. Terminal Interrogator Lieutenant, DG OAP. Chirik said the long identification number of the unit and turned to Klim. "You may ask questions." Pilot Marin. Klim addressed the interrogated man. "Retell the events that took place after your arrival on the planet Slava." And then Marin began to recount everything that had happened to him at the Slavs in a mundane and monotonous tone, as if he was reading from a sheet of paper. He described in detail the conversation with the clan's first advisor, Duke Casimir, who was recruiting pilots for a new contract. It turned out that Venika's pot-bellied uncle even mentioned that they would have to deviate from some generally accepted pilot traditions. But Marin ignored this remark, fascinated by the increased payment. In the end, Marin reported that he not only shot at the pilot's capsules, but personally shot down one, for which he was paid extra. Well, he also named the 4 accomplices who took part in the massacre. In short, he not only gave away Casimir and his friends, but also signed his own death warrant. If this recording got into the general network, the poor guys would be torn apart by their own friends as soon as they found themselves in any system with a security index below 0.6. "The interrogation is over," said Klim. The information received was enough to cause Casimir big trouble, and the rest was no longer interesting. Chirik turned off the interrogator, the needles came out of Marin's body, and he gradually began to come to his senses, realizing with horror what he had just blurted out. And from the faces of those present, he already understood that nothing good awaited him further. "Guys," Marin mumbled whinily, "I didn't break any laws. We were in the system with the index 03, it's possible there." "So we are not going to break any laws either," Klim grinned ominously. "We are now in SKG6. Here it is generally 02. Here too it is possible." "Guys, listen to me, asshole," Chirik interrupted Marin pathetically. "You can escape the law, but you can't escape retribution." And so deftly, so that no one had time to stop him, he took out the stun gun, put it to Geldon's temple, and pulled the trigger. The body of the interrogated man began to shake.
His right eye turned white, like the white of a boiled chicken egg, and the left one shifted and began to look at the bridge of his nose. Gelden went limp in the grip of the chair. "Chirruk, are you crazy?" Vennik flared up. "What's wrong? Were you planning on leaving him alive?" "No, but you just killed an immortal." "Yes. After we make the recording public, they'll even make him a hero." Klim waved it off. "No, partner.
We will not leak the recording online." "What do you mean we won't? And have you thought about what awaits my clan after such information?" "But here Casimir is to blame for everything. He's the one to blame," Klim shrugged. "No one will figure out who is to blame. The agency pilots will simply commit total genocide." "Fuck, you're right. They really won't look into it." Klim pointed at the figure in black armor. Chirruk stood tensely next to the dead body, just beginning to realize what kind of trouble he got himself into. Rushing to blow the brains out of one of the pilots. Then we'll blame it on him, like we just wanted to talk, and he suddenly killed Marin. Chirruk suddenly jerked as if he had been hit, and for a moment, Klim even thought he had pointed the stun gun at him. And the lieutenant himself suddenly remembered that it was not proper for infantry rats to interfere in the squabbles of immortals. They had never liked that. Even if the recording were to be made public, and it turned out that Chirruk had finished off a notorious scoundrel, there would certainly be a few principled guys who would think that only another pilot had the right to execute a pilot.
"Calm down, my friend,"
Klim hastened to add.
"I'm joking."
"What a stupid joke," the lieutenant said dejectedly. "I just paid off the mortgage. Jaya is pregnant, and I have no money. How and where can I run now?"
"There's no need to run anywhere. I'll spread the rumor that it was me who killed Marin for his past sins during the exams. That's all. The main thing is that no smart guy tries to check the server logs from this station. Who knows what kind of sensors and scanners are stuffed here? A recording could have remained. I'll sort out the logs," Vennik interjected, increasingly using the words of ordinary people, not burdened with high upbringing, in his lexicon. "But these sins during exams are not such a big offense. One of his friends will definitely decide that you went too far and will take revenge. For example, those two on the Matars." "The freak doesn't have that many friends," Klim waved it off. "So what if it's two Matars? I'll sort it out." "Then you both better go, and I'll clean the logs." "You say I'll clean the logs as if it's that simple. This is an automatic hangar station, Vennik. There are tons of defenses here. You can't even get to the control room." "I'm waiting." Venya pointed both of them towards the exit. Klim shrugged and headed towards the Zoom capsule, while Chirruk quickly pulled Marin's body out of the chair, pressed a few buttons, and the interrogator folded into a square case. "What should we do with this one?" The lieutenant lightly kicked the dead man. "Throw it in the recycler." When Chirruk left the hangar, dragging the corpse by the leg, Vennik approached the nearest terminal of the station. "The wheelhouse."
Access to the wheelhouse is good, but too long, and he put his right hand to the touchscreen. An intricate green ring pattern appeared on the prince's middle finger, an ordinary tattoo at first glance. But then the lines of the pattern began to move, rearrange themselves, mixing into a new pattern, and a ripple of symbols flashed across the terminal display, and then a 10-minute countdown timer appeared. "It'll be faster this way." Vennik pulled on the hood of his pilot's suit and hurried to his ship. Alpha Cross, System A, D1, Station Alpha 6, Bar Earth. In the center of the establishment, a 2-meter projection of the planet Earth slowly rotates, and the display on the entire far wall flashes news from the Commonwealth. A round table in the left corner is occupied by 3 people, 2 in standard pilot suits, and the third in ordinary clothes, but judging by his build and sharp polished movements, a graduate of the infantry school. Well, to the plans that continue to come true.
Klim raised his glass and saluted his comrades.
Chin. Venik responded and knocked back the shot. Winced from unfamiliarity, and suddenly turned to the screen with the news. Here it is, by the way, and you doubted it. An automatic station hanging in space appeared on the large display. The sound from the news channel is not broadcast, so as not to distract visitors. But anyone present can connect to the sound channel via a neural network, which is what Klim and Chirik did right away. In the SKG-6 system, one of the automatic hangar stations belonging to the Vazis Corporation was subjected to a hacker attack. An unknown virus completely destroyed the data and control programs of the AI. The host's voice was heard. The station is temporarily unavailable for visiting. Vazis experts claim that computer technologies from LERT were used. Let us recall, this is a civilization almost completely destroyed by the members of the Commonwealth 50 years ago for illegal machinations in the financial sphere. Lerton Technologies? Klim turned off the sound channel and looked questioningly at Venik. From where? What Lerton Technologies? Venik was indignant. How much do their experts understand? Phew! Chirik wiped his sweaty forehead. A weight off your shoulders. At least you can do something normally. We? Klim was taken aback. It's not we who fry the brains of those being interrogated without asking. Be quiet, Venik hissed at them. There are people around. Okay, my mistake is there too, Chirik agreed and pointed an accusatory finger at Klim. But it's still your fault. You drag me to your events all the time. Introduce me to your pilot friends. Before, they wouldn't even let me into this bar. But now, I'm welcome everywhere. Somehow, I got used to thinking that the immortals are just ordinary people like everyone else. Calm down, I said, Venik hissed again. Everything has settled down and is fine. Not everything yet, Klim objected. There are still a couple of details left. Right now. He quickly filled 2 glasses. Venik demonstratively turned his upside down, showing that he was not going to drink anymore. This was his first glass of strong drink. Before that, the clan leader drank only weak wines, and only on big holidays or at rare dinner parties. Klim rose from the table. One moment of attention, fellow pilots. The quiet hubbub in the bar died down, and the crowd turned to the speaker. Sometimes, you can escape the law, but you can never escape retribution. Bartender. All guests will get a driller on me, the visitors hummed approvingly. Some saluted with their glasses and drank with Klim. And he sat back down, carefully pretending to be quite tipsy. Chirik scratched his head and downed his shot. I thought you were going to quietly bragger to the right people, but you mumbled some nonsense. No one present even understood what you were talking about. What do you understand about the realities of the Great Vacuum? Infantry. Klim responded with playful contempt. In fact, he respected the infantry no less than the pilots. It would be suspicious to start whispering in the corners if I have never done so before. And now people will think that I am celebrating something connected with revenge. Plus, 2 rams on the Matars have already for sure started complaining to everyone that I captured the capsule of their buddy. Soon people will put 2 and 2 together, and the flywheel of rumors will spin by itself. Rest assured. Well, Chirik, a lover of friendly teasing and squabbles, thought about what else to find fault with. Then you're a fucking plagiarist. That was my phrase. Well, I have nothing to say about that, Klim grinned. Pour it. So, gentlemen, Venik suddenly spoke in his usual gentlemanly tone and glanced towards the entrance. Another visitor appeared there, a slightly plump, curly-haired guy in a pilot's jumpsuit. His face seemed familiar to Klim, although he was absolutely sure that he had not met this guy before. I have to leave you. Until next time.
The curly-haired visitor glanced around the room, noticed Venik rising from the table, and went outside. Your contact? Klim inquired. Yes. Do you trust him completely? If he is a traitor, then all I can do is run to nowhere. Venik shrugged his shoulders vaguely and headed after the messenger. It was through him that he planned to pass the recording of Marin's interrogation to his clanmates, so that it would not end up on the general network, but would become available to the right people who would distribute it among loyal clan members. When Venik disappeared behind the door, Chirik laid out on the table a bank chip to the bearer and an elegant ring with a round violet stone, similar to a small coin.
If you're shy, I can pass it on through Jaya.
I'll return it myself. Klim scooped up the items in his palm. I'll apologize at the same time.
5 years have passed. The apology is too late. Better late than never.
The purple stone flashed with the engraved rune Shak, and Klim pressed it to his belt, on which a suitable pocket immediately grew. They parted with Shakti rather stupidly and routinely. After another date, Klim came to his room and suddenly there was an urgent call for academic exams. They always began unexpectedly for the cadets. The next 3 months of his entire graduation were spent in outer space without leaving the capsules. Communication in the raid was strictly regulated, and the pilots were not allowed to send any messages except for the internal fleet chat.
And when Klim returned, the exams began for Shakti's group.
Then graduation, the purchase of his first, already personal mail corvette, and the pilot appeared on Alpha 6 only in short snatches, trying to quickly earn enough for a normal ship. Since nothing serious happened between the young people, and Shakti never left any messages, Klim thought that the relationship was over, and threw the memories of the girl out of his head. Although it must be admitted that this did not happen right away. After all, he had fallen hard for the dark-haired beauty. And only 2 years later, when he visited Chirik and Jaya, an interesting conversation took place.
What do you mean I dumped her?
Klim was indignant, munching on a meat casserole prepared according to the secret recipe of the Sours.
Well, we weren't really dating. There was nothing like that. We just kissed a couple of times.
And when it went a little further, she blew me off.
I thought she didn't like me much, and she was just killing time to annoy her males. But she was only 18, Chirik explained. That's what I'm talking about, idiot. The junior hand-to-hand combat instructor grinned good-naturedly. Saurians come of age at 21, and until then, no, they are strict about that. The fact that she went on dates with you was already dating, and since she even allowed you to kiss her, that was practically an engagement. No way, a piece of casserole almost went down the pilot's throat. That's right, Jaya confirmed her husband's words, squinting hard to make her eyes appear smaller. I told you to install the customs of the planet Sura base, Chirik said instructively. It only takes a day to install. Holy shit, Klim flared up. I'm a capsuleer, for heaven's sake. My study plan is scheduled down to the hour for 8 years in advance.
But you're right.
Klim immediately cooled down after his unintentional outburst. It didn't turn out well. I'll meet you, and I'll definitely apologize. But they never met. Station Alpha 6, Upper City. The standard astronaut protective suit is a relatively expensive item. When fully charged, it allows the pilot to survive in medium and low-intensity aggressive environments for 3 days, so it is a mandatory attribute of the capsule's emergency reserve. But they are also worn by crew members of ships with a team and even successful dockers whose work is associated with frequent spacewalks. The mere fact of wearing a pilot suit does not mean that it is a capsuleer. Another thing is the black dress uniform of a graduate of the OAP Pilot Academy with a silver stripe, acting pilot, in the form of a stylized drawing of a spiral galaxy. This is already a sign of belonging to the cast of Immortals.
Klim got out of the taxi, a block and a half away from the hotel where Shakti lived,
to clear the thoughts swarming in his head a little. Despite the years that had passed, he somehow felt uneasy. He felt nervous from the anticipation of the upcoming meeting.
The girl had long since left the poor district of the Sours and moved to a fashionable area for respectable citizens. It was considered good form for capsuleers to have an apartment here, although they visited it occasionally. But what was 500,000 credits for an immortal? A trifle. Pilots who, a year after graduation, continued to huddle in the rooms of the General UAP Hotel were the exception rather than the rule. Klim stomped along the perfectly smooth path made of bitumen and absent-mindedly looked around the park area, with its well-groomed trees, monolithic skyscrapers made of sparkling matte glass, and the blue sky with a whitish semicircle of the planet, and a distant yellow luminary sinking below the horizon.
This, of course, was not the sky at all, but a solid dome, a giant semicircle, protecting the quarter of the local nobility of the Alpha 6 station. Upper City. Not everyone could afford to live here. The pilot was brought out of his thoughts by a muffled growl and a sharp clicking sound at his feet. The cross between a lapdog and a crocodile tried to break free from his master's hands and bite Klim's boot. The luxuriously dressed human grabbed his pet by the scruff of the neck and hugged him sharply. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Pilot," the man bleated in a very polite, ingratiating tone. "Sirit is still very young and completely uneducated. Quiet, Sirit, quiet." The owner squeezed the animal even harder, and it squeaked pitifully. "It's nothing to worry about." Klim tried to pet the flat-faced reptile and barely managed to pull his hand away from under the threateningly clicking jaws. What a cute one. "Sirit, what are you doing?" "Forgive me again, Mr. Pilot."
The owner squeezed the animal so hard that its eyes almost popped out of their sockets, bowed obsequiously several times, and timidly hurried away. Only now did Klim notice that the numerous passers-by, idly strolling along the alleys of the recreation area, respectfully nodded and gave way, while the people in the gray uniforms of civil servants or station administration in general tried to keep their distance. Klim clearly remembered why he had never bought an apartment in this area, and why he had only put on a dress uniform for the third time in his life. Outside the OAP quarters, any capsuleer immediately attracted a multitude of ingratiating or envious glances, like a local landmark. And Klim had never liked that. The pilot walked quickly over the last meters separating him from the hotel. The doorman droid, who carefully checked each guest at the entrance and strictly asked visitors the purpose of their visit, only obligingly opened the old-fashioned double doors. Even in his electronic brain, there was a strict instruction not to disturb the immortals in vain. The elevator doors slid open. Klim walked down a short corridor and stopped at the door with a square scanner terminal. The guy exhaled decisively and pressed his palm to the smooth surface, thinking about what exactly he needed to say so that the girl would deign to open the door and not immediately send him away. To Klim's surprise, the door immediately swung open and a mechanical voice said, "Come in, guest. The hostess will receive you now." It was strange, and he hesitated a bit at the threshold. But then he realized that Shakti had most likely simply transferred the guest list from the old AI's memory to the new apartment, forgetting to edit it. Klim walked into a spacious living room, a cozy sofa by the window, several massive armchairs, a round table in the middle. A window opened in the center of the tabletop and pulled out a vase of fruit. "Help yourself, Mr. Klim," said the AI house spirit. "Should I turn on the music?" "No," the voice creaked traitorously, and Klim cleared his throat. For about 5 minutes he stood there just looking out the window that took up the entire wall. Finally, the side door silently pressed itself into the wall, and Shakti appeared on the threshold. The tight red dress perfectly emphasized her slender, athletic figure. If earlier, the dark-skinned Sarika with violet eyes looked like a graceful doe, now she had turned into a predator from the feline family. Her movements became softer and at the same time, confident. "You?" The girl was slightly surprised. "And I wonder what kind of strange message from the AI is this? Trusted guest from the old archive.
I'll have to clean up the list. I hope you didn't show up after 6 years to just apologize. No, Klim blurted out, and immediately corrected himself, seeing the indignation appearing on Shakti's face. That is, yes. Of course, yes. Among other things. Anything else? Here, the pilot stepped impulsively towards the girl and held out the ring. Ahem. She coughed in surprise. And you haven't forgotten how to surprise, enemy. Trying. Was the thief punished according to tradition? The girl raised an eyebrow. Well, in your traditions the devil would break his leg, thought Klim, but out loud naturally he answered something completely different. More likely yes than no. He begged for forgiveness. Shakti did not take her thoughtful gaze from the ring. Cried like a child, nodded Klim, and took out a bank chip made to bearer. Even asked to convey additional apologies. Shakti carefully took the chip with 2 fingers and read the data. 50,000? Is this a joke? I said the same thing, Klim blurted out quickly, and I boiled his brains out of a stun gun.
Well, well, tell me also that you conducted a meticulous investigation, tracked the scoundrel for a long time, and
Shakti grinned and, looking at the guest, discovered that he was not joking at all. Are you serious? More than? But the ring disappeared in the sour menu. Only capsuleers have fun there. You tracked down and killed the pilot just to avenge the loss of my thing? Shakti was taken aback. Klim wanted to simply answer, yes, but remembered that on their first date they had sworn not to lie to each other. The oath seemed like a joke then, but with the sours you can never be sure of anything. What if this was just another tradition and the truth has such a nasty habit of surfacing when you least expect it? That Klim decided to tell it like it is, but embellish it a little. I was tracking him on another matter. But if I had known that he had stolen your ring, I would have tracked him down and killed him again without hesitation.
Now you're in trouble with the agency. I don't care, Klim shrugged.
Okay.
Shakti clearly decided on something and put the ring on her left little finger.
I announce to everyone that I will fulfill the request of the one who returns the ring, if it is within the limits. Ask.
Please forgive me for...
Oh, Klim, you're so funny.
The girl interrupted, easily guessing his thoughts.
Am I a socialite to you? To still be sulking over a story from 6 years ago? Besides, Jaya and Chirik enlightened me long ago what an impenetrable blockhead you are.
The long been forgiven.
Shakti waved her hand, instantly turning into that mischievous girl whom Klim had met before graduating from the academy.
Oh, then a little date?
Why do you need this?
The girl sighed, rolling her eyes.
What's past is past.
Well, what else could such an impenetrable blockhead ask from such a charming lady? Klim bowed playfully. Restaurant de Miriam. Golden moldings on the ceiling and walls, perfectly straight rows of tables covered with snow-white tablecloths. Expensive porcelain dishes, silver cutlery. A string of androids, so similar to people that they can be distinguished only by their unnaturally straight backs and too precise, stingy movements. However, seeing the pilot's black uniform at the main entrance, the restaurant's chief administrator himself came out to meet them. And, bowing and scraping, he personally began to perform the duties of a waiter. It was already too formal and uncomfortable here, and the constant flashing of a greasy mug near the table completely spoiled Klim's mood. He tried to improve it with expensive wine, but the unusual, monotonous, screeching music, which the local rich considered classic, did not allow him to relax even under the onset of intoxication. The surroundings were not conducive to friendly conversation, and both visitors smiled more and more and tried the wine. It was beyond all praise here and hit you in the head unnoticed, but tenaciously, like a crocodile sneaking up underwater. The only reason, besides the wine, why Klim hadn't started complaining an hour ago was the rather tasty real food. But even that was poured depressingly sparingly, literally smearing it all over the plate. When will they finally stop torturing animals? Klim sighed, barely whispering the phrase, but to his surprise, Shakti heard it or perhaps read it on his lips. What animal? The girl looked around in surprise. A cat. What cat? The one that the musicians are tormenting in the corner. Those screams can't be coming from their instruments. Yes, the girl smiled sourly. I never liked this restaurant. Why do you go there? Going? This is my first time here. Their sign is too tasteless to look inside.
And why the hell did you drag us here? To make sure that it's as bad inside as it is outside. Cheerful lights danced in the corners of her eyes. The soft effect of alcohol reached Shakti too. Let's run away to this. On the edge. At the edge, the girl corrected him and smiled. Let's do it. A high wall, 20 meters thick, slightly curving, goes somewhere into the distance. Along its outer edge, at equal intervals, kinetic field generators are mounted. Here begins a gentle protective dome covering the upper city. This multi-layer barrier is a complex system of energy shields and matte glass. Thousands of lights of the metropolis are flickering in the distance, but the couple sitting on simple plastic chairs does not see them. Both are sitting, facing the transparent dome, through which distant stars shine brightly. The dome's matte glass is almost transparent, and it seems that it is enough to take only 10 steps to find yourself in the vast expanses of open space. Shakti took the half-empty bottle of wine they had grabbed from the Demirium restaurant from Klim and took a big sip straight from the bottle. Only the academy cadets would risk drinking what was sold in the U-Crate eatery. The owner of the establishment tried to yelp that you can't bring your own booze to him, especially since when the regulars saw a rather tipsy guy in a black OAP dress uniform, they hurried to disappear, depriving the owner of U-Crate of any hope of rescue. Who knows what's going on in the heads of these drunk immortals? But Klim quickly shut the owner up with a money transfer. Now he himself drove away new customers from the eatery, blaming it on a sanitary day. The owner did not know what a sanitary day was, but he took Mr. Pilot's word for it, that there had to be such a day, and definitely today. 2,000 credits, the bar's 2-week revenue, contributed greatly to such unconditional trust.
It seems we're pretty drunk.
Shakti assessed the level of wine in the dark, thick-walled container.
Yeah,
Klim agreed, looking around. There were already 2 empty bottles on the table nearby.
I think so.
He leaned down to kiss the girl, but she covered his lips with her index finger.
Too cool for a small date.
Sorry. I remember. Within the framework.
Let's move on.
Shakti moved away slightly, looked into Klim's eyes. Then her hand moved across his face and stopped at the back of his head. The girl leaned over impulsively and kissed him on the lips. Klim's head began to buzz even louder. When they broke away from each other, he chuckled.
I never understood women. Me too.
They both giggled stupidly.
So why did you forgive me? Just don't talk about society girls again. Firstly, because you're an impenetrable idiot.
And secondly, because you're the only idiot I don't want to show off my signature right hook to. She showed him her fist. The knuckles were covered with hardened skin, like those of boxers. Saurian women are not inferior in strength to men, although they are not challenged to fight. This is a violation of tradition. The only rare exception is training rings during certain holidays. Darkened spots on the fists mean that the girl is intensively engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Klim kissed the girl's fist, so weak in appearance. In the taxi, they continued kissing. Then Klim walked Shakti all the way to the room. But when he wanted to follow her in, she smiled mockingly, pushed him in the chest with her palm,
and closed the door right in front of his nose. The guy was dumbfounded. So many hints and hidden promises in their looks, and such an ending. After all, she hadn't forgiven him completely, and decided to get even.
What a dynamo! He kicked the door with his foot and thoughtfully scratched the back of his head. The intoxication confused his thoughts. The excitement from being close to the girl's elastic body did not let up, and the evening had only just begun. So Klim, without thinking twice, dropped into the most expensive brothel in the upper city. He chose a dark-skinned brunette with an athletic build and retired with her to the suite. A couple of times in particularly piquant moments, he imperceptibly called her Shakti. But the night butterfly didn't care. For the money she was paid, she would have allowed herself to be called a dead mare, if only the client would be pleased. System SD-G3, Security Index 03. Planet Slava, Eastern Orbital Complex of the Slavan clan. A huge office made of steel walls, which are covered with thin, transparent cables, like overgrown ivy. These thin veins make the room invulnerable to almost all forms of espionage. A long table with a row of office chairs that sensitively adjust to the posture of the person sitting. At the head of the table is a plump man in a blue military uniform. The uniform is decorated with aiguillettes, stripes and orders that almost merge into a dense pattern. Not a combat uniform, but a rooster outfit. Any line officer would say and would be right. The first advisor of the clan, Duke Casimir Vadich, did not do military service. But he liked to dress lavishly, and had enough weight in the government to spit on the order and other people's opinions. He threw his blue beret onto the table, revealing short, slightly curly gray hair, and looked around at those present. 10 members of the small council. Casimir's gaze stopped on the man sitting on his right, a not young man with a strong face and stubborn chin, also dressed in a blue military uniform, only without any decorations or insignia, calmly withstood the gaze of the first advisor. Pyotr Volihov, the second advisor and part-time head of the clan SB, was afraid of neither God nor the devil. In addition, he and Casimir were involved in so many dark affairs that there was no point in fearing each other. If one falls, the other will not last long either. The most influential people in the clan after the clan leader preferred to stick together. The name Peter, the first advisor drawled creakily. I need the name of this beast. Unfortunately, Casimir, it wasn't just one name. It's a whole list of hundreds of suspects. The head of the security service sent a string of names with titles and positions to the neural networks of all those present. Excuse me, advisor! An indignant old voice rang out from the last chair, the 10th member of the council, the oldest of those present, dressed in a long brown robe, even rose slightly from his seat. Are you suspecting me? If you look more closely, you will find my name there too. The head of the Security Council responded calmly. A quiet murmur of voices rolled through the hall. Gentlemen! Brothers! Casimir roared, and the voices suddenly fell silent. It is not for nothing that you occupy your seats and join the small council. This means that I trust you all unconditionally. I think Pieter just wanted to say that this is a complete list of those who have open access to the internal officer chat of the clan. Pieter simply did not clean it out once again to show the seriousness of the problem that had arisen. That's right. The head of the Security Council nodded gratefully. And although I trust you unconditionally, you, like me, have assistants, orderlies, deputies, each of whom could have posted a recording in the chat. I have confidence in my people, the 10th advisor groaned. Me too, Casimir nodded in agreement. Moreover, I personally believe that there is no traitor among us. All this is the work of the impudent upstart Vsevolod, We all know that he has one of the clan regalia, with which he could hack the chat, right, Pyotr? That's an unlikely scenario, First Advisor, the head of the Security Council responded. Then he would have to use one of the main terminals, and they are all heavily guarded. But the opportunity itself exists. Of course, agreed Pyotr Volохov. But, therefore, interrupted Casimir his comrade so as not to allow new angry attacks from the council to flare up, I believe that our people are not to blame, but it is our duty to carefully check everyone once again. I will even subject my own son to check. At that moment, the shoulders of the curly red-haired guy sitting at the terminal installed in the corner of the office tensed slightly. The programmer providing information security for the meeting and monitoring hacking threats in real time was dressed in a guardsman's uniform, which in itself was a strange combination. However, his presence at a closed and classified meeting did not arouse suspicion in anyone, which meant he was in his place.
And if he is guilty, he will be punished in accordance with his offense, continued Casimir. However, as I have already said, I believe that our people are not to blame. Vsevolod could well have handed over the regalia to an accomplice.
A tense silence reigned in the hall, and the advisors looked at Casimir in unison. For one of the princes to give away the sacredly hidden secret of the clan into the hands of others? This is not even betrayal. It is sacrilege. Any of the ancient rulers would sooner allow themselves to be tortured to death. And Vsevolod was raised from childhood as a ruler. Pyotr Volохov even wanted to say something like that. But, having run into Casimir's meaningful look, he remained silent. He understood what the first advisor was getting at. The clan's small council is a terrarium where everyone is ready to grab the other's throat. Give the old men the slightest reason to fight, and they will gladly take advantage of it. Only the scales will fly, and the whole clan along with them. Casimir Vaidich, despite his unprepossessing appearance, love of flashy clothes and repulsive first impression, was a talented diplomat. He could, if not make friends, then make even a cat and a dog work together. And now the first advisor was smoothing over internal disagreements, giving the flock an external enemy, the disgraced prince. It was better for them to hate him than to squabble among themselves. Am I right, Peter? The head of the Security Council shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He and his entire service had raised the prince from the cradle. Peter knew Vsevolod inside out. The boy could not hand over the regalia to another person, at least not for the sake of power. He would rather refuse the chair altogether. But blurting something like that out now would mean causing a storm of mutual suspicion, which was fraught with danger on the eve of the planned reorganization of the clan. The second advisor's tongue could not turn to confirm Casimir's accusations, and he simply nodded briefly. Conscience and honor still tried to knock on Peter's brain sometimes, despite numerous betrayals and treason. Let's leave the question, who is guilty, until the suspects are fully checked. Casimir knocked on the tabletop. Let's deal with the question, what to do. Count Bresky, you have the floor. Thank you, said a youthful man with a thin mustache and model looks. The fifth advisor of the small council, a specialist in the formation of public opinion, as the head of the Security Council called him. The official version of the government is as follows. The forces of the UAP hired by us ineptly botched the operation to curb the pirates in the asteroid ring, because of which Prince Vsevolod died, sadly. In order to justify their carelessness, the agency pilots cooked up a recording of the interrogation of a man who allegedly participated in a conspiracy to overthrow the clan leader. All this is an attempt to destabilize the situation and cast a shadow on the first advisor, Casimir, in order to avoid responsibility for the leaked raid. The government calls on clan members to stick together in this difficult time
and not to believe vile slander from the outside.
Very.
Casimir nodded approvingly.
You are, as always, at your best, Count Alexander.
Thank you, he responded, flattered, and sat back down. And do people believe? The old voice creaked again from the last seats. The question was addressed to Peter, as the head of the security service, which must keep its finger on the pulse of the public. Those officers who doubt are naturally keeping quiet, reported Piotr.
But among the middle command staff, in whose internal service chat the recording was discovered, there are some bad movements. Especially among the capsuleers, and they are our main strength.
What kind of movements? Rumors? Discontent? Suspicious gatherings?
Casimir asked. It hasn't come to that yet. The officers are too smart for open confrontation. The SB officer shook his head. It's more of a vague tension. I think the dissatisfied are now looking at each other and testing the waters in search of like-minded people. I'm monitoring the situation. Well, continue in the same spirit, the first advisor ordered. Chapter 9. System A, D1. Security Index 1. Station Alpha 6. Internal Hotel of the UAP Pilots Academy. The system security index is like the stars under the name of a hotel or on a bottle of cognac. The more, the better. If a system has several stations, a variety of jump gates, communication towers, Concorde security ships, and other technological attributes, the higher the level of security it can claim. It is not surprising that the permanent location of many capsuleers and UAP agents, the A-D1 system has the highest index. Any activity is monitored here. Even farting without permission from the all-seeing Concorde will not work.
What do you mean you didn't quite believe it?
Klim indignantly kicked the bedside ottoman. The ottoman buzzed resentfully and crawled into the corner, away from its upset owner.
This isn't some kind of pirated consumer goods. This is an OAP interrogator with full certificates of conformity. There is a duplicate recording on the server, which can always be compared with the original via a direct link. Are they idiots there?
Calm down, Venik cut his friend off.
The main thing is that the clan capsuleers believed.
They went through the academy and know very well what an interrogator is. Besides, Casimir will be afraid to touch them openly, and the main message should have reached the other officers.
What kind of message?
That I'm alive. When the time comes to act, they'll be ready, I'm sure.
And what are your further plans?
Uncle has decided to reorganize the administration, since he himself will not be able to become a prince.
Didn't he come out with a face?
Klim meant that Casimir was born into the wrong branch of nobility and was not of high enough descent.
It turned out quite well. But with us, everything is different, I told you.
Venik sighed.
Origin doesn't matter much. It's just that to become a clan leader, you need to go through a certain procedure.
Which one? Acquiring the regalia of a leader. That's all I can say. The rest is an internal secret of the clan.
Oh, an internal secret? I didn't really want it, so he won't pass it?
I think he would have passed if he had risked it. He has all the data and the degree of kinship. If he knew what I know, he would have definitely tried. But he would be afraid.
Venik said thoughtfully.
Oh, it was not for nothing that great-grandfather decided to reveal the information only to family members and to keep it exclusively in his head. It would be better for it to die with me than for it to go to this ugly carrion.
Wow. How we started talking. And also the prince. Venik didn't pay attention to Klim's joking remark.
To begin with, Uncle wants to organize the institution of regency while the legitimate heir is absent, and become the nominal head of the clan. This will limit his power, but this is only the beginning, until he subjugates the Great Council.
And then?
Nothing will happen from now on.
The prince snapped sternly. Ice sparkled in his eyes, and a green stripe on his middle finger blinked faintly.
After which, Venik added weightily and confidently, I won't allow it. Oh God! Oh my God! Klim retreated in feigned fear, playfully covering himself with his hands. What a fierce prince. Stop kidding. Nope, I won't stop. All this serious talk bores me.
Be simpler, more cheerful, and people will be drawn to you. Okay, clown. Venya waved his hand, internally reconciling himself with his friend's silliness. Soon, Uncle will arrange a lavish inauguration, with many guests, and it will take place, I believe, on the flagship. Unprecedented security measures will be introduced. The entire guard will be driven onto the ship to control every corner of the ship. And at that time, we will quickly capture the throne room, Klim guessed. No, we'll infiltrate the flagship. There will be unprecedented measures, and we will go there? I don't get the logic. You don't need it. Logic is too serious a word for a clown's brain. No. More respect in your voice.
Certainly your playful power. Venick managed to bow majestically without getting up from his seat. Exactly. And how are we going to get onto the flagship? Secret docking gateways known only to the family? Are you crazy? What secret gateways are unknown to the crew in a warship? We'll simply get lost among the guests. Well, maybe I'll get lost, Klim said doubtfully. But you'll be found out anyway. They won't figure it out. Klim raised his eyebrows questioningly, demanding further explanation. But Venick only shook his head. I trust you, partner, but it would be better if each participant knew only his own small part of the plan. After all, we are not the only ones who know how to use interrogators. That's reasonable, Klim agreed. All that's left is to wait for the inauguration and somehow get invitations. There won't be any problems with invitations. Star System SDG-3. Security Index 03. Orbit of the planet Slava. Flagship of the fleet, Slavny. The ship's main cabin is quite large, almost 50 meters in cross-section, which is not surprising for ships with a crew. 3 modern pilot capsules near the overview screen were obviously mounted much later as an additional upgrade. This, of course, did not make the ship a terror of space, but at least allowed to somehow improve controllability. Now the capsules are empty and gape with open doors. In the main cabin of the flagship, there are rarely visitors. The ship has not participated in combat clashes for a long time. Now it is more of a mobile information server base and a repository of secret technologies. A little further in the center of the room, a 2-meter red sphere dimly glows, rhythmically trembling like a beating heart. Under it is a convex pedestal resembling the interweaving of a large intestine. Corrugated writhing pipes slowly inflate and collapse, as if the process of digestion is underway. And if modern capsules look strange in the womb of an old ship, then this thing looks completely alien, like a living human face on the body of a simple repair droid. There are 2 people standing next to the sphere, and 4 more standing at a distance guarding the entrance to the wheelhouse. They are wearing guards' uniforms. We're almost there, Kazimir Sviatoslavovich, reported a puny little man with a goatee dressed in a white scientist's overalls. All 9 subjects survived. Do you think they survived, Roman? The first advisor's eyebrows went up. A month later, 6 fell into a coma and are alive only thanks to the medical capsules, and 3 went crazy? Are they survived? I meant that they survived the procedure, the scientist corrected himself softly. Which means even a distant kinship of 20 generations is enough, and maybe even deeper. You are more than exceeding this threshold. The subsequent sharp changes in the mental rhythms of the brain which cause coma and autism are most likely associated with the rank of the patient's psi field. Yours is 6. I believe you have nothing to fear. Do you think so? I'm not ready to risk my head in vain. I need confidence, Roman. Not enough data, Kazimir Sviatoslavovich. I need several test subjects with a psi index from 3 to 7. Then I will make a precise decision.
Why not the 9s right away? The Duke frowned with displeasure.
If gifted people start disappearing, the Great Council will initiate such an investigation that even I won't be able to cover us. And there are 15 7s in the clan, and each one is in plain sight. Find another way to check.
There is no other way, Casimir Sviatoslavovich.
So it's a reorganization after all,
the Duke drawled thoughtfully.
I'll have to suffer as a regent for a few years.
At that moment, Pyotr Volihov, the head of the clan's security service, entered the wheelhouse. The blue uniform without insignia sat perfectly on him. Any results? The security officer asked. The head of the scientific department repeated to him what he had already told the first advisor. So you're saying, distant relatives with a psi index of up to 7. Pyotr chewed his lip thoughtfully. There is an option to visit the mother planet. Perhaps suitable candidates will be found there. Send me a model of the necessary DNA. I'm glad that your brilliant mind is on my side, old friend. Casimir looked respectfully at the SB officer. The perfect solution. But it will take a long time, Peter stated. Therefore, I advise you to focus on preparing for the complete cancellation of the procedure. Acquiring the regalia of the leader, Count Bresky has already begun to quietly stir up minds, presenting traditions as outdated superstitions, but I'm afraid this will be even more difficult and longer than finding suitable candidates on Earth. It would seem that there are a lot of young people in the Grand Council. They consider us mossy old men, but at the same time they themselves cling to ancient traditions like a drowning man to a life preserver. Then we'll act in parallel, and if one thing works, the other will work. There's no need to rush. Time is on our side. Time, Casimir drawled. He was already getting on in years, and didn't want to waste at least a few more years waiting. Oh, if only he could catch the princeling and find out all the secrets of the red sphere, pulsating in the middle of the wheelhouse. By the way, what about the investigation into that recording?
Oh, actually that's what I came for, nodded Pyotr Volihov. The video was uploaded from a terminal in the technical area, where there are no scanners, which means the flagship's layout is well known to the saboteur, which is bad in itself. But the worst thing is that, after a thorough check, it turned out that the highest access code was used. How can this be? I'd like to know, the head of the Security Council shrugged. In general, it's either me or you, Casimir, which leads me to the thought that you were right after all. In what? Vsevolod gave the regalia to someone, and it was a banal hack. He himself would not have been able to get to the flagship. But you said that the kid wouldn't do something like that. I claimed that he would not hand over the regalia to a stranger, but it could be one of his own. There are less than 10 worthy ones that the boy could trust. My people are checking everyone now.
Your offspring is among the suspects. But before grabbing his hands, I decided to ask if you would mind.
Thank you for not rushing, Pyotr. I will check my son myself, immediately. I think finding the regalia will not be a problem for me. A curly, red-haired guy in a guard's uniform walked into the office. He stopped at an antique oak desk with a fancy terminal built into the tabletop. Did you call, Father? What? The first advisor tore himself away from contemplating the short message on the screen. Among Vsevolod's classmates who left Slava during the period of interest to us, the regalia was not found on anyone. The last unverified suspect remains. Sorry, Casimir. The owner of the office looked intently at the man who entered. Yes, son, come here. The guard took a few uncertain steps forward. Be so kind as to show me your hands. The curly-haired man raised his eyebrows questioningly, and Casimir added, palms down.
He shrugged his shoulders in surprise, but still held out his hands.
His fingers trembled slightly with excitement. Father almost never called him to his office. It seemed that he rarely remembered the presence of his son. The only time they had a long, detailed conversation was when the boy independently, without asking, decided to join the UAP Pilots Academy and submitted a corresponding request to the agency. Oh, how much abuse he had to listen to from his dad later. True, Casimir soon calmed down, thought carefully, and still let his offspring go to study, ordering him to be sure to become close friends with the future Prince Vsevolod. What? The only son of the first advisor? He tried to do all his cadet years, and it must be said not without success. Unfortunately, after graduating from the academy, He was enlisted in the Navy as an officer of information intelligence and electronic warfare, and was also assigned to the Guard. He had to be on land almost constantly, controlling ships only occasionally. For a pilot, this is equivalent to the state of a whale washed up on the shore. But the son was simply afraid to oppose his father's will. The guardsman winced when Casimir took hold of the phalanges of his middle fingers. The first advisor contemplated his son's hands for a minute, massaging some points, and then exhaled with relief. Pyotr has completely lost his mind. Casimir confidentially placed his hand on the guard's shoulder. I never doubted you, Andrei. You're free. He saluted bravely and left the office. After Casimir read the message from the head of the security service, he was almost certain that it was Andrei who had uploaded the recording to the officer's network. That the traitor was his own flesh and blood. And now that it turned out not to be so, the first advisor relaxed in his chair. And Pyotr had even expressed his condolences, the bastard. Could it really have been him?
No, it was unlikely. Then he would have either blurred the investigation or quickly organized a suitable culprit. How did Vsevolod manage to pull this off? Little bastard. Casimir angrily slammed his fist on the table. It's a good thing the recording didn't end up on the public domain, and only a handful of mid-level officers witnessed the interrogation. Well, he was still planning to thoroughly clean up the ranks of the warriors. It's a pity about the capsuleers, of course. The clan doesn't have many of them, but the fugitive princeling should have understood that by distributing this recording, he would sign a death sentence for all of them. The head of the Security Council is not quite right about one thing. Time is not on their side. All the problems that have arisen could have been gradually sorted out if Vsevolod had died in a raid near the asteroid belt. But now this little bastard is somewhere out there, in the inaccessible agency. And in his head, there are a ton of ancient secrets accessible only to the princely family. And what Vsevolod is capable of pulling out of this basket of cobras remains only to be guessed at.
Attention! Skill learned. Small drone control. Rank 5.
Well, finally. Klim jumped up joyfully. He waited for this message long and tediously. It seemed that the closer the progress bar got to the mark, studied, the slower the time dragged. The final moment of study was known in advance to the second, but for the last 2 days Klim checked the chart every half hour, as if this could speed up the study. Just yesterday, he had transferred some drones from storage to Zoom, some of those he had collected over the years. No specifications. He was grabbing all the models in a row that he managed to capture in raids or buy cheap. Honestly, a pile of junk, but they would do for practicing the skill.
And then he could buy something more solid. Drones are a fairly popular type of weapon. They are essentially self-propelled guns, encased in armor and wrapped in energy shields. There is nothing alive in them, which means that acceleration and maneuverability are limited only by the strength of the supporting structure and the power of the engines. A kind of lightning-fast dogs of war. Their characteristics, of course, vary widely, depending on the type and class. But at close range, it is quite difficult to hit the nimble bastard. And with some types of large weapons, it is completely unrealistic. 1,000 years ago, drones were considered the backbone of any fleet. And drone makers were the richest guys in the Commonwealth. What could be simpler? Churn out 1 million armored babies, load them into the mother's ship, and have fun. They are not afraid of dying, which means they will carry out any order, even the most suicidal. The weapons are weak, while there are medium drones, or even heavy ones for that. Besides, there are 1 million of them. They can take anyone apart, bit by bit. Dumb? Well, for this purpose, the mother is equipped with a state-of-the-art tactical AI, which gives smart orders.
Short range, again. The mother will carry you anywhere. And at the same time, this entire horde does not need to be fed and equipped. Slender rows of iron dogs will compactly fit into any airless compartment, or even right on the hull of the carrier ship. But, according to the universal laws of physics, any action causes a reaction. Military corporations persistently searched for what could be used to counter the dominance of drones, and naturally, they found it. The answer is on the surface. The weak point of dumb iron is remote control. Usually, simple computers are installed in drones. They are cheap and can withstand heavy loads.
Sticking in an AI, and therefore its own detection system, guidance, and additional protection, means increasing the price of a drone hundreds of times. And they were positioned as cheap weapons of mass production, which, if anything, you wouldn't mind losing. Historically, drones are very dependent on the owner's orders and are only capable of following short, direct orders. They themselves are blind, deaf, and rely entirely on the owner's targeting systems. Of course, there are advanced models, but their cost is prohibitive. It's easier to equip a full-fledged combat vessel. Very soon, the first ships of electronic and information warfare appeared. It hangs in the distance, catches encrypted signals, and compares them with the behavior of drones on the battlefield, and then generates its signal and op. In the best case, the herd of iron sheep hangs helplessly, and in the worst case, returns to its beloved owner and kicks ass.
Over time, hacking technologies have developed so much that in some cases the capture of other people's drones occurred in literally 10 seconds. Gradually, the drone war requalified into a war of information technologies, of hacking, and encryption. By the way, the Lartonians rose quite a bit on them, literally building their huge national corporation in a decade. Releasing drones into battle began to mean the same as tugging at luck's tail. What the steel dogs would do after they flew out began to depend on the sophistication of the info AI and a couple of guys in simple technician's overalls with stripes. Programmer. Drones' popularity waned sharply. They only regained some of their former glory with the advent of psionics-based capsule technology. Only a living being can generate a psi field, and each mind has its own mental imprint. Technologies can only detect, scan, amplify, or slightly change mental signals. But that's all.
However, to create a connection or remote control using psi, this is already quite enough. But generating a similar signal will no longer work. Once you implant a mental imprint of the owner into the head of a drone, no one will be able to intercept control. However, the pilot has to give orders himself. The onboard AI, together with the personal neural network, only slightly optimizes them. Therefore, in addition to the necessary skills and additional ship structures, the capsuleer must have the appropriate psi rank. The gradation of psi ranks is divided on a scale from 0 to 9, and Klim's is depressingly low, only 3. This is the minimum rank with which you can become a pilot. Initially, without skills and amplifiers, he could confidently control one single drone. Now, with the 5th control bases, the number of slave dogs has increased to 3.
The neural network has carefully grown into the target areas of the brain, raised the necessary strings of synapses, and this will help the pilot. It's a pity that the Zoom does not have special designs and nanogrids to amplify the owner's psi signals, like, for example, the destroyer Lilo or the cruiser Perfo, which were originally developed as drone drivers. By the way, Venix Perun also has no amplifications. It is a striker, so Klim was quite surprised to discover that the prince controls 8 drones at once. Slowly stomping along the steel wall of the corridor to the ship's docks, Klim examined the plan of the Order of Base Study. His personal list had been carefully developed in his first years at the academy, but after installing the next skill, Klim still meticulously checked the plan again. Armor, protective coatings, rank 3. Targeting,
High-sensitivity magnetometric sensors, rank 4. Electronics, camouflage devices, rank 3.
Well navigation. Beacons, rank 4. Navigation. Micro-warp crushers, rank 4. Subsystems. Engineering. Subsystems management skill, rank 2. And all of the above is needed to activate the last, most coveted base on the list. Access to control ships. Control of a strike cruiser, rank 1.
The Academy provided its graduate with a free skill tree only up to the first rank in cruisers. The rest of the bases, if he, for example, decides to drive a battleship, will have to be bought by himself. And they are oh so expensive. However, there are still 6 months, 7 days, 2 hours, and 3 minutes left until the end of the list. So there is time to earn some dough. Plus, if Venix's operation works out, then the rich prince will thank his assistant with something. In extreme cases, he will provide a security escort for the transfer of the Zook shipyard, which can be sold. Or he will buy the shipyard himself for his clan.
A fair and proud leader of the Slavs will not cheat his partner, will he? Or will he? No, it's unlikely. He's not that kind of person. The pilot dismissed the disturbing thought. Klim stopped at the right gateway and placed his palm on the scanner strip. The doors opened, letting him into a small room that barely fit the pilot's capsule and control terminal. The Zoom itself is in the technical dock behind the wall, and from here it can be loaded, unloaded, or re-equipped. The pilot took off his jumpsuit, remaining completely naked, carefully folded it, and put it in the capsule's inner case. He lay down on the soft surface inside the egg, assumed the necessary position, and exhaled sharply. At such moments, my hands began to tremble impatiently, like a drug addict who, after a long break, is preparing to stick a syringe of heroin into his vein. Connection. A second of confusion and disorientation, and the next moment, the realization that you have new steel skin and extra eyes have grown on your temples. Another 10 seconds while the capsule takes its place in the womb of the ship, and then wings grow behind your back, muscles fill with power, and 4 hearts, energy generators, pump lungs, capacitor, with a force capable of smashing and destroying. Great, the destroyer Zoom exhaled contentedly, straightening its shoulders to increase its speed parameters. The destroyer rushed forward, briskly leaving the station astern. Very quickly, Alpha 6 turned into a distant point, impossible to find on the review without a marker. Klim laid out a warp jump route to one of the Academy training zones. Cadets often practice maneuvers using recently learned skills, but more or less experienced pilots do not need to do this. Increasing rank only deepens and expands the knowledge and reflexes that are already there. Klim went to the training ground just to go out into space again. A long stay in a human body had a depressing effect on the pilot. He wanted to throw everything to hell and rush off into the depths of the galaxy. That's why he decided to somehow unwind. The tunnel of distortion dissipated, spitting out the Zoom into the black space of space.
Warning. Signature detected. Object. Drone colony mining station. Hazard rank 04.
What else to train your drones on if not on other people's drones? Klim remembered the first time he attacked a similar target. Then he was on a light frigate, and the 4th rank of danger caused fear. The first time he even cowardly ran away from the raging drones, defenders of the station actually, like the other 70% of the chimes. Another 20 managed to shamefully merge the training frigates and went to the Academy and capsules. This drone colony station is a real combat unit. True, it is old, one might even say antique.
If there was an info AI hacker in Zoom,
It would be easy to seize it for one's own use, and the UAP would not object. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of such colonies in the AD-1 system. From time to time, especially gifted cadets even manage to destroy some during training raids. The colonies have remained since the time when Alpha Crest was just beginning to be developed. And now they are no one's property. The Academy uses them as training areas. It is surprising that over the course of hundreds of years, novice capsuleers have not dismantled all these stations. However, this is gradually happening. Previously, when there were quite a lot of rich ore deposits in the system, corporations, and even advanced individual pilots, in order not to bother, completely automated the mining process. A station with a full cycle is being created: ore mining, processing and storage,
plus a security system, a control AI, a small plant for the production and repair of drones, both mining and combat. All that remains is to visit the colony once a month and take out the already prepared raw materials. Gradually, the deposits became poorer, or, more often, their owners went to their forefathers and the drone colony was abandoned. The managing AI filled the storage facilities to capacity and patiently waited for the owner, jealously protecting the station from any encroachments from the outside, and using the stored raw materials to restore combat capability after attacks. In essence, constantly churning out new drones. Not indefinitely, of course, but as many as the colony regulations allow. Danger rank 04 is somewhere up to 100 pieces, and attacks on the stations happen all the time, either by novice pilots to get hold of unclaimed ore or modules, or by cadets for training. Since there is almost no processed ore left at such stations, everything is long since gone to maintaining their functionality. The output from them is small, 20 to 30,000 credits. The technologies in them are outdated and cheap. Now, the local AI managers are barely making ends meet. Message from AIXP 5987833.
Warning! You are approaching the security zone of mining colony XP 5987833. Change course or be attacked by defense systems.
Yeah, right. Klim grinned. You scared me. Zoom increased its speed while simultaneously switching to defense mode.
Signatures detected. 12 objects. Light combat drone Viper 1. Attention! The ship is under fire.
The drone's light lasers pierced the destroyer's energy shield, and Klim added power to the shield-pumping module and launched the Zoom into a circular orbit around the colony. When all the attention of the defense systems was focused on his ship, Klim released his drones, 3 of them.
The mental channels of the brain strained from the incoming information, and it was necessary to concentrate in order not to lose concentration. Now Klim was a little envious of Venick, who playfully controlled as many as 8 drones. It's a pity that the psi index cannot be pumped up like other skills. The drones that attacked the Zoom couldn't even properly drain the destroyer's shields. But Klim's own dogs were quietly shooting off the enemies, and there was nothing special to do, just point out the next target. Soon, only debris remained around the colony. The mining station glowed with red lights of combat mode, but did not release additional drones, probably having completely exhausted its available resources. Only 3 minutes. Klim was indignant. I didn't even have much fun. Of course. It would have been possible to dismantle the station itself, but shooting at a helpless structure is boring, and the possible trophies would hardly be enough even for dinner at Demirium. Klim called off the drones and headed back to Alpha 6. Having emerged from the egg, he felt like a miserable piece of meat again. The surroundings seemed unreal, as if you were in a virtual reality capsule, surrounded by NPCs and pure computer graphics. The short training flight, instead of improving his mood, only whetted his appetite.
Klim glanced at the passers-by with an unseeing gaze, and every now and then tried to turn on the warp mode to get to the apartments faster. And no replacement for space flights has been invented yet. Even VR capsules did not give the same sensations that a pilot experiences when merging with a ship. Any first-year cadet can easily tell whether he is in a real capsule or in virtual space. Scientists even conducted studies trying to cheat experimental pilots in different ways, but they determined from the first seconds whether they were in space or in a simulator. In short, there was reason to be despondent. And Klim didn't even immediately understand what kind of nonsense was going on near the door of his room, until he almost collided with two subjects. Beaten, covered in blood, scratches, and bruises, drunk as a skunk, the guests tried unsuccessfully to activate the house scanner. Or rather, one, a stranger, tried, and the other was peacefully snoring on the floor and kept pulling his hand out of his friend's clutches. He wanted to lift the lying man up and run his palm over the scanner tile. What the hell is going on here? Oh, Klim! Well, finally, the unfamiliar staggering guy said in Chiric's voice. Otherwise, we haven't been able to get home for 10 minutes. Venik has had a bit too much. Chiric. Klim looked closely at the guy.
The build is the same, but the face is completely different.
He nodded and drunkenly grabbed the wall to keep from falling.
I straightened my face a little, for the sake of secrecy.
What conspiracy? Klim opened the door and helped lift Venik from the floor. He was kicking slightly and muttering something indignantly.
For a trip to the Saurian brothers to swing out,
Chiric said cheerfully, settling the unconscious prince on the bunk.
Oh, and it was fun. I haven't had such a blast in a long time. Everyone knows me there. They don't invite me to swing out.
Klim guessed, examining the stranger's face.
Cellular reprofiling? Yeah. Why didn't you do this before? What, do you think I'm a rich kid? 25 grand for a face shave? Jaya would eat me up, no salt. She would straighten me out herself, both my face and everything below the waist. I understand my friend paid.
Klim nodded towards the prince, who had already fallen asleep. Yeah. By the way, won't Jaya be outraged that you changed your face? This is a temporary prep. It will resolve itself, in short, in a couple of days. Chiric waved it off. Why didn't you stop by the hospital on the way to clean up the traces of the fight? Klim asked, pointing to his friends' badly beaten faces. And how did you manage to snatch something like that, with your talents? Well, we were already drunk. Chiric spread his hands. And I don't have any loans for the hospital. And Venya is already out of his mind and couldn't formulate an order. And looking at the prince with disapproval, he added, Drunkard. And by the way, Chiric said, taking the second bunk and stretching relaxedly, the training has been successfully completed. What training? Since our comrade, when so drunk, never remembered that he was of blue blood, he certainly won't screw up when sober. A real pilot, Venya Venik. Ah.
So this was all part of the training process?
Well, naturally, it's not for fun.
This is where I have a little doubt. It wasn't without fun. Chiric didn't deny it and burped. But the main thing, the goal was achieved. I raised a real man, a true infantryman. These are the kind of people the big-eyed nymphs adore, not runts like you. But, Klim was indignant. I take them for other qualities. Here, even one recently told me that she has no desire to show me her signature hook.
Did she just say that?
Yes.
And you?
What about me? Idiot. Chiric turned to the wall and yawned sweetly.
It's okay.
Chiric, Klim called out to his comrade ingratiatingly, is this another sour tradition? I'm going to bed. And finally set up a base on the sours. Why do I need a base if I have a friend like you? And Chiric, Klim tried to butter up, come on, spill the beans. Get lost. He mumbled and sleepily added, "Friend? Well, Chirik, my friend." However, the senior infantry instructor was already snoring and did not react to anything. Bastard. Klim lightly kicked his friend, but he only smiled. Apparently, he was already dreaming about another smash-up in the sore sector. Klim glanced discontentedly at both occupied beds and sat down in the armchair. Speaking of Saurians, he dialed Shakti's number. "Friend Klim." I don't know. Well, at least she didn't unfriend him. Did I forget again, or is this some kind of hint? You can't figure out these women. Incoming message. Subscriber. General Agency of Pilots. Pilot Klim the Great, registration number B664643325. Report immediately to the assignment point to clarify some issues. It is in your interests. Level 5, Agent Pratchett. Clarification of some questions. How laconic, evasive, and unclear. In your interests means you can't get out of it. It looks like the snitches at Matar's finally got through, and the agents learned of Marin's untimely disappearance. It's not like the agency had anything to present to Klim on legal grounds. The matter was almost in the nulls. But the big guys from the UAP don't like it when pilots eat each other. It creates unnecessary precedents and, to put it mildly, is not encouraged. Although the agency usually interferes only in major conflicts and turns a blind eye to minor skirmishes, Klim did not expect that the disappearance of some unknown Marin would attract such attention. As much as Level 5, a mid-level agent, it's time to grab your head. Damn, damn, damn. I'm in deep. Although, maybe it's something else? He tried to remember his other messes, but nothing came to mind except the incident with Marin. Chapter 10. Klim took a taxi to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. He put on his dress uniform jacket again, not really knowing why. And now passers-by were staring again, and some of the brave ones even asked to take selfies. Getting out of the taxi, Klim looked around in a hunted manner. But thank the stars, there were no onlookers at the OAP parking lot. In general, few people approached the black high-rise without a need. The main building of the agency towered majestically over the upper city. On the facade, a golden hologram of OAP with wings under the inscription glowed. Usually, ordinary pilots do not come here, but receive assignments from agents remotely, which once again made one think about something bad. What should I answer this Pratchett? And why the hell did he even get interested in such a trifle as the squabble of the green pilots? I'll blame it all on the incidents during the exams, when Marin set us up. Maybe they won't scold me too much. Agents don't really get involved in such pilots' wilds. Who's to blame? Who's right? It's like starting a squabble between small children. Everyone's yelling, pointing fingers at each other, try to figure out how it all started. And by and large, busy guys don't give a damn what's going on in or around nullsec. And if someone is naughty in systems with a high security status, Concord will deal with him right there on the spot. There is no queue in the building, no reception. Instead of a lobby, there is a row of small elevator cabins. You run your hand over the scanner, and the agency AI decides where to send the cabin, or not, if you were not invited here. Agents are busy people. They have no time to meet with pilots personally. 3 minutes later, the elevator cabin, which felt like it wasn't moving at all, opened its doors, and Klim saw a small office. A transparent table with a terminal and a stern man behind it. The man looked at the guest, dressed in a dress uniform with bewilderment, chuckled, and motioned for him to come in. When Klim approached, the doors behind him closed and a chair with a low back emerged from the floor. "Sit down, pilot."
A completely bald man in a formal suit waited until Klim sat down and continued. I suppose you can guess why I called you. Not quite. Marin, Agent Pratchett explained. What's wrong with him? Klim blurted out the first thing that came to mind and mentally scolded himself for being a child. He's gone, Pratchett sighed, and his face expressed something like, look at the idiots we have to work with. They don't understand simple things. Of course, one could say, I don't know anything. Yes, I captured Marin's capsule to talk. We talked, he let him go, and I have no idea where that blockhead disappeared to. However, the agency is capable of conducting a thorough investigation.
Yes, Vennick cleaned up the logs of the station hangar. But who knows what other surprises the UAP has? What if Chiric's involvement in Marin's death is revealed? And if Klim is given a spank at most as one of the cast, and even that's unlikely, then Senior Instructor Chiric will be quietly strangled for killing an immortal. Pratchett won't even have to give any orders. He'll just release the information into the public domain. And by evening, there will be a bunch of people willing to get even with the scumbag infantryman who raised his hand against the capsuleer. Neither combat skills, nor the system's secure status, nor the fact that the killer's wife, Jaya, is also one of the agents will help. I'll have to confess, Klim realized, especially since I promised to cover for my friend. He, of course, did not expect that the case would be of interest at such a level, but that does not change the promise. I expressed myself incorrectly. The pilot decided not to play the game of misunderstandings anymore. I meant that there was a skirmish with Marin, and that bastard won't bother anyone anymore. But I don't understand, Why am I suddenly interested in the petty squabbles of newcomers? Pratchett prompted. Exactly, Klim. The agent folded his palms together and leaned his elbows on the transparent tabletop. I don't give a damn about your skirmishes. Pilots kill each other every day, and for lesser reasons than a setup at exams. Pratchett had just clearly demonstrated that he knew some details of the case, which meant that at least some kind of investigation was still being conducted. As long as the fuss doesn't escalate into major troubles, the agency silently tolerates it, although it doesn't welcome it. As you understand, the custom, do not shoot at capsules, was not born out of nowhere. You don't think that the pilots themselves invented it, do you? You are all so aggressive and vindictive that you would have killed each other long ago if we hadn't sometimes smoothed out rough edges. But it's stupid to expect anything else from real Star Wolves, right? Yes, Klim agreed, starting to wonder where the agent was going with this. It seemed like he had attacked and then justified me right away. I invited you for another reason. He didn't touch anything, didn't even move. Apparently had given the order via the neural network. And the hologram of Marin's interrogation lit up above the table, with all the graphs and data that the interrogator was recording. Marin spoke detachedly as he shot the pilot's capsules. Mother! 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 No, it is clear that duplicate records are stored on the OAP servers, and agents have access to them. It would be stupid to think that the agency would refuse such a channel of information, and would not honestly spy on what citizens are finding out from each other. But interrogators are quite popular. Very often, suspects themselves insist on using them, for example, to prove their innocence. There are billions of records on the servers, and millions of new ones appear every day. It is clear that the agency has its finger on the pulse of some high-profile cases. But AIs do not look through absolutely all the records, and even if they do, then the devil will break your leg. Here the human mind will not always understand what is being discussed, and even less so the electronic one. Or will it? In vain did they and Vennick hope that another entry would go unnoticed, like millions of similar entries before. Now Slavs will be crushed, cleaned out at the root. You're turning pale and vain, Klim.
Agent Pratchett said, seeing how the guest had tensed up and easily calculating his logic. Calm down. As I already said, the agency is tolerant of minor skirmishes. But Pratchett raised his index finger importantly, and the interrogation image was replaced by a recording of the battle at the asteroid belt, not far from the planet Slava, where the capsules were being shot. Moreover, the image was filmed from one of the attacking ships. Where did they get it? Klim would not have tried to immediately erase such incriminating recordings. He would not have even thought of making them. Who was smart enough to do that?
As you can see, the forces of the Slavic clan took almost no part in the clash. At least, not a single capsuleer who passed through the OAP Academy is on the recording. As you can see, in addition to the 5 defectors whose names you know, one of whom is Marin, more than 30 motley ships are participating in the battle. At first glance, it looks like a random gathering of pirates. But if you look closely,
the image enlarged, highlighting one of the ships with a brief summary of its characteristics. It is noticeable that this is a well-coordinated team of well-equipped pilots. The hologram began jumping from one ship to another, and the equipment in each was not lower than Techno 3. Ordinary pirates do not arm themselves like that. There is not enough money. This is the so-called Strelki group, Pratchett explained, emphasizing the last letter. A combat unit that intentionally kills capsuleers. I've never heard of such a group, Klim was surprised. If such a group existed, there would be a lot of noise, but there are no rumors or news about it. Well, naturally, this is classified information, not for everyone. Therefore, I ask you to sign a non-disclosure form. A standard receipt appeared on the terminal, requiring not only a palm print, but also a mental imprint of the signatory. And this is already a serious thing. Please, Pratchett smiled, pointing to the signature. His kind smile made Klim's jaw clench. It's somehow strange to offer a subscription after the information has already been revealed. That's right. The agent smiled slyly now. Maybe you'll refuse to sign. Yeah, right. Klim chuckled. And I'll disappear without a trace in one of your elevators. The pilot placed his palm on the document and then moved his head closer to the mental imprint scanner that came out from the side of the table. So the Strelkov group is killing capsuleers? Klim said, having finished with the formalities. Why not make it public? The pilots will tear them apart themselves. I could answer that the very existence of such a group will negatively affect the agency's image, that such information will cause a flare-up of mistrust between the pilots, that there could be many reasons that you don't need to know. I'll answer more simply. This is the agency's policy, and it is not within our competence to discuss it. Believe me, those who need to know are informed. And these are very serious people. They are looking, and they will definitely find the bastards. It's a matter of time. In short, you have no complaints about Marin against me or the clan. Klim clarified. Then I don't understand what I'm doing here at all. And I don't understand even more why you told me about the Strelkov. It wasn't just for nothing, was it? How come there isn't? The agent raised his eyebrows in surprise. Okay, your skirmish with Marin, which led to his untimely death, was an unfortunate misunderstanding. An isolated incident. It happens. But the indirect participation of an entire clan in the murder of UAP capsuleers is already a trend. A very bad trend. It is not in the agency's rules to turn a blind eye to it. How annoying you are, bitch. Klim tried his best to keep his thoughts from showing on his face. Now there are no complaints, then there are complaints. Now you praise, then you scold. What do you want, smartass? I have a task for you. The agent got down to business abruptly, as if he had really read Klim's thoughts from his face. First, the 4 remaining defectors. I'll pay 50,000 for each, unofficially. It's not much, but the opponents are so-so. Wait, unofficially.
So there won't be a bounty on their heads in the registry. It won't. You understand that if I start killing law-abiding pilots left and right, then there's no point in exposing yourself, Pratchett interrupted him. Just think, brazenly, in front of witnesses, seizing the egg. That's beyond the pale. Weren't there smarter ways? Okay, in Marin's case, you were partially justified by the need to take the enemy alive, but now there's no such need. Let's say, a cruiser's linear salvo critically overloaded the shield, destroyed the armor, and destroyed the capsule. Does that happen? It happens. An accident. Or this. Anyway, you graduated from the academy, not me. So it's not for me to teach you, pilot. In short, you won't cover for me if something happens, Klim realized. Well, that's understandable. You want to hide information and punish the defectors, and so that the UAP has nothing to do with it in case of complications. And you even leaked secret information to me so that I couldn't refuse. Of course. Of course. The UAP is in trouble. What pilot would refuse to help, even for free? Agency policy, damn it. Should I send him away? Second, Pratchett continued. A hologram of a man appeared above the table, dressed in a colorful military uniform, as if in rooster feathers. The inscription below, Duke Casimir Sviatoslavovich Vaidich, first advisor of the Slavic clan. I will pay 2 million for him, Pratchett said. Well, I should have started with that. Otherwise, 50,000 each. The mood immediately improved. Well, for 2 million I'll kill you too, Klim even tried to joke. He didn't foresee any problems here, since Vinnick was going to execute the traitor Casimir anyway.
No.
The agent broke his joy.
He is needed alive, and if possible, unharmed. But that is no longer necessary.
For what? Youth. Pratchett shook his head. He has access to the Strelkov. Somehow he hired them.
I see.
Klim nodded with a sad smile.
Very serious people are looking for the Strelkovs. They are looking and looking, but apparently they are not finding anything. And here such a fat trail has appeared. The agents do not want to get involved with a clan, even such a small one as the Slavs. And here, very conveniently, other hands have turned up with which they can catch Casimir. All that remains is to convince Vinnick to hand over the Duke to the OAP. Here, the prince, thirsty for revenge, may not agree.
As a bonus to the 2 million for the Duke's head, Pratchett very opportunely threw in an interesting thought. The agency will remove its claims against the rest of the clan. What a sly fellow. What kind of claims are you making if no one from the clan directly participated in the shooting? You said so yourself. But towards the end, he twisted it so that Vinnick will have nowhere to go. His clan will not survive problems with the OAP. I understand you, Agent. Klim rose from his chair. There was nothing more to talk about. 3 months, Pratchett added after him. Or the agency will use other schemes. In the taxi, Klim thought hard about the upcoming mission. 3 months is not that much time to covertly eliminate 4 people, especially if one of them decides to keep quiet. However, Pratchett had a good reason to divide the mission into 2 parts. The first is unlikely to be particularly important for the agent. Most likely, he decided to simply eliminate unnecessary witnesses so that they wouldn't blab. After all, they had also seen the work of the Strelkov and could suspect something was wrong. Although in the position of defectors, blabber is the same as shooting yourself, which means the guys will be silent as fish if they are not complete idiots. Although, it is very likely that they are idiots, since they agreed to shoot at the brothers. Then he remembered that both beds in his apartment were occupied by drunk friends and decided to visit the bar. He needed to have a bite to eat, maybe have a drink, and at the same time, buy his comrades something to cure their hangover. Klim sat down at a table in the bar Earth. The bartender didn't even have time to come up to take the order, when a muscular mustachioed guy with a mischievous smile dropped down opposite him and waved to the bartender that there was no need to hurry. He nodded understandingly and turned to another customer. "Hello, Klim." "Hello, Sonia." Sasha Blacka was always a joker and the life of the party. In their class, all the troubles started with his handouts and continued under his constant supervision. And although officially the class monitor was a completely different guy, the entire stream of Earthlings was led by Sasha Blacka, a sort of gray cardinal of the cadets of the pilot academy. It is not surprising that over time he became the unofficial head of the community of people from Earth. All unofficial, or rather illegal, feuds were discussed and resolved through him. It seems that the rumor about Marin reached his fellow countrymen. Or was it the agent who tried his best? Somehow, everything is too close to each other. "Did you hear that you killed Marin?" The smiling big guy confirmed some of Klim's guesses. It was. He didn't try to deny it. That's right, he screwed up a lot. Since the beginning of his training, he kept screwing up a lot. "That's why I got it," Klim shrugged. Now the conversation with Sasha was deciding whether there would be consequences for killing Marin from the Earth community. And if so, what kind?
He screwed up a lot, but only in small things,
continued Blacka.
And you're so cool with him. Ouch, not good. I didn't intend to do it that hard. It just happened by accident. I wanted to give him a couple of slaps on the back of the head, but he crawled out of his egg and started to show off, waving his arms. You know this idiot.
I knew. Sasha nodded and continued to silently squint at Klim.
Well, I wanted to calm him down a little with the stun gun, but it turned out to be at maximum.
It happens. You need to check your weapon before a fight, my friend. Sasha nodded understandingly. However, what exactly he understood and whether he believed this simple lie at all is unclear. You can never read anything in the kind eyes, on the smiling mustached face. Klim simply threw up his hands, saying he was guilty. There were two clever guys wandering around here. Sasha leaned over and conspiratorially lowered his voice. Twins. They were spreading all sorts of bad rumors about you. I talked it over with them. They shut up. But some of their comrades have already managed to listen to them and have become imbued with them. So if you're in dangerous places, watch your back. Thanks for the warning. No problem. Sasha leaned back in his chair and spoke louder. You know me. I think that in any situation you should stick to your own. Justified, Klim realized. Now there is no need to fear any special persecution, except for some minor skirmishes with the same twins. Hold on, added Sasha. Even if they are a little wrong, but we will sort this out among ourselves later. Bye, buddy. The big guy quickly jumped up, patted Klim on the shoulder in a friendly manner, and headed for the exit. And his last phrase meant that Klim was now forgiven, but if another similar accident occurred, then one could not count on understanding. We need to take down the rest very carefully, the pilot whispered, and beckoned to the bartender. Venik and Kirik listened to the latest news sullenly. It was obvious that the comrades were feeling really bad, especially Venik. He would have rushed to the nearest clinic and cleansed his body of alcohol intoxication long ago, but he had to listen to important information. At the end of the story,
Klim pompously put a bottle of strawberry vodka on the table. When he left the eatery, he poked at the first one he came across. But in the bar Earth, almost the entire menu in one way or another echoes the name of his home planet. Chirik immediately perked up, but Venik, on the contrary, frowned even more. Disgust even appeared on his face.
No, I won't do it again. And, having watched the senior instructor uncork the bottle and quite casually take a swig straight from the neck, he added, "Never in my life." "Calm down, Venya." Chirik sniffed the alcohol with the torn sleeve of his jacket and relaxedly leaned back on the pillow. "For example, I am not recommended to drink at all. My position does not allow it. I need to always keep myself in shape. But sometimes you need to relax somehow. And never in my life is too long, especially for an immortal. What are we going to do?" Klim stared at the prince. Now it depended on him whether the second part of the task from Agent Prachette would be carried out. Klim specifically hurried to catch his partner in a state of hangover, so that he would argue less. "Yes, take it," Venik understood his look. "The tribunal awaits Uncle anyway. And for treason there is only one punishment, death." "Good," Klim was glad that he didn't even have to argue. That leaves Hungarian, Brown, Shatk, and Malas. They're not very strong as combat pilots, but I don't want to show myself right now.
"I can help with the first two." Chirik perked up. "They're local. They often hang around Alpha 6. If you promise to share the reward, then—" "Yes, I would give it all," Klim interrupted him. "But I only got you off the hook for one murder, and not even a day has passed since you were planning to commit 2 more. Are you immortal or something?" Klim chuckled at the unintentional pun. "I put myself out there without thinking," Chirik objected. "And for a reward, the guys from DG will help. They know every nook and cranny of the station, and they're professionals. Hungarian and Buri will simply disappear, without a trace or a log. Yeah, bring in extra witnesses. Your DG guys will give us up themselves." "Oh, come on, Klim. You're cackling. Think about it. The defectors were unofficially ordered by an agent.
I'll bring in 2 or 3 guys I know from the sabotage group. They, as responsible guys, will of course immediately snitch to the agency. And what will the leading agent of the DG tell them?"
And really, what?
Mr. Prachette will shrug his shoulders and say that he didn't hear. "Is DG leading the work?"
Klim was taken aback.
"And did you think that unofficial bounties are assigned to just anyone? Alpha 6 is one of the main branches of the agency. You can't even pee here without the all-seeing eye of Big Brother. Most likely, my involvement in Marin's disappearance is also known. Maybe not everything, but the fact that I'm in the know is for sure. And 5th-rank agent Papa Prachette, quietly, works on especially violent heads. He probably immediately figured out that you would run to me for help. So you're wrong to think that he won't cover for you if needed. He already helped you from the start. A good man, by the way."
So, DG will sort it out?
"Is this the first time?"
Chirik took another sip from the bottle and handed it to Venik.
"Will you have some?"
No, I'm out," he winced.
"Not the first time?"
Klim even got up from his chair.
"I'm worried here, trying to get him off the hook, but it turns out he's been knocking down pilots almost every day."
Don't confuse an agency order, even if unofficial, with just "he's going down." These are different things. And what did you think, that everything is calm and quiet in the OAP because all the pilots are brothers? No, my friend. Because people like Papa Prachette clean up the crap in time.
"Okay, I heard you. That leaves Shath and Malas."
"This is the first time I've heard of this." Chirik shook his head.
"These are some kind of leftists."
"I don't know them either." Venik lay down, buried his face in the pillow, and began to breathe heavily.
"It's hard." "Yes, you should run to the clinic already.
Klim graciously allowed, or else you'll die here and my bright prospects will be ruined. What kind of prospects are these? Chirik perked up, watching the prince run out of the room. I told you, Rainbow. Klim scratched the back of his head. Well, can you find out anything about the last two through your channels? My channels don't extend beyond the station. If the guys are here, we'll spot them and decide. And if not, then it's your business. Space. Chirik waved his hands, as if he was about to fly out of bed. You somehow find each other. Pilots, I mean. When you settle scores or something. I see. We'll look. What about these Strelkov? I don't get it. A whole team that specifically kills UAP capsuleers? Chirik scratched his head in bewilderment. They would have been spotted and cleared out long ago. Yeah, but only if there were witnesses. As I understand it, after their work, only debris remains. And Prashet didn't say that they only kill OAP members. He just said capsuleers.
This is complete nonsense. Chirik snorted contemptuously and took a sip from the bottle without even wincing. Who the hell needs this? Papa Prake is being sneaky, not telling the whole story. He's a good guy, of course, as I've already said, but he's a big fan of using everyone in the dark. Are you saying that there are no Strelkov? Either not, or they are not at all what Prake wants to show them to be. In terms of, well, I don't know, Chirik shrugged. Maybe he's testing you like this. He slipped you some disinformation and now he'll see where it comes from, and you signed a subscription. So it's better not to blab about it. You've become really smart lately. Wise thoughts just pour out of you. I already regret posting about Strelkov. What if you're an enemy spy? Wow! I see you're also getting smarter right before our eyes. Chirik chuckled, then thought about something and immediately became serious. And remember, Papa Prachet doesn't do anything for no reason. If he gave you information, then he'll definitely drag you into some kind of mess. Agents almost always work like that. That's true, Klim agreed. Initially, Klim was puzzled why Prachet had given out classified information and dragged him into this whole story. But now everything fell into place. The agents don't have as much power as it might seem. Serious guys sit there, issue tasks, and distribute considerable money. But the agency doesn't have its own troops as such. All its power is based on free pilots who can unite or run away. There is also infantry, but they also have their own guild leaders who won't get into trouble for good living. Of course, money decides a lot, but if the UAP starts putting bounties on the heads of its own members without evidence of guilt, it won't last long. Each execution requires a serious justification. Otherwise, the agent's reputation will be ruined. And without a reputation, a flock of free sheep will quickly disperse in search of a more sane patron. Would Klim, for example, go after defectors on purpose, even for a reward? No way. If he had met them somewhere, and a convenient situation had developed, he might have sorted them out. But this way, it would have been extra trouble and hassle. So Prashet put 3 friends in a position where they would have to chase them, whether they wanted to or not. Cunning. On the other hand, a good relationship with a level 5 agent is a great foundation for the future. It's not often that new capsuleers personally communicate with mid-level agents. Now Klim will carry out an inconvenient task in which he is already completely sloppy, and in the future, you see, Papa Prachet will throw in a completely official and more lucrative task. 2 weeks later, they were sitting in the same cozy bar, Earth. The 2-meter hologram of the planet in the center of the room now had a satellite. The moon was slowly drifting around the Earth, constantly turning one side to its owner. Chirik was slowly crunching on some salad consisting entirely of greens, and Venik and Klim were listlessly exchanging phrases. Then the senior infantry instructor nodded meaningfully toward the wall-sized screen, and the guys connected to the audio news channel. An emergency in Dock 292, the pretty presenter announced. One of the pilots, without performing a pre-launch check, tried to undock from the station, but due to a malfunction in the mechanical grips,
the accelerating ship was thrown into the force dome of the upper city. To prevent a collision, the ship was instantly annihilated by the protective systems of the Alpha 6 station. Unfortunately, the pilot's capsule was also destroyed.
A young but already promising capsuleer, Alish Nairomi, callsign Brown, died absurdly due to a violation of safety procedures. The agency offers condolences to the relatives and friends of the deceased and reminds, disregard for the requirements of pre-launch safety procedures is unacceptable. Pilots, be vigilant. -1, Klim summed up. Then the channel launched a video about pre-launch checks of systems, which any first-year cadet knows by heart, but almost never performs once he becomes an independent pilot. Klim, by the way, hasn't done such a check for a long time either. Staring at graphs for 10 minutes? To hell with it. Well, what could happen to a ship protected by nano-armor? Well, it could throw you off course. Well, you could hit the station and sag the shields. Well, the dispatcher would scold you, issuing a symbolic fine. Nonsense, basically. The upper city's power dome, especially for such cases, is also fenced off from the docks by a series of battlement towers. How did the DG craftsman manage to ruin the grips so that Brown's frigate would be thrown right between the cast pillars of the unstopped? There is such a gap there that it is not so easy to squeeze through, even on purpose. Virtuosos, damn it, Klim said, not addressing anyone in particular. Of course, Chirrut responded, continuing to crunch on the salad. The company doesn't tie brooms. I just thought of it, Vennik immediately said, which made the other two friends grin. The agency allocates a lot of money to maintain the mooring structures and other mechanisms, but from time to time, such absurd accidents always happen. Do you really mean to say, here he looked meaningfully at Chirrut, I don't want to say anything, I'm eating a salad, and I advise you not to think so much and loudly, it's bad for your health. Why does the agency need a DG at all? Despite the warning, Vennik continued to think out loud to tease Chirrut. As far as I know, this is the only formation directly subordinate to the OAP. And what a promising name. The Sabotage Group. Interesting. What kind of functions does it perform? If the agency is just an intermediary between the employer and... Here he fell silent, because some plump guy was moving towards the table. Klim even thought that his face was vaguely familiar, but after looking closer he realized that he was seeing the red-haired guy for the first time. Or was he? Wasn't this the guy who was the prince's trusted messenger? Vennik visibly tensed up, but pretended to be carefully examining his nails. The redhead simply walked past and disappeared into another room of the bar. And after he left, Klim noticed a plastic envelope on the tabletop. Vennik casually swept it off the table and nodded to his friends. It's time to go home. Wait. Klim waved his hand, calling on his comrades to stay put. Look at the news. The same pretty presenter was narrating another report.
The news clip showed a map of the Commonwealth. A broken yellow line running across the screen was the border. A little further than the zeros, the frontier. This is a practically unexplored area. A red zone flashed behind it, which is controlled by super eye skin. It seems to be controlled. What is really happening there is not exactly known. Increasingly, in systems with a security index of 0, adjacent to the Kargas zone, ships are perishing after going into warp. A Ferial-class cargo ship, carrying valuable ore, left the mining point for a staging point, but disappeared. The ship's owners, representatives of the Gita Corporation, are perplexed. The screen showed a portly bald bull in a brown pilot's suit. On his left chest in orange was written, Gita. This is one of the most powerful corporations, specializing in ore mining. These guys have such a strong and well-coordinated fleet that they are not afraid to dig even in the middle of nowhere, let alone in nullsec.
I'm Bark Moden, fleet commander of the 1st Security Wing. The big guy introduced himself in a rich baritone. We watched as the Pharaoh went into warp. The 2nd Wing was waiting for it at the exit point. It was supposed to leave in exactly 30 seconds. But the hauler fell into a black hole. We started searching, and half an hour later we found the wreckage. And gutted. No modules, no electronics. Just trash. Even the capsule was disassembled. And most importantly, it felt like the Pharaoh was pulled out of the warp. Nonsense. Venick began to rise from the table. Of course. Pulled out. A ship that has already gone into warp cannot be stopped. Even first-year students know this. And this is all unscientific nonsense. Let's also watch about flights into black holes and back. Klim himself didn't really believe in pulling out of warp. It's not difficult to knock down the warp engine settings with the noise of a disintegrator so that the ship can't escape. But it's impossible to stop an engine that has already entered warp mode by any means. It's just that there were more and more incidents like the ones shown in the video every year. It's not for nothing that the OAP news channel started to voice them. They are a serious company, as Chirrut used to say. They don't tie brooms. And Klim suddenly had a feeling that there was definitely something true in all this nonsense. Venick did not share his premonitions. However, he also called the information about the Strelki nonsense. He would not believe it until he touched it with his hands. But perhaps clan leaders are supposed to be like that. The envelope contained invitations to the inauguration of Kazimir Sviatoslavovich Vaidich as regent. By tacit agreement, they decided not to involve Chirrut in further adventures.
He had already gotten himself into more trouble than he should have, and his wife was pregnant. Therefore, there were only 2 invitations. The first was addressed to Klim, and the second to some landowner named Kamnev.
Why are they so different?
Klim asked, putting both cards together. You have a full invitation, and I only have a vestibule for minor nobles.
What's wrong?
To proceed further, you need to provide an M card and compare it with a mental imprint. The palm print with DNA, which is necessary for the tambour, can still be faked. But the imprint?
And how are you going to...
We've already discussed this. Venick interrupted him. You don't need to know all the details of the operation. If I can't get into the main hall, then you'll just have a good time and go home. There's no need to look for me. I'll most likely already be dead. By the way, is it okay if I show up under my own name? I was supposedly killed, and if they didn't kill me, they're looking for me. Who needs you? Several months have passed. The case is closed. At least you are not on the clan SB list.
You speak so confidently, as if you had seen these lists.
Saw.
I mean, after you were overthrown.
Me too. Venick answered, wincing with displeasure at the word overthrown.
Okay, but keep in mind...
Klim jokingly frowned.
If they catch me, I'll lay out the whole plan. Even the points I don't know about.
I never doubted you for a second, partner. They went to the inauguration on different ships at different times, and so as to enter the SDG-3 system from different directions. Klim will arrive first, and must disappear among the guests until his partner arrives. But he never told how exactly Venick will pass customs. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Capsulers drive ships an order of magnitude faster than autopilot. That's why they rarely use it. Only if they want to take a nap for an hour or two.
And the body in the biogel doesn't need more.
Slowness occurs, not because the computer takes longer to figure out, or is simply dumb, but because it strictly follows the established flight rules. There are hundreds of points invented for safety. Test runs, pre-launch checks, keeping distances, maintaining the speed of approach to municipal facilities. Due to the constant development of technology, many rules have become morally obsolete, but they are in no hurry to cancel them. Safety is always and everywhere conservative and holds on to each paragraph to the end. However, penalties for violating outdated rules have still been cancelled, and therefore pilots skip unnecessary points and win against AIs in the speed of movement between systems almost 3 times. Klim, like many others, despised the autopilot and preferred to control the ship manually as often as possible.
Mostly to enjoy the flight, the feeling of power, speed, and invincibility. But not today. Today, the guy decided to take a nap. You never know what might happen at the Slavyan reception. You need to be cheerful. The capsule put the pilot into a special mode. He can't dream, but his nervous system can still rest and recover, and his brain can restructure the information he's recently received. Doctors recommend using this mode every 20 to 25 hours to avoid overloading his psyche. The autopilot has already passed the 4th jump gate. There are still 3 left. System SDG-7. Security status 06. Zoom turned on the micro-warp and headed to the next gate, having first conducted a series of tedious security checks and strictly following the regulations. Next will be the SDG-5 system with the index 05. That is, individual skirmishes at the jump gates are already allowed in it. Well, not exactly allowed. But the security systems no longer pay attention to them if these skirmishes do not escalate into large-scale battles. The main thing is not to touch the gates themselves. From 05, there are already interruptions in communication. Stations are less common. There are few inhabited planets, and goods are more expensive. Even Concord is not on duty everywhere, so there are plenty of places where you can grab a pendulin. There is still a chance to complain to someone about the lawlessness, but help does not always arrive in time. In short, 0 is close. Like that winter at Winterfell. Zoom approached the nut and sent out a standard jump request. Attention. Permission denied. Autopilot is disabled. The simple onboard AI immediately reacted. Having found itself in a non-standard situation, the automation woke up Klim, and he stared stupidly at these messages for a few seconds, not quite understanding what the matter was.
"This is Concord 397, the voice was hoarse, as if the senior security officer had a cold. "Zoom, shut down the boosters and turn off the shields to conduct a customs check." "What?" This completely stunned Klim. It's understandable. It's not customary to check a warship for contraband, I suppose. Of course, you can carry prohibited goods on anything. But how much cargo can fit in the modest hold of a warship? A pittance? This is not a ship with a crew where there are many living quarters and a ton of internal nooks and crannies. Capsuleers carry contraband in huge trucks, where it is possible to hide several prohibited boxes among the rest of the multi-ton junk. And in the Zoom, there is simply no room for such luggage. Carrying prohibited goods 2 kilos per trip is a waste of time. The only thing you can get is hemorrhoids. Naturally, there are also very small things that you can put in your pocket, but a customs scanner will definitely not find them.
The SB guys catch such goods at the stations when selling or transferring. So it turns out that stopping capsuleer ships designed for combat is simply stupid. "I'm not in a truck, guys." Klim weakly tried to make an excuse. "Pilot, let's not get into an argument. We're doing our job." "Okay." Arguing with Concord is also not accepted. Their ships are specialized in the capture and destruction of lone fugitives, and can always count on the support of the weapons of the gates and stations. The Concord ships took Zoom into a box in a coordinated manner, although he would not have been able to escape anyway.
They have powerful engine jamming systems. Klim turned off the shield and began to wait while Concorde 478, which had flown close, examined his ship with a special scanner. This could take from 5 minutes to half an hour, a small but unpleasant delay. In general, the attitude towards Concorde pilots is twofold. They perform some customs and police functions.
They do not chase violators.
But if your ship or you yourself are wanted, then be prepared for these brave guys to pounce on you at the nearest nut or station. They do not leave the gate and operate only in a certain zone. Concorde does not need to seek out and catch criminals in the vastness of the galaxy. Sooner or later, the violator will fly to them himself when he wants to use the nut or the repair services of the station in systems with an index higher than 0.5. And below that, one of the free pilots who specialize in catching bounties will grab him. Concorde can also help in a difficult situation. And if you are innocently attacked, then saving the dying person from lawlessness is Concorde's sacred duty. And it would seem that service for the good of society should be honorable. But no free pilot would want to voluntarily hang around in one place for months and perform the same boring task.
All Concorde ships belong to the Concorde service, and after their duty, they are supposed to be handed in. And the pilots there do not earn that much. That's why people go to Concorde purely out of desperation. Spent the last of their credits on a fancy cruiser and then stupidly blew it on the first raid. They won't give you a loan for a new ship and only enough money for a place to sleep. All that's left is piloting skills. Then Concorde is for you. After the mandatory 5-year contract, you can easily afford a modest destroyer. Space is a dangerous and unpredictable place, and therefore Concorde has no shortage of personnel. In short, losers serve in Concorde. It's even better for the security service that their pilots are uninitiated blockheads. The main thing is that they follow orders, and the rest of the capsuleers have a corresponding attitude towards the Concordians. Even at a friendly drinking party, none of the comrades will admit that they served in Concorde. They'll laugh at them. It's like in Soviet times, admitting that you weren't in the army. It was a disgrace. They might not say it directly, but they'll throw sideways glances. "Excuse me, pilot." Concorde 397 suddenly spoke up. "Can I ask a question that is not related to the matter?" "Yes, please," Klim responded. He did not feel any particular contempt for the force servants. After all, not every one of them is necessarily an idiot. There are those who were simply unlucky. You have a rare destroyer of the Zoom class. I see a 75% signature match with the destroyer Faravex, ARC Corporation. Do you have some modification of the Farah? No, this is a separate line of Lurtonian ships. The similarity is mostly external. Could you? The senior security officer hesitated, embarrassed. Give me some general characteristics. Very interesting. No problem. Klim sent the file to the curious officer. Indeed, he said after a minute of study. On the Faravex, the shields are almost 3 times thicker. In the Zoom, they are nothing at all. But the armor is top-notch. Plus, there is already a capacitor on the Capta. I remember it was almost impossible to pump the Farah to energy stability. The capacitor constantly dropped to 0. How long have you been flying? Klim asked, recalling that Faravexes had stopped being produced even before the Zooms, and the latter were already more than 50 years old. 63 years old, the soldier sighed. Wow, why in Concorde? The question just came out of his mouth. Klim didn't want to offend the man. That's a separate, long, and sad story, he said sourly. I hope she has a happy ending, Klim encouraged the soldier. Me too. By the way, the scan is almost complete, as I guessed from the very beginning. You don't have anything prohibited. Just don't think that we detained you out of boredom. It's just that a denunciation was received on you. I'm glad that it turned out to be groundless. Apparently someone's stupid joke. I'll definitely report it to the OAP so that the informer's rating can be lowered. Permission to jump received. Autopilot operation has been resumed. I begin the countdown to the jump. A denunciation? Whose idea was it to make such a stupid joke? From whom? You understand that we do not give out such information. Concorde 397 was silent for a moment, and then added, "But just recently I saw the destroyer Matar nearby, if that means anything to you." Warp jump warning. Zoom was enveloped in the multicolored shimmer of a spatial tunnel, and the connection with the outside world was lost. "Destroyer Matar?" Klim shouted into thin air. "Twins!" The meaning of the denunciation became immediately clear. The twins had followed Zoom, hiding among the other ships that usually gather on busy routes, and which Klim simply did not pay attention to. And then one of the brothers sacrificed 10 points of his pilot rating to detain Klim on the nut, with the help of a denunciation to Concorde, and the twins themselves, presumably, in the meantime, took up a position on the other side of the gate, in a system with a security index of 0.5, where they could attack. They're so persistent. Klim was even a little impressed by the guy's persistence and consistency. They promised to take revenge for their comrade, and here you go. They take revenge. And unless they are complete idiots, they won't be able to avoid the fight. What a bad time. We need to hurry to the inauguration. Oh well. Klim wasn't too worried about the attack. There were 2 Matars, of course, but they were barely worth more than 10 million each. And that was hardly even that. While the multi-mode zoom cost almost 3% a plex, which was as much as 30 million. And what about zoom? Klim's new capsule cost twice as much as the destroyers the twins were flying. The brothers probably made the same mistake as the Concorde employee, mistaking the zoom for some modification of the old and weak Faravex. Otherwise they wouldn't have gone together. And what if there are not 2 of them, but more? Damn! The spatial tunnel shuddered and dissipated, throwing the destroyer into normal space. The jump gate hung alone nearby, beautifully dropping tight protuberances of blue light into the vacuum. Attention! Be vigilant. Concorde patrols are absent. Klim brushed off the messages, immediately beginning to reconfigure the destroyer into defensive mode and picking up speed. Attention! The ship is under fire. 2 signatures detected. 2 objects. A Matar-class destroyer. Warp distortion warning. Noise intensity exceeds accelerator noise protection. Warp cannot be used. Attention! The ship is under stasis field. The crew's engine efficiency is 30%. Look how prepared they are, the rascals. It's good that they didn't bring their friends with them. That would have been the end. But we'll still have some fighting to do. Zoom had finally changed shape. The layers of nano-armor had grown together in several rows, reducing the signature and increasing protection. True, the ship's speed and weapon power had dropped, but Klim had not skimped on the coolest railguns that were in the Zook shipyard base. And now all 6 slots were occupied by good small guns, the quality and efficiency of which were comparable to the average ones. But the Matars had to install warp suppressors and stasis networks. This would reduce their firepower and increase energy consumption. In theory. But how things would work in practice was yet to be tested. The first 2 coordinated salvos of the Matars completely drained the energy shield of the Zoom. Klim expected that it would last longer, but the twins had laser guns, and even with lenses to enhance the electromagnetic radiation of the optical range, these things simply demolished the already not very reliable energy protection.
Lasers are quite in demand due to good accuracy and a variety of possible lenses that can be changed right during the battle. We've only caught you the first time,
one of the twins said contentedly.
but But it won't be the last, so get ready for some big spending.
But things didn't go well for the brothers. Lasers are as good against shields as they are against nano-armor. The Matars changed their lenses to thermal damage, but it didn't help much. The Zoom's armor sank by 1 to 3% per salvo. However, Klim was not doing any better. He concentrated the fire of the railguns on one destroyer, but the heavy blanks, even with built-in EMP dischargers, barely dented his shield. The energy protection of the Matar is tailored for kinetic damage. Any solid body that hits it quickly burns out. The twins knew what kind of guns Klim would have. However, why knew? They knew for sure the bastards, the pilot realized. That's why they went ahead so brazenly. Probably one of the Alpha 6 dockers is leaking information about the ships. A completely natural course of events, and there is no point in complaining. Klim did not pay extra for the privacy of his dock, believing that no one was interested in him, and that's how it turned out. The Zoom's accelerators were working at full power, but the ship's speed was only decreasing due to constant bursts of the stasis field. The slowed-down Zoom was an excellent target. The Matars were flying dozens of times faster and even managed to move in a circular orbit around the Zoom. The railguns, which were not very accurate anyway, did not always have time to synchronize with the sight and often missed, and the ship's nano-armor gradually melted, although the twin also got it. For some time, all three flew like that, piercing the empty space of space with laser beams and rare flashes of railgun boosters. But after the 10th or 12th salvo of 6 railguns, the target Matar's shield finally went to 0. Klim reloaded the guns with blanks with plutonium cores. A fast-flying crowbar made of heavy and hard metal is still effective against any tank, often piercing the armor through and through. Only antimatter is better, but it is quite unstable. Shells with it almost always quickly annihilate after cocking themselves, which greatly reduces the range.
The single salvo of the Zoom, not stopped by the energy shield, demolished 60% of the Matar nano-armor, breaking through not only the armor itself, but also parts of the frame on which it is attached. And what a gift! It disabled 2 lasers and a stasis network. Fragments of structures and deformed plates flew in different directions. "Bitch!" one of the brothers howled. That was all he had time for. Klim left only 2 guns active so as not to overdo it, and the next shot completely blew the Matar to pieces. The twisted frame fell apart. Several surviving modules, packed in the remains of nano-armor, scattered across space. Klim marked them with markers to pick up after the battle. Largely due to the fact that only 2 charges hit the Matar, the pilot's capsule survived and immediately rushed away. The Zoom had 40% of its armor left, but the Avenger, left alone, did not have many guns. Therefore, each of its salvos knocked down barely 0.5%.
Klim relaxed a little, starting to persistently pound the second twin with railguns. When the shield on the Matara was down to about 10%, and the armor on the Zoom was down to 25%, the remaining twin changed direction and speed, clearly gaining momentum and preparing to go into warp. He had finally realized that there was nothing to be gained here. What a slowpoke. Right before the jump, the shield finally came off and a couple of blanks, though not with plutonium, but with EMP dischargers, hit the fuselage. Crash, and 15% of the armor was gone. However, Klim didn't have time to make out the fleeing one, and therefore turned off the guns, not wanting to waste expensive ammunition in vain. He only shouted after his fleeing twin, "I only caught you the first time, but not the last." The Matar flashed its boosters, turned into a shining dot for a second, and disappeared from the radar. That was fun, thought Klim.
All that's left is to collect the trophies. It's probably not much, but it should be enough for repairs.
Unlike energy shields, nano-armor does not restore itself. It can only be topped up at a repair station, or if another ship with a special module does it. This is one of the disadvantages of armor. You constantly have to spend money on it. Having picked up the trophies, Klim felt in his gut that he needed to go to the nearest repair station so as not to show off the holes in the skin. You never know what kind of troubles await ahead. For any pilot, a lack of ammunition or armor is like an itch in a place where you can't scratch it. This itch is instilled by mentors in the 3rd year of the academy, and the methods of some vaccinations are close to inhumane.
Quite a popular thing, by the way. You don't need to build anything. Just place a few hundred projectors around the perimeter and you're done. The latest craze is to build entire 3-dimensional scenes. But the Slavs clan limited themselves to a 2-dimensional canvas. Apparently, the event organizers were tight-fisted about the money. Some patriotic video was shown on the screen. A flotilla of ships, construction of factories, development of deposits. Then, Kazimir Vajdich flashed in uniform. Honor, strength, glory, and blah, blah, blah. Those who wanted could connect to the broadcast and also listen to the soundtrack. But Klim was in no hurry to take advantage of such a dubious pleasure as listening to the speeches of the future regent. The clan's flagship is lurking right under the screen. It's also not a small machine, almost 3 kilometers long, and its lines resemble a blue whale.
Smooth sides, an abundance of retractable superstructures, rounded gun turrets all over the body, and a narrow opening for the receiving dock, a ship for the crew. They almost never build like that in the Commonwealth anymore. The variegated glare of the holographic screen cut the eye and hid the flagship. If someone had looked with their eyes, they might not have noticed the huge ship. Klim contacted the dispatcher, listened to the instructions, and immediately understood what Venik meant by the expression, unprecedented security measures. It looks like Kazimir is a real coward. Entry to the dock is prohibited. Side mooring is prohibited. Approaching closer than 20 mipres, without providing the codes from the invitation card, is prohibited. Bringing weapons of any type onto the flagship is prohibited. Reading the list sent by the AI dispatcher, Klim kept expecting the next points to be something like, "You must board without clothes, so that nothing can be hidden." When entering, put on the kindly offered collar with an explosive device that cuts off the head on command from the security console, and enter on foot through the vacuum. But no, it certainly didn't come to that. 5 mippers from the flagship, they allocated a parking lot for ships and transported guests from there on shuttles. They made some concessions for capsuleers. Since it was impossible to simply climb out of the egg, pilots were allowed to use a capsule. But not just like that. They sent a separate cruiser with a crew, where especially dear guests were received, checked, and then delivered to the flagship on the same shuttles. If Klim hadn't planned a power grab here, he wouldn't have agreed to participate in such a festive reception. To humiliate himself so much for the sake of the inauguration of a regent in a small clan? This is not for pilots accustomed to the fact that any doors open automatically, just for belonging to the immortal caste. The clan SB had overdone it. Oh, they had overdone it. Were they really that afraid of Venik? And by the way, how was he going to get onto the flagship? With the help of fairy tale invisibility or mythical teleportation? However, Klim quickly threw this nagging question out of his head. After all, it was none of his business. Venik was a grown man. He would figure it out himself. The first thing Klim asked after climbing out of the capsule in the narrow dock of the transshipment cruiser. Can I at least put on a pilot's suit? I didn't think to grab my dress uniform. Only if it doesn't contain any prohibited modules, pilot. The girl in the guard's uniform responded affably. Otherwise, you will be provided with clothing appropriate to your position. And which one do you think corresponds to my position? Naked. Klim was not at all embarrassed by the girl's presence. There was no division into male and female sections in the pilot's academy, and all earthly norms of etiquette were erased in the first months of training. Let me have your invitation, pilot. Klim rummaged through the emergency reserve case. He pulled out an invitation and also a pilot's suit. Fortunately, it had no built-in weapons. The guard next to the pretty representative of the fair sex politely took the card, looked it over quickly, and said, "Top priority." "Oh," the girl smiled playfully. "In that case, I would even give you my uniform." "I was going to put on a pilot's suit," Klim answered in the same tone. "But now I'm not so sure. I really want to try on your uniform." Naturally, he would rather look at a girl without this very uniform. "It was a joke," the beauty responded, and her eyes shot a glance that made it clear that there was a grain of truth in every joke, even if it was small.
Klim even figured that if Venek was caught, it would be nice to hit on the girl as a consolation prize. However, judging by the skillful movements with which she checked his suit with a hand scanner, it was also noticeable that she was a pro. And, most likely, she was simply putting the guest in a good mood using psychological techniques. Everyone knows that capsuleers are in a bad mood after leaving the egg, so they assign specially trained people to meet them. "It's a pity," he seemed to have said the last thought out loud, because the girl asked again, "Excuse me, for what?" "I think you heard me perfectly, beauty." And in a businesslike tone, he added, "What's up with the jumpsuit?" "The suit is equipped with the NB2M inflation module." "It's a standard model," Klim objected. The module allowed the pilot's suit to grow not only pockets and pads on the soles of his shoes, but also protective plates and any other things that the owner could think of. In other words, it turned the suit from simple clothing into a general-purpose protective suit. Unfortunately, it contains a complex storage device and a colony of nanites. The girl spread her hands, giving Klim her most charming smile. "It's not allowed. You understand, we don't make the rules." "Oh, these rules." Klim gave the order via the neural network, touched the suit, took out the module, and gave it to the girl. "Now?" "Now everything is in order. There are no hidden modules. You can get dressed. Please follow me to the shuttle, Pilot Klim." They did not completely close off access to such places with painted plastic panels. After all, it is a starship. You never know, they may come in handy. Almost at every door there are 2 guards in guard uniforms, but without weapons. The security service confiscated everything that could shoot, not only from the guests, but also from their own people. Apparently, to avoid possible capture by an intruder. Plus, it will be easier for the ship's internal scanning system to detect any weapons. After all, if the guards walked around with guns, then each would need an identification code so that the alarm would not go off. But codes can be forged, or the system hacked. Well, now there is nothing to forge, and the hack will be quickly noticed. The onboard security system will easily detect any weapons or non-standard storage device. By the way, there were almost as many people in the clan guard uniform wandering around the hall as there were guests. The guys and girls weren't serving drinks and snacks, but were solving emerging issues and problems. Right now, some woman was complaining that she wasn't allowed to take a droid with her since she needed it for security, and the respectable guard politely assured her that the flagship was completely safe and the best fighters of the clan would take care of the guest. The entire service staff of the event are exclusively people, lackeys in old liveries, waiters in snow-white aprons, with towels thrown over their arms. Well, and hundreds of guests dressed according to their social status. Just like an ancient royal ball. And this is just a vestibule for minor nobles. The bulk of visitors did not linger here, but leisurely walked to the far wall with a dozen arched passages. These are the infantry gateways beautifully camouflaged with plastic, and at each entrance there is a mental imprint scanner. Klim also decided not to lag behind and went to the nearest checkpoint. He showed the invitation, gave the guard a small disc with the M card, and put his head under the scanner.
A couple of minutes of tension while Klim was afraid that now the guy at the checkpoint would shout, "Grab him!" But the scanner worked. The AI compared the imprint with the M card. The guard politely returned the invitation card and asked not to lose it. And the tall servant obligingly opened the door. "Welcome, Pilot Klim." Klim silently walked on, looked around the next hall, and had the impression that he had simply returned back. The same guards, the same liveries, and waiters, except that the guests here spoke more floridly and primly, and moved more sedately and importantly. Well, and at the far end of the hall there was a large podium with a tribune, behind which was a holographic screen the size of the entire wall. On it they were showing the same video as on the screen in space, only here there was also sound. However, the video was soon replaced by some unobtrusive music video. Apparently so as not to irritate the guests, because Klim, for example, immediately wanted to throw his glass, which he grabbed from one of the waiters, into the face of the crucified first advisor on the screen. Then the major domo appeared on the platform and announced in a loud voice that in an hour Kazimir Sviatoslavovich would give a speech, after which there would be the inauguration ceremony, and after that a festive banquet smoothly turning into a ball. "It's like a whole coronation," Klim muttered and pretended to take a sip from his glass. "Copied from old chronicles," a calm voice sounded nearby. Klim took a sip of the drink in surprise and almost choked, although the white wine turned out to be good. A slightly plump curly guy in a guard's uniform stood nearby and looked somewhere towards the big screen. He continued speaking in a calm voice without even looking at Klim. "By the way, behind this screen." He bowed his head slightly, showing the direction. "This is emergency passage 9. Throw the invitation outside at the entrance, then 100 meters down the corridor and to the left. They will meet you. You will go after the signal." "What signal?" "You'll see." The guardsman walked sedately around the room as if he hadn't just spoken to anyone. Klim wanted to lean on the column near the necessary screen, but noticed in time that the column was plastic. It could collapse from such a load, and so he simply stood next to it, showing with all his appearance that he was simply enjoying the wine. He himself did not take his eyes off the guard. It was the same guy who had handed Venik the envelope with the invitations. His face still seemed vaguely familiar, but now it could also be because Klim had already caught a glimpse of him in the Zemlya bar. Who the hell knows? He never had a good memory for faces. He could remember the characteristics of any ship in a second, but faces blurred in his memory like gray strokes as soon as he turned away from his interlocutor. To each his own. For about 5 minutes, nothing special happened. The guard methodically cut through the hall, neither moving away nor approaching. He bowed to the guests, gave orders to the waiters. Klim was already thinking about emptying his glass and going for a new one, when the guard bowed to some particularly dressed-up guest, said something politely, and even put his hand to his chest for importance. Meanwhile, he moved his legs slightly and gave a banal footstool to a passing footman. And so skillfully that Klim would not have noticed it at all if he had not been watching specifically, and if the people had not parted for a second at the right moment. The footman fell, caught the waiter's tray with his elbow. Dishes rattled, and unbreakable glass clinked. The guests turned their heads curiously in the direction of the noise, and Klim quickly dove behind the screen, which wasn't even painted on the inside, a flat piece of gray plastic. Klim took out the invitation card and put it right behind the screen, so that it couldn't be seen from the hall. The emergency hatch, marked with a large 9, opened easily, and the pilot stepped out into a narrow service corridor with dim lighting. Exactly 100 meters later, the corridor split into a crossroads. Klim turned left and came face to face with a slightly plump, curly-haired guy. "You!" He flinched in surprise. There was no way this guy could have gotten here in that time. He just couldn't. Mythical teleportation? "What? Excuse me?" the guard said. very successfully copying Venek's manner of speaking. A broom? Aye. How? Guardsmen are hardly checked. They are wandering all over the flagship. Plus they stand guard. By the way, he pulled up the sleeve of his uniform and began to roll the skin off his arm from the elbow to the palm, or rather, transparent nanomaterial that clearly replicates the texture of real skin. His own skin under the material turned out to be in blue veins and strange spots, like a corpse. DNA glove, Klim understood. And on the face is a fast-type cellular reprofiling. Yes, a friend in the toilet literally slapped it together on his knee. In 15 minutes, he copied his face to mine, and his body type is similar to that of the landowner Kamnev. Your friend is strong. He has many talents. For such talents, they lock you up for life, Klim chuckled. A glove and an illegal profiler go together, too. Okay, that's enough. Let's go. Venek winced as if in pain. Is it hot? You can't imagine how. He rubbed his face with his hands, and blue and greenish lines repeating blood vessels remained on it. Now the prince looked like a zombie.
I don't even want to imagine.
Klim waved his hand. But I won't make any more faces, otherwise it will be even worse. Easy to say, Venek responded and led his comrade through the nooks and crannies of the flagship. For about 10 minutes they walked along the corridors, climbed up narrow stairs, crawled into the square passages of technical shafts. Klim had long since gotten lost and hoped only that Venek knew where he was going. Finally, they found themselves in the crew quarters. Rows of doors leading to quarters, gloomy corridors, some equipment on the walls, terminals, emergency points. How gloomy. Not a single overview screen. This is a combat ship. The crew is supposed to have no time to stare at view screens, Venek responded. His face was swollen, had taken on an even more bluish tint, and now, if he encountered a zombie, he would run away in terror. I mean, a zombie would run away. Exactly. Such a huge ship, and not a single living person. This is a closed territory.
There is almost no one here, even in normal times. And before the inauguration, the Security Council left only the most necessary posts. The control room, the arsenal, and a couple more. Around the next turn, they came across the already familiar curly-haired guard. He was standing with his nose pressed against the open door of the distribution board on the wall, or something resembling it. Klim is not strong in the technology of ships with a crew. The guard tried to close the door, but it kept opening, which decidedly outraged him.
This is not right. We need to inform the technicians, he muttered discontentedly under his breath. Stop messing around, Anne, Venek called out to him. My face is about to split. My God, what kind of language are you using, Zevolod? The guardsman picked up the flat case, standing at their feet, and hurried to meet them. Then he took a small folding stool out of the case. Sit down, Prince. This will be a little unpleasant. A bit unpleasant?
Klim was taken aback.
Second reprofiling in one day? You'll burn his face off. Now I see where you picked up your expressions from, Zevolod, the guard commented and began busily taking wires, tubes, needles, suction cups, an automatic syringe, and other profiling tools out of the case. Just a second, I'll inject you with some painkiller. It'll get easier. He began to cast a spell over Venek's face and report along the way. We're out of luck. The brig is on duty at the wheelhouse. Your mother! Prince? Sorry, Anne. Got into character. Who are the others? You don't know them. Pasha and Locke aren't exactly the brightest stars, but they'll stand until the end. What should we do? What can we do here? The curly-haired guard calmly shrugged his shoulders. It seemed he was always unperturbed. I think the two of us can defeat Brig, and your comrade will distract the others. Me? Klim was surprised. Distract the armed guards? You're kidding! They have no weapons. Count Volохov, without even realizing it, gave us a priceless gift. by declaring the -1 protocol. If the brig had been armed according to regulations, nothing would have helped us. Don't play poor, On, Vennik responded. You probably told Uncle Peter exactly how to ensure the complete absence of threats on the flagship. Only the general concepts of how the -1 protocol works, the guard shrugged. The head of the Security Council figured out the rest himself. And who is this brig of yours anyway? The best special forces soldier of the clan. Was. Now captain of the guard. That's why he was assigned to guard the wheelhouse that day. Then On switched to a commanding tone. I declare the introductory order. Distract 2 guards from their post. By any means necessary. Do not kill. Kill? Klim grinned. With what? A sense of humor? They even took the NB2M out of my jumpsuit.
I'll only distract the guards while they chase me. I'm not much of a fist fighter. Chirruk, of course, showed a couple of moves, but...
You have to buy us at least 10 seconds. Anne interrupted him adamantly, inserting needles with tubes under the skin on Vennik's face and securing wires with suction cups. That should be enough. A crazy clan, Klim shook his head. Security without weapons. Profilers on every curly-haired guy you meet. And a prince who looks like a zombie. Horror. Neither On nor Vennik answered him. One was busy programming the profiler. The other was afraid to move, so as not to mess up the settings. Having nothing better to do, Klim was carried away by examining the door, which did not close. Some circuits, wires and sensors were hidden behind it. He moved the door a little, pressed, and it fell off. With a loud crash, it fell on the steel floor. An echo rushed through the corridors, like a shot from a hunting rifle.
That was very careless of you, Anne scolded him sternly.
He didn't even flinch when the door hit the steel. A man without nerves, Klim thought enviously. His gaze dropped to the broken door. By the way, that's a cool thing. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. After another quick cellular reprofiling, the previous masks finally flew off, and Vennik began to look like himself, like the self that Klim once met at a reception at the Slavs, a young, sharp-faced guy with cold eyes the color of steel. The skin still had a slight bluish tint, but the resemblance was already clearly visible. True, the build remained the same, a slightly plump body of the guardsman's friend. The cellular reprofiling affected only the facial tissues. There was no time to mess with the physique. Now Vennik Vsevolod was walking ahead, carefully looking around every corner before turning. As he had mentioned, they were walking through such a classified area of the flagship that there weren't even any scanners.
And there shouldn't be any people either. But the head of the security service could have taken precautions and added a few unexpected patrols. The corridors have become wider. Near each turn on the wall there is a sign. Stop. Closed area. I wouldn't recommend dropping it here, On said very quietly but sternly, and pointed to the steel door that Klim was carrying, holding it to his side with his elbow. They'll hear it at the post. You shouldn't be dragging it. We'll sort this out without any snotty words, Klim answered with his lips. He was already starting to get irritated by On's arrogant behavior, who seemed to be always right and knew absolutely everything. This manner of holding himself reminded him of someone, but Klim couldn't remember for the life of him who it was. That's why he never answered On's 100 questions. Why do you need a door? He just made a mysterious face and kept quiet. Finally, they reached the next turn. Vennik, who, perhaps, should finally be called Vsevolod, showed a clenched fist and nodded to Klim.
It was time to act, to distract the guards. And here, there was one nuance. All 3 guards could chase the distractor, although Anne claimed that this was not allowed by the regulations. Someone had to stay on duty. But who would understand these Slavs, after all, the -1 protocol? What if 3 of them ran? To this, Anne replied, "It's better for us to enter the wheelhouse without interference and close the doors." Anna apparently wasn't very worried about what would happen to Klim, who was distracting the guards. "Arrogant bastard," Klim said again with his lips only, so that the plump one wouldn't hear. There was no time to quarrel now. Having thoroughly ruffled his hair, Klim, with the gait of a tipsy guest, headed straight for the post.
He came out from around the corner, stopped abruptly, suddenly, and unexpectedly, seeing 3 guards, and said in a drunken voice, "Oh, people, finally. Although, come on, you're going to talk some nonsense again. You can't go there, you can't go here." He demonstratively turned around and wandered further into another branch of the corridor, whistling Winnie the Pooh's song along the way. The 3 guards guarding the entrance to the wheelhouse were so surprised that they did not even immediately react to the appearance of a man in the closed area. Only when the drunk guest had already disappeared around the corner did the tallest guard bark, "Stand!" But Klim only sped up and stomped loudly, so that his retreating steps could be clearly heard. "Grab him!" The same voice roared again, and immediately 2 more pairs of shoes began to stomp in unison across the steel floor.
Klim turned the next corner but did not run any further, but continued to stomp loudly in place, gradually reducing his efforts to create the impression that he was moving away. And he took the door in both hands. It was not only metal and thick to protect the equipment hidden behind it from fragments and explosions, if such happened on board the flagship, but also quite weighty. The steps of the running guards approached. Klim swung, and when the first guard flew out from around the corner, he met him with all his might with the door in the forehead. The guard's head stopped abruptly, but his legs continued to move by inertia, so at some point the guy's body hung in the air parallel to the floor. That's when the second guard ran into him. He tripped over his partner, folded in half, and, as expected, got hit in the head with the steel door.
Vsevolod and An were already on their way to the wheelhouse where they were to meet the best special forces soldier of the Slavs, albeit a former one. Klim could already hear the sounds of blows, heavy exhalations, and fussing. He counted to 10, but the situation did not change. Apparently, An was wrong to think that he and Vsevolod together would deal with Brig in about 10 seconds. Training fights, where clan members repeatedly crossed paths, are one thing, and a combat situation is quite another. Maybe Brig felt sorry for his comrades during sparring, but now he will show what he is really worth. Klim carefully looked around the corner. There was chaos there, incomprehensible to a person far removed from hand-to-hand combat. But Vsevolod was dragging his leg and wincing, straining his left hand, and An's face was decorated with several cuts, and blood was flowing down his chin. They fought silently, only exhaling a short during blows.
Brig looked quite whole and full of strength, but his opponents were already starting to run out of steam, despite their numerical superiority.
I did it all myself,"
Klim whispered. Since Brig was currently facing away from the door, Klim quietly slipped out and crept closer, expecting every now and then that the big guy would suddenly turn around and give them a good beating with the door. At least Vsevolod and An understood their comrade's plan and began to press on Brig, not giving him a second to breathe. It took incredible effort for the guys. They kept missing blows and were staying on their feet only by stubbornness and willpower. Klim was even afraid that he wouldn't get there in time, and the big guard would simply kill the guys. But there was one last step left. A wide swing. The Brig seemed to sense something, crouched down a little, and started to turn around. But it was too late. The door was already approaching his head. True, it didn't hit where Klim had aimed, but a little higher, in the temple area. But it was even better that way. The big guy's head jerked from the blow. He recoiled, but didn't fall, and put out his fists to continue the fight, although his eyes were clearly out of focus. Even on the threshold of unconsciousness, the captain of the guard remained on his feet and was dangerous. Brig tried to blink and catch his breath, but Sayavalad hit him from behind under the knee, and the guard fell to his knees. Klim, taking advantage of the opportunity, hit him with the door again. Brig fell backwards, and the door, in the heat of battle, swung open again, practically by itself. "Enough!" An grabbed Klim's hand. "Enough! He is no longer dangerous. No need to kill. He is an excellent fighter and an honest man. He just has orders." "As you say." Klim lowered the door and moved away from Brig. "A guy like that can pretend." Then he carefully placed the door against the wall, but it slid along the floor and loudly hit the steel. A ringing echo ran through the corridors. Klim pressed his index finger to his lips and looked disapprovingly at the fallen one. "Shh, girlfriend. The guards might hear." The pilot, unaccustomed to hand-to-hand combat, needed a little relief after the fight, and he relaxed as best he could, by joking. Anne just shook his head in displeasure, and Vesevalod snorted into his fist and put his palm to the scanner plate at the entrance to the cockpit. The thick armored door opened, and all three headed inside. Klim entered last and looked around the cockpit from behind his comrades. A 2-meter blood-colored sphere immediately caught his eye. It pulsed rhythmically, like a beating heart, and stood out from the general surroundings. Gray intestines were weakly moving under the sphere, and this was the only comparison that came to Klim's mind. He looked away in disgust, saw 3 capsules near the observation screen, and chuckled. "RP-12M!" He immediately recognized by its contours. "Junk!" The guy generally considered the installation of pilot capsules in ships with a crew to be a load of crap. Yes, the capsule helps the pilot concentrate on control, but another advantage of it is the protection of the human body. In it, the body is able to withstand colossal loads. The accelerators of old ships simply cannot develop acceleration enough to harm the crew. It would be pointless to install cruise engines that would smash the crew against the walls in the blink of an eye, so they set a low-power standard. So what are the capsules for then? Klim could have given a lot more reasons and made up a whole list of the senselessness of such an improvement on the fly. But the truth is that in order to control this trough, which the locals mistakenly consider a flagship, a cradle is enough. Well, a neural network port, if you want new modifications. But capsules? For obvious reasons, he kept his opinion to himself. Especially since both partners are also capsuleers and know all this themselves. It is unlikely that the capsules were installed at their instigation. Most likely this happened a long time ago, when capsule technologies were just developing. The rest of the cabin looked like a standard captain's bridge. Anti-G seats with horseshoe-shaped terminals, a bunch of flashing indicators, a huge overview screen, emergency points. "How much time do we have?" the Sevalod inquired. "A little," An answered, glancing at the closed armored doors behind him. Contrary to expectations, he did not block the entrance or damage the locking mechanism, but simply stood near the doors. Vesevalod headed to the captain's chair, sat down in it, and began to pass identification by placing his hand on the terminal. Only now did Klim realize that his partner's right hand was covered in bulging blue veins for a reason. It was slightly thinner than the left. Apparently, Vesevalod had performed reverse cellular reprofiling on it in advance, so that nothing would interfere with normal identification. It was unlikely that it would have interfered. The DNA had not changed, but knowing Venik, Klim realized that he had eliminated any possible interference in advance. "Why is there little time?" Klim asked Anna. "Is there a change of guard soon, or an alarm due to the opening of the cockpit doors?" "For other reasons," he answered evasively. A mental imprint scanner emerged from behind the captain's chair shoulder pads. A minute of buzzing, and the prince concentrated on controlling the terminal. Klim had nothing to do and approached the red sphere. It was the most incomprehensible structure he had ever seen. It didn't look like a hologram, and it didn't look like an energy shield either. What the hell? Don't touch, Anne said sternly. And I didn't intend to. Besides everything else, at the academy, they also discouraged people from touching unfamiliar objects with their hands. And they discouraged, in the literal sense of the word. Vsevolod, meanwhile, activated some protocols because many devices in the control room began to blink with multicolored lights. Some began to hum, and somewhere there was a few clicks. And at that very moment, the entrance doors opened. Klim flinched, but immediately froze. 4 guardsmen with rifles entered the cabin, and not in the dress uniform made of soft material, but in armored suits. 2 more people in civilian clothes entered behind them, but with stun guns in their hands. The latter were dressed as guests. It seemed that Klim even saw one in the vestibule for minor nobility. It turns out that these 2 are guys from the clan's security service. Who else would dress up as guests? All 6 of those who entered quickly took aim at Vsevolod and Klim, somehow losing sight of An, who was standing closer to them. But it turns out that weapons were not taken from everyone present on the flagship. So much for -1. The first advisor then floated into the wheelhouse, dressed up as if for a carnival. A joyful smile shone on his face. Found the missing one. Duke Casimir opened his arms. Finally, we waited and waited. Stop messing around with the terminal. It's still connected to the control room. Go to your uncle, you bastard. Vsevolod slowly rose from the captain's chair and stood next to Klim. Behind the friends' backs, the bloody sphere continued to pulsate evenly, somehow, quite gloomily, as if emphasizing what a mess they both found themselves in. The SB men hid their stunners under their jackets, showing with all their appearance that they were there only to control the situation, and would not follow anyone's orders or interfere. However, 4 guards with rifles would be enough for the partners. The warriors continued to stand carelessly with their backs to Anu, and this led to unpleasant thoughts. What was all this theater for, Andre? Casimir turned to the plump, curly-haired guy in the guard's uniform. We could have grabbed him at the docks and avoided all this. He circled Anna's face, pointing out the streaks of blood and bruises. It was necessary, Father, he responded, looking down a little. Father? Klim hissed in a whisper, but so loudly that it could be heard even in the corridor. Your most trusted friend in the clan, on whom everything is tied, the son of Casimir. What a loser you are, Venik. What a loser, and I'm a loser for getting involved with a loser. Now Klim realized why Anna's face seemed vaguely familiar to him, although they had never met before. The guy's curly red hair was confusing. After all, Casimir only had a short hedgehog of gray hair. But now, looking closely, Klim noticed a clear family resemblance. A slightly plump figure, identical facial features. Add a little hair to the Duke, dye it red, and it will be the same. And of course, the arrogant behavior and slight arrogance. Here the son also went to his dad. Klim glanced sideways at his partner, or rather, at his friend, with annoyance. How could such a smart guy have been so absurdly deceived by Vsevolod? It was all his selfless faith in his clanmates. They were all fair and honest. They would always support and help. Honor, mutual assistance, pride, blah blah blah. So much for clanmates. And the prince and the duke were playing a staring game. They stared at each other with equally steely gazes, one with condemnation, the other with joyful anticipation. Casimir Vaidich. Vsevolod's voice sounded businesslike, with such importance, as if he was not under the sights of assault rifles, but at the head of a tribunal. You are accused of treason, also of organizing a mass murder, also of a criminal conspiracy by a group of persons with the aim of illegally overthrowing the government. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Oh, how strict. The Duke smiled again. Illegal overthrow?
Are you the legitimate monarch, kid? Did you think a little idiot would be at the head of the clan? But anyway, I won't go to extremes in front of you. You're not mature enough yet, puppy. Duke Casimir turned his head slightly towards the guards and gave a short command. Kill. Contrary to regulations, the guards did not fire immediately, and one of them, apparently the senior one, hesitantly clarified.
Kill.
Damn. No subordination, thought Klim, catching his breath. He had already tensed up, expecting shots, and then there was such a hitch.
Kill! Kill!
Casimir roared.
Blockheads!
The SB officers standing slightly to the side had just begun to suspect something when Vsevolod wearily said,
Grab him.
He exhaled heavily and put his hand on Klim's shoulder, not patronizingly but to feel support. Even tough clan leaders sometimes need support. We have other plans for Uncle. But even after the prince's first word, the guardsmen, as one organism, began to move. Two of them skillfully knocked out the SB men with their rifle butts, who barely realized where things were going, but were a little late, and two twisted the Duke's arms and put plastic handcuffs on him. Curly-haired Anne still stood indifferently behind their backs, not worried or twitching, as if everything was going according to plan. And it is happening, Klim realized. This is all a pre-planned scenario. And I still have the same question, Klim muttered, looking dumbfoundedly at the SB officers lying on the floor. What was all this theater for? To get a first-hand confession, Anne explained, and only now took out a disinfectant wipe and began to wipe his broken face. The clan people don't trust the OAP interrogators very much. Andre, howled Casimir. How could you, son? Oh, no. Anne shook his head, calmly wiping his abrasions. Dismiss, Citizen Vidich, but I do not wish to be the son of a traitor. Honor is above all. Holy shit, that's something, Klim whispered. The situation was changing so quickly that he didn't have time to react. They won, then lost, then won again. I told you, partner, Vsevolod smiled with the corner of his lips. When the time comes to act, the clan officers will be ready. The hunched over and seemingly aged even more, the Duke suddenly jerked sharply and broke free from the grip. However, the guards did not hold him very tightly, believing that the old man had won his own. However, one should not underestimate even an old cur if it is cornered. Casimir growled and rushed forward, straight at Vsevolod. He, as a man who had gone through the harsh school of an infantry fighter, deftly dodged by moving to the side. And Klim acted automatically, without thinking, according to a clearly practiced scenario, thousands of times. Blash, 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 order. Left boosters to maximum. Blash, 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 order. Reverse accelerator to maximum. Blash, blash, order. Frontal energy shield minus to maximum. Blash, blash, order. Reconfigure the ship to defensive mode. Blash, blash, conclusion. The collision avoidance maneuver was completed successfully. 1/4 of a second. For everything is an excellent indicator. A moment later, violating all conceivable flight rules and pilot logic, Casimir crashed into Klim. The Duke's plump bulk easily swept the pilot away, and both flew straight into the red sphere. For a moment, it flared scarlet. The first thing Klim saw was a list. Skill learning completed. Armor, protective coatings, rank 3. Skill training completed. Targeting, high sensitivity magnetometric sensors, rank 4. Skill learning completed. Electronics, cloaking devices, rank 3. Skill learning completed. Navigation, guidance beacons, rank 4. Skill learned. Navigation micro-warp busters, rank 4. Skill learning completed. Subsystems, engineering subsystems management skill, rank 2.
And the message that caused particular joy. Skill learning completed. Ship control clearance. Strike cruiser control. Rank 1. Skill learning completed. Weaponry. Energy hybrid weapons. Rank 1. Where is this from? The last skill on Klim's list was not there before.
Webb's warning. There are no skills in the study list.
What kind of energy hybrids are these?
He should have known this already since the bases were unpacked, but for some reason, he didn't know. And then, the pain hit. The brain literally turned inside out. This happens after background learning, when skills are unpacked forcibly without gradual restructuring by the subconscious. It's faster this way, but not much. Plus, subsequent pain and disorientation. So this method is almost never used. There is no particular point. During the subsequent 2-hour prostration, while Klim felt like a vegetable and flew in a sticky haze observing unreal pictures and visions, the thought obsessively flashed through his mind that he needed to kill the idiot who had done this to him. Finally, the acquired knowledge occupied the shelves in his head that were supposed to be theirs, and Klim finally returned to reality. Med capsule report. Stasis mode disabled. Post-acceleration drug cleanup complete. Patient's condition satisfactory. The neural network also showed that he had been in the medical capsule for a month and a half. What the hell? The med capsule's lantern slowly moved away, and Klim saw Vavilod. He was dressed in the strict uniform of the clan. The only sign of distinction was a modest emblem with the signature, Leader. A young guy with sharp features and tired, slightly darkened eyes looked at his friend sadly and even a little guilty. A little further away, by the wall, a puny little man with a goatee and in a white scientist's overalls was fidgeting. He looked at the prince with silent adoration, like a misbehaving dog who accidentally broke his beloved master's vase. "Do I look that bad?" Klim asked. "You look great, partner," Vavilod responded seriously. "But that's the only good news. I don't like your tone. What happened to us again? We have order. You have problems. Don't beat around the bush, Veni. Vavilod, tell me what happened." In general, the red ball in the wheelhouse is the sphere of the ancients, which the clan got a long time ago. Casimir pushed you inside, which started the procedure. Acquisition of the leader's regalia. You didn't die right away. That's great. It means that you and I are relatives. Most likely, 7th water on jelly. But still, 8th cousins you are my great-grandnephew. In short, Venick. In short, you didn't receive the regalia, and that means you're not worthy. Unworthy. I mean shameless, dishonest, and I mean your psi rank is below 6 and the sphere couldn't implant the symbiote. By the way, this is classified information, so don't blab. It's only passed on in a narrow circle. Uncle Casimir didn't know it and was afraid to undergo the procedure, although he met all the criteria, both in kinship and rank. He did a whole research here, trying to figure out how the sphere works. Threw dozens of people in, the bastard.
The funniest thing is that he flew into the sphere together with you and still acquired the regalia. True, it didn't help him anymore.
What's wrong with him, by the way?
Look at the finances. Klim checked the accounts and was convinced that he had received 2 million personally from Papa Perchet's agent, plus 3 more times 50,000 from him.
Did you catch the defectors too?
We had to chase. The prince nodded. Fortunately, Andriuka managed to get to the flights and personally caught the remaining 2.
Andriuka Vidich? Son?
He changed his last name.
I don't understand him. He could have become the heir of the clan leader, but he himself.
Everyone has their own ideas about honor and dignity, the prince shrugged. It is not for us to judge him, especially since it was largely thanks to him that I got my chair back. But let's get back to business. The sphere starts some processes in the brain, activates the segmentation of psi channels, and
I don't really understand this. If you want, Dr. Roman will describe it to you in detail later. The goateed teacher twitched obligingly, but Klim waved his hand for him to stay in place. And if briefly, in your own words? You didn't receive the regalia, which means that within a month you will go crazy and fall into a coma. There is no cure, the prince summed up. Damn, excellent prospects. Klim's gaze fell on the open finance menu. What does he need these millions for now, when in a month his brains will burn out? It turns out that some immortals live for so short a time. His mood has dropped from bad to gloomy. It's not all that simple. The prince tried to cheer you up. I came up with 2 ways out of the situation, and in order not to waste time, I put you into a state of stasis so that irreversible changes would not occur in your brain. So that's why the study of the bases was going on in the background, Klim guessed. If the usual acceleration method had been used, in which the patient sees something like dreams and his subconscious works, then Klim would have already blown bubbles or fallen into a coma from the changes caused by the sphere of the ancients.
I just don't understand why I need it now.
That's for the second option. The prince waved it off. But first, listen to the first. Real one. I'm putting you into stasis again, and Dr. Roman is stubbornly searching for treatment methods, since he got involved in this anyway. The prince looked at the scientist in such a way that he tried to shrink into a ball. Sooner or later he'll find it. Maybe we'll bring in more specialists, and while you're lying around, I'll throw you some bases to study. After all, I owe you a lot. It's time to pay off my debts. And in the end, studying the work of the sphere is also beneficial to the clan.
And how long will this search take?
Oh, the scientist perked up again, and before anyone could stop him, he jumped up to the medical capsule.
We have already made great progress, and thanks to the information that Prince Vsevolod provided, the research will accelerate even more and— How much? Klim interrupted him. Well, if we don't use test subjects— Roman looked at the prince with a guilty, pleading look. No guinea pigs, he barked. It will be more difficult to test theories on mathematical models. Roman rolled his eyes, thinking about something. I think 7 to 12 years. Or maybe 20 or 30, Klim mimicked him. What difference does it make? The prince intervened, gesturing to push the scientist back to his place. We will find a solution. I promise. No matter how long it takes. Even 100 years. What is the second option? Klim decided to listen to all the suggestions. The second one is a bit fantastic. The prince spread his hands guiltily.
He glanced at Roman, commanded, Go out, waited until the doors closed behind the scientist, and continued. My father left me information about a hermit healer. There is a scion specializing in deviations in the work of the brain. He pulled my great-grandfather out of the same situation. He had the 3rd psi rank, and there were no other contenders for the regalia at all. My great-grandfather decided to take a risk, entered the sphere, and almost died. The elder did something to him. Since then, our family has occupied the chair. When was that? Klim asked skeptically. A long time ago. But at that time the old man was already 500 years old, and he bragged to his great-grandfather that he was immortal. So, theoretically, he is still alive and can help. For what purpose? These are old matters. Great-grandfather did him some favor. I will give you an identification mark. The elder promised to help its owner. So, a great scion hermit? It's like—
Yes, the prince nodded. It doesn't sound very plausible, but my great-grandfather didn't make up this whole story for the sake of a catchphrase, did he? However, a lot of time has passed, so the option is so-so. At that moment, the doors of the medical bay opened. The prince thought that it was Roman again, angrily turned to the exit, and stumbled. Shakti stood on the threshold. I've been looking for you everywhere, Prince, said the girl, and glanced at the medical capsule. Despite his training at the academy,
and the fact that he had just recently flashed his genitals in front of a complete stranger in a guard's uniform, Klim felt embarrassed by the fact that he was naked. He gave the order to the capsule, and the lamp moved forward, covering the patient up to the chin. What is she doing here? Was she looking for him? And why is Venik staring at her so suspiciously? The prince turned slightly pink. Meet Klim. This is my bride, the incomparable Lady Shakti. A bride?
Klim blinked stupidly. Although there seemed to be nothing serious between him and Shatka, something inside him seemed to snap. His mood dropped to the worst possible. A political marriage, the girl added too hastily, as if making excuses. Yes, the prince agreed. The clan is going through hard times. The pirates in the asteroid field are getting brazen again, and recent events have shaken the vertical of power. A decision has been made to form an alliance with one of the Sour clans. Aren't political marriages a relic of antiquity? Klim blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Actually, for us, yes, of course. Vsevolod nodded absent-mindedly. But the Sours have very strong ancient traditions. Marriage is practically the only thing that is taken seriously as a guarantee of a political union. However, I am very glad that fate brought me together with such a charming and intelligent lady.
The Vsevolod bowed gallantly and looked at Shakti with considerable sympathy. It was clear that there was no love involved, but he liked the girl. And how could he not like this dark-skinned beauty with big violet eyes and an ideal figure? An awkward silence reigned. All three looked at each other, and two of them, for some reason, did not show that they knew each other. What did you want, lady? The Vsevolod finally came to his senses. Oh. Shakti came to her senses a little and looked at Klim's face in confusion. This is probably your terminally ill friend who needs help? Then I won't distract you. We'll talk later. And almost ran out of the medical compartment. This is absolutely awesome. Klim suddenly wanted to leave the hospitable medical capsule and find himself in a ship in the vastness of open space. And it's not just about Shakti's sudden wedding. After all, they hadn't promised each other anything. The situation is, in general, every day. He simply imagined himself lying in the capsule for a year, 2, 10, 50. Shakti gives birth to the prince's children. The children give birth to grandchildren. Dr. Roman keeps looking for a cure but can't find one. 70 years later, the clan decides to send the morally obsolete flagship to be melted down. A plump Vsevolod with gray hair at his temples walks through the compartments to say goodbye to the ship. Although no, he is a capsulier. He will look young even in a century, but he will have the look of a person tired from many responsibilities and worries. Here he looks at the dust-covered medical capsule, winces, wondering why the equipment wasn't taken out, but decides that it's not his job to sort the junk. It might be outdated, it might be defective. That's what the technicians are for. And he moves on. Then the medical capsule is found by workers from the dismantling team.
They shrug their shoulders, decide to make some money, and throw the unknown body into the vacuum. Is it still alive? Well, screw it. According to the data from the medical capsule, it has been lying around for 70 years. No one needs it. No one remembers it anymore. And the capsule, it costs money, even the old one. Klim shuddered at the picture that had clearly appeared before his imagination, and suddenly realized that he was not ready to lie around like a vegetable while problems were being solved for him. He might only live for a month, but he would fight for his life that month, as befits a free pilot, a real lone space wolf. Second option. What? Vsevolod tore his gaze away from the closed doors, and for a few seconds couldn't understand what Klim meant. Then understanding appeared on his face. Don't burn the accelerators. Lie down for at least a couple of years. If a cure isn't found, there's no progress, then try your luck with the elder. Although,
I think
I've decided everything, Venik. Klim, think again. I only know the coordinates of the system and the planet. I can't even imagine how to find that old man there, or if he's even there. Great-grandfather said something like, "You'll understand right away." But in his mouth, it could mean anything, and there are no jump gates there. You need to fly through the frame, and the distance is such that you won't have time to go back. This is a one-way ticket. Come to your senses, friend. It seemed that this was the first time several had called Klim not partner or buddy, but friend. Get the Zoom ready for takeoff, friend. I hope you didn't sell it to cover the clan's debts. Crazy cretin. Sevalid shook his head disapprovingly. Okay, it's your business, but Zoom will wait for you here. Did I spend money on acceleration in vain to raise your skills to cruisers? You'll take Perun. I'm giving you the first installment for your help.
At least they won't take you apart on the way.
Epilogue. 2 hours later. Quiet. The meal lighting clearly outlines the contours of the room, shoes with soft pads, carefully grown by the pilot's suit, step on the steel floor almost silently. The corridor bends smoothly, revealing a series of airlock doors. The internal docks of the Slavian flagship are marked in Cyrillic. Klim follows with his gaze the familiar letters that he has not seen for a long time. DOC-24. A stocky, burly man in a guardsman's uniform stands with his back against the airlock. Klim was surprised to notice a smile that could not be confused with any other, and cried out joyfully, "Highway! Buddy Chirik! Have the stripes on your uniform really disappeared?" The guys bumped into each other with their right shoulders. "But there were shoulder straps, captains, mind you." Chirik's smile became even wider. "I respect you. What brings you here?" "Well, you see, a prince I know showed up at the 6, he says. "Come join me in the guard." And I tell him, "They feed us well here, too." And he tells me, "Did you show your buddy secret techniques?" Well, he killed the captain of the guard. "Go," he says. "Now you'll be a captain instead of a captain. No need to show deadly techniques to all sorts of people." The brig died? Klim was taken aback. He hadn't planned to kill the captain of the guard at all. "No," the chirp reassured him. "Still in a coma. It's been 5 weeks already, but the doctor says he's on the mend." "Well, glory to the eggs. It depends. I'm only acting for now. If Brig gets better, I'll become his deputy. If he doesn't, then I'll become captain. Why did I come? Maybe you'll do me a favor. Will you warm him up with the door again? Chirik, my friend, I'd give you a star from the sky. Show me where to go." The guys laughed and patted each other on the shoulders. Then Chirik became serious. "Venik outlined the situation for me in general terms. Maybe you'll change your mind? There's no need to rush." "No, I won't change my mind. Every immortal must solve his own problems. Be careful that you don't die prematurely, immortal, your mother. Let's see. Okay, then good luck, bro." "And you too, bro." Chirik gave way. Klim opened the airlock, hesitated for a second. "How is Jaya, by the way?" "It's okay. The baby is due in 6 months. Come back quickly. You'll be the godfather. Necessarily." The ancient, but far from obsolete, Perun-class cruiser undocked from the flagship and picked up speed. To be continued. P.S. If it's not too much trouble for you, please rate or comment. Thank you.